Hello everyone, hope you are doing well. In our today's video, we're going to create this amazing Amazon clone website using Next.js, Tailwind CSS, and a lot of other newest and latest tech, and we're going to use that React 19 and also the Next.js 15.1.5. So now as you see, this will be kind of build which you are looking forward to update or upload in your CV. As you see, we have our this customized a perfect, and by the way, this fully responsive, and notice about that the link, it will be in the description. You can go and just grab the link. Before you try, go there on the link and just try it and just explore it, and you're gonna feel why you need to use that. Okay, so now that's here. As you see, we have our exceptional sidebar. You can just go toggle through whatever the menu you want to explore, and also by the way, you can go with the sign in to just create your login instances. And now in that header menu, we have our all category feature. You see, we can just toggle through all the categories. Even the search bar, it will work perfectly fine. So if we search any of the product, you see it's just perfectly coming here. If we just click on that product, it will let us to go in that a single page scenario. You see the loader is coming here, and from there we have our image. And if there is a multiple image, you can just toggle through and select the image. So now in the image side is there, then we have our like the description side where the title, the price ratio, and also the reviews and how many people are watching, how much I'm gonna saving from here. So everything is working perfectly aligned and fine. So if you go and click any of the categories, like say fragrance categories, so we should be able to see the products related to the fragrance categories. As you see, it's just loading here. If you click on the beauty product, it will appear. If you click in the home decoration, that will be appear. Now so many people you're asking for the pagination, I just create that. Also if you click in the all product section, you see all the available products gonna come over here. And if you just go scroll through the down here, as you see at the some certain point, there is that loader is coming here, which is saying that some other is loading, and as you see the next page is loading. So in that way, all the page going to be loaded till it finish. And also by the way, you can just toggle through or make with the price or range. Use the category you already did, and even it will work here also. So we can just go with the groceries categories. We want to high to low price ratio. You see the high price, and then we can go with the low price. It will just fall back to grab us the low price. So it's everything perfectly aligned one by one, and it's working in a very good featureable way. And by the way, if you go try to go in the cart, we should not be able to get a blink of the cart, because it just like managing with that we just created the middleware, and it will never let you go to directly enter without your proper credential. Now if we try to go and just create the sign-in authentication, as you see, if that's the portion here. Now this is a customizable auth. We're using the Authjs for, like previously it was known for Next.auth, and we are customizing its sign-in page to create it to just get that mechanism where we can just go and make the customizable feature. If we go with the sign-in with Google, we can just click on that sign-in with Google, and it will directly logged into our account. And now we are in the home page, and as you see previously with that account, we have our 2 orders already done from that particular account. We can just go and view what kind of the order scenario you're gonna have. So that's the order. We have a list view, then we have the detail view, and then also the down here we can just go with a simple way. And if we just try to remove one of that, it will just remove that, and then we're gonna have the other one which is available, the fresh data from our database. And we're gonna use the Firebase database, our for the Firestore database, by which you're gonna grab all of those. Now let's go try to create a checkout and see, is it working perfectly to saving the data in our Firebase. So let's go here and try to create a checkout instances. So now here we're gonna create that. So we have our item, we can delete from here, we can add more item from here. That's up to us how you can go and combine it. So we have a 232.84. If you go and click on the checkout, it will lend us to our Stripe checkouts page here. Now let's just put some dummy number, dummy card, which will be 442. And lots of people, you are using your like real card. What's happened to you, man? Don't use it. Try to use the dummy, and the global dummy is 442, because so many people are just dropping here. They're trying their real card, which is really not good. Don't try it. Try to use the dummy card. Even you by mistake you try, but don't do it. So because last month I had so much card denied from here, so don't do it. This is just a test account. It's not good. Now we will pay that one, and after paying, as you see, everything is running at the background. Now after you clicking handle pay, everything is happening in our like the route. So nothing is locally happening. Which it gonna do, it gonna take our all the order page, like all the card data. It gonna just, after the payment is success, only after the payment is success, it gonna just take that card and just go like put in the order database, and then it will empty the card. Now here it will not available. And why I didn't do it? Because the webhook calling is expensive, expensive. Now when I'm gonna publish that one, so many, not one person, like 1,000 people are just hating there, and when they are making that checkout, you know, Stripe, they has their limit. So for the test purpose, we cannot go, and it's not good for my to ratio also. So I'm just stop that one here, but it will create the payment. Okay, it just, you will not get the order data here, but here it gonna, when you're gonna build that, you're gonna have everything here. Now if you go and check the orders if it's coming or not, so now you can see the order data is coming here, and we can see our order ratio, everything working perfectly aligned. Okay, good. Let's go back to the home. So as you see, visually it's working perfectly, right? And now to starting those kind of projects, it's very a tough job. And why I'm saying that, okay, I'm gonna log out from this segment here. And why I'm saying that, because everything need to be like a top notch. You need to create everything from the scratch, and it's pretty difficult. And now why for this, only for this reason, what I did is that to create a starter package. You see the Amazon clone starter, which is right now is public. You can just grab it and use. And what kind of things we're gonna have it here, you're gonna just know once we are doing that. It's very simple, and I try to cover up almost all the critical things, like a basic feature, a skeleton feature by which we can start our project. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close that one, which is not required. So we're gonna just fundamentally be aligned with that. So first of all, we need to just clone this one, right? You can just clone, or you can download the zip, or you can open it with the GitHub desktop. The basic thing is that whatever is underlying here, you need to grab it right now. And why I'm saying that, it will be a lifesaver before starting from the scratch, because everything going to be aligned right there. So the easiest way, I'll go with that, clone it, that one. And by the way, if you want everything aligned, like the full dummy code and all the setup is available there, you can go over here and you can purchase from the buy me a coffee. And right now I'm selling it with a $20, but for this video only, because I'm creating that video and I really like you people. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go with that, and let's say I'm gonna just go with the $5. And for, like, let's say for a special price for members, if you're just going to be members, you're gonna get it just for free, $0. So you're gonna get everything. So you see, that's the lowest price I'm keeping for that. It was 20, and now I'm gonna keep it 5. If you want to take it, all the thing is just aligned there. And pretty much I really don't want you take it, because you know we're going to build that right now. Okay, so right now we're gonna build it. So let's just clone that one. So let's go here in my build folder. I'm gonna open in with a new terminal here. So, and don't worry, don't just leave up and give up, because everything I'm gonna explain, if you want to build from the scratch also, that's fine. It's pretty simple. I'll let you know how you can do it, so no worries about that. So it's pretty simple. Git clone and enter. So now it's gonna clone each and everything whatever I have there. So let's say, let's put Alice, I have there already. So cd Amazon clone starter, enter. If I put Alice, I'm already within it. Let's just make that code is space dot and enter. So it just opened in my code editor. So let's just close that one, which is not Rico right now. Now here from there, I'm going to open my terminal. So first thing is that before exploring that, I need to install my dependencies. So whenever you are cloning something from GitHub, you know, the node modules is not there, as you see. So I have my package, I have my package.log.json. You can just also delete it, not a big deal here. So it's just up to you. So first thing, what I really want, as you see, if we go here, the .git is available. And why? Because you just clone my repo, right? So what I want you do, just to remove it permanently from your repo. So this one is not connected with me anymore. So this one is your own project, your own independent projects. And you know, I don't care about the license. You just take it, use it, do it, whatever you want. Everything is for free. if you copy something from me and if you do it, you like manipulate it and make it work, that's up to you, man. You are absolutely fine to do that. So I want you to learn and do it whatever you want and earn it the more you can, so no worries about that. So now what we want, so here first thing first, I'm gonna make that npm install our dependencies. What kind of dependencies we are talking about? This is pretty high because as you see, we are using here the React latest 19 feature, which we have the React 19 and React DOM 19, and also we are having that Next 15.1.5. Then we are also using the motion. Okay, so everything is top notch, up to date for January 2025 itself. So everything up to date, you can grab it and use it. And where it's installing, let's just go and explore some of the things which we are having in our project itself. So now in the project, we have our app where we're gonna just configure our API. We have only one single page here, which is going to be our home page with our carousel. And you're gonna see, once you're gonna open up and explain that, we have our global CSS to configure all the CSS. We have our layout, we shifting, getting the fonts and everything just working perfectly aligned. Then we have our assets where we are having every single images for banner, for our other images, and we're just dropping it from our index file. And then we're gonna having our components. We have, because in our application basically we use lots of shadcn UI, so all the shadcn UI components here for the badge, button, card, carousel, checkbox, command, dialog, input, label, popover, select, slider, table, tooltip, everything is just installed here. You just need to import and use it, that's it. Then after that also we are gonna have some of the dummy title, like the components which we really needed, like header, footer and others. Then we're gonna having our constant folder where we have the data, and this data pretty much we're going to use in our, as you see, if you go over here, if you go at the bottom, the way we create that footer is the data which we are used from here. So that's the constant folder is containing that data. Then we have our leave where we need to contain our Firebase configuration, and then we have our store where we manipulate to our Zustand and configure our store, and also we are using the Zustand middleware to persist our data to save in real time. And by the way, why I did those things earlier, because in my previous so many projects we used that same configuration, so I don't want to just go and make on and on. But if you're having doubt, if you don't know how to configure that, just comment whatever the things which you need to understand and which the things I missed it out here. I'm gonna make a separate video and elaborate how you can understand that one in a better way. So no worries, no fallback. If you missed anything here, just write me in the comments, drop the comments, and I will be right there to maintain that one. Then we are having that our utils, which is going to just make that Tailwind class name configuration. We have public directory, not keeping anything here. Then one of the most important .env direct file here. So we need to configure our, which already have there, next auth URL. Then we need to configure next like the auth secret or the Google ID or the Google secret, and then the auth public stripe publishable key. This the one is not required. We're gonna directly go with our stripe secret key. No need to just go and care about the stripe publishable key. Then you're gonna use our stripe webhook key and also the Firebase service account key to save things in our Firebase Firestore. Then also that our Authjs, we're using that Authjs. So, and I think okay, it's installing, but it's, I don't know, my network is just kind of garbage, so give it a time. And then we're gonna have our middleware setup. Then also we're gonna have our all the types is explained here. And as you see in the API, in the route, we have our configuration for our Authjs. So that's very much. After running, you're gonna see the simple scenario here. So everything is installed, and what I'm gonna do here, as you see that package log.json file, I'm gonna delete that one. So whenever you're gonna clone it, it will not be there. So if you are having to have that one in package log.json, then please remove it, because otherwise once you're running that npm install, you need to make the flag for legacy path dependency or --force, because we have some like configuration here. So you just better to remove it before installing, or no worries about that. I'm gonna remove from the repo. So now the first command is that npm run dep to start the project from our in our localhost 3000. Let's just open it in the browser. Let's see whatever the things we're gonna have right now at by default, and then we're gonna also configure how we can go with that. And as you see that Authjs, it will give us the error because we configure our sign in method here. If you just go and try to go there, as you see, everything is just broken. But we're gonna configure what we're gonna have if we just configure that. Then if you just go and make it in a smaller skin, as you see, it's responsive and the way it's working perfectly aligned. Now if you just click on that, the sidebar is opening. If you click on that, this thing is working, also this thing is working. Just we need to connect our API. Then also at the bottom we need to make to get our product. Also we need to configure all of our routing. As you see that Mark & Pepper is just fetching from my previous routing setup, so no worries about that, because right now as you see, looking for something, also you're gonna have the 404 page setup, so everything working perfectly aligned. So now what we're gonna do, we need to first thing first, we need to go configure our Authjs and how we can just go and make the scenario and how you can just set up the authentication method. So everything we're gonna start working right now. And to start working with the login, first we need to create a login page. As you see here, only we have our phone page, which we are just toggling right now. So first thing, we need to create a separate page which will be for login. So I'm going to create a folder and provide the name as login, and here I'm going to create a page.tsx, and it will be RAFCE, and I'm going to combine the similar of the name, which going to be login page. And after creating that, we should be able to see our login page scenario. If we go hello sign in, we should be able, okay, there is some error because as you see that hello sign in button, if we go in our header, that button should be taking us, especially if we go in our Amazon, and here we will see how that scenario is getting configured. If we click over here, we should be able to come over here in the sign in page. So that's what it for. So now if we go over here, and then if we just make it in our that sign in button, and as you see, is directly interjecting that processor, which should not be. So what I'm gonna do here, if we have the user, then we will just modify a bit, and of course you need to follow the same procedure what I'm gonna do right now, otherwise it will fall. And another thing, it will not work because remember we have our authentication barrier, which pretty much we are handling here. So we need to configure our authentication setup. We need to bring those everything, only then we can go with our server-side rendering. Then how we can go and do that? First, let's go to dive into authjs.dev. Remember everything we have been done here, and also if we just check over, we have our middleware setup, which I have been told you before, and we have our route setup. But what we are missing right now, what we're missing is that we need to provide that ENB credential, only then it will work perfectly. So first we need to provide that auth secret and other parameters. So if we go in get started with our Authjs, click on the Next.js, and right now as you see that every packages is installed. So whatever packages we are using here, you have in your dependency array. So now as you see npx auth secret, with that command we can generate our secret. So let's go in our second terminal. I'm gonna just run that command, and it gonna generate an auth secret here, and it will be an .env.local. We'll just go over here, and I'm gonna just copy this portion, and then I'm gonna just come over and pass that variable right here, and after that I'm gonna remove that. And you can also generate it with that OpenSSL. That's up to you. Now what I need to do is that to create an application, and what I'm gonna do to create that, I will go with that. Remember we're gonna have our credential done in perfect way, so I'll go with that, let's say Firebase, and okay, Firebase google.com, because we need to create an account to go and perfectly align with each and everything. If we go over here, okay, I am having a separate account. Let's just choose any of the dummy account here by which I can create my own things. So from here I'll go back to my console. why we are now in this application, we are using multiple scenario. First, as you see, first and foremost, we are using Firebase to just go and keep all our credentials, and because we're gonna save our also all the products and also orders, everything we're gonna save it here in the same platform, so that we are making that authentication in that same scenario. And by the way, we can also do a lot of other things. First thing first, we need to create our project, and I'm gonna just provide that name. Let's say Amazon clone YT. And after that, it's pretty simple and straightforward, because you know why we are needing that. As you see, we also need to pouring a several procedure here, which should be provided, that a Firebase and Firebase admin and all other facility we need to entertain. As you see, if we come over here, we need to pour those keys, otherwise it will never work. I don't want that Firebase Gemini Analytics. And okay, a lot of things actually they are giving you free. If you want to try your best, because it will not cut your money if you are not using the resources, but there is plenty of that which you can use and try for yourself. Application is created. I'm gonna go with the continue sign, and after that, let's say it's getting my default account. As you see, is right now within my project ratio. And how we can do that, remember what I told you, all the setup is done previously. So let's go and that Amazon, I'm going to provide this the same name, clone YT, and register. I don't want to go with the Firebase hosting, because we're going to host it in our Vercel later on after finishing each and every single scenario. Now we need to go back to, you see that installation process. Let me show you something. What I told you before is that if you go in the package.json, all the single things is just installed right here, and everything is up to date in the versions. So you can just don't need to worry about that. Now what you need to do is that to create those, just to copy that, and then I'll go in my Firebase, and then I'm gonna just paste it right here. And the function is written there. We're taking initializing the app, and what we are doing, we can just get in multiple app instances previously and up and running. So we are checking before initializing if we get apps.length, means if any Firebase instance is already running within our application, then we are getting the single app. Otherwise we're initializing. That's why we are just not running a multiple instances altogether. And also we are using the DB for the get Firestore app, because we're going to use the Firestore. Let's go back to our console, and from there we're gonna add some more things. Is that we're gonna go with that authentication, which it will be there, and here we're gonna just grab our, let's say, get started. And after that, and by the way, whatever the credentials you are viewing, please use your own credential. Don't try to use that, because your app or application, it will not work, because I'm going to remove it after finishing that video. So I'll go with the Google provider and enable the provider, and that's it. I think we are good to go. If we go here, I need to provide, okay, web SDK. Now okay, that's the email. So this everything going to be added from our cloud console. Later on we're gonna add. Right now I'm gonna save. And by the way, you can also configure that within the same layer. You can use the Firebase, but we're gonna use that O-auth authentication for our these purposes. So we are not gonna handling that normal authentication. As you see that email, password, you can handle that if you want, but I'm gonna show you the O-auth. Same with the Google and also with the Github. Both way I'll show you that, so no worries about this. Now here we need another properties, which it will be that Firestore database. That's the most important part, because we're gonna use that to store our orders and all other details in the live server. So you need to configure it. You need to get it done pretty much in a good way. So we're gonna create a database from here. Everything we're gonna go with the default, and for the location, I think let's just whatever the default is providing, just go with that. I will not go in the production mode. I will go in the test mode right now, and as you see the 26 too. So it's gonna start from this onwards. So let's just create the data set, and it can take a little bit of time depending on your network traffic. Okay, instance is created, and as you see my database is up and running, and we are good to go with that sense. Now here we will go with all together because we need to come back later on, and then we need to go and fetch each and everything. So we're gonna make that sort of things at the same time. So as you see in our this layer, at that root layer over here, we're gonna create another file, which it will be that firebase admin.ts. So it should be firebase-admin.ts. So here we're gonna configure our Firebase admin configuration. So this is very crucial. We can do it later, but as we are here in the Firestore, so I think it's best way to just start it. So now how we can configure it? First, as you see in that application layer in the top, from there go with the project settings, and then from there click on that service accounts, and from that accounts onwards we need to get our service account credential by which we can initialize the properties. So from here we're going to just generate a new private key, and as I click on generate, it will just automatically start downloading. As you see, it's just downloaded in my downloader folder. So let's just go and open it, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag it from my download folder to in my project instances. Okay, as you see, this file is contain each and every single things which is related to configure our Firebase admin configuration, but we cannot directly inject that Firebase admin. Even though if you drag it here and if you keep it, the GitHub repo, you cannot push it also. It will stop you to do that because it's a very sensitive information. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create an info, like we're gonna pass that, we're gonna copy that, and then remember we have one .env file where we have the Firebase service account key. So what we need to do is that you need to go to find anything that line break remover, any of the application. I think that text fixer will work perfectly fine. It's just a very simple and easy way to do that. I'm gonna paste that, and I'm gonna say remove the line breaks. After that, let's just copy from that clipboard, and here I'm gonna paste it like that. So now I have my key, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove this one which is not required anymore. So what I need to do is that as we're here in the Firebase admin, let's just configure the Firebase admin portion, then we're gonna go and set the other properties. Now the Firebase admin, I will just check one quick thing is that, okay, we can just go with that before checking. So we need to create that a service account key. So how we can do that? Let's say const, it will be service account, and that service account, it should be is equal to, we're gonna make a JSON dot, we're gonna parse it, and that parse method we're gonna say the process.env dot, remember if we go in the env, the same key name Firebase account, Firebase service account. So we're gonna pass that, that will be the key, and we can pass that a null with a null value, or also you can go with that as a string value. That's up to you, but I will just go with that simple null instances, and is saying that yes, that things is available in there. So now from here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass some admin properties. So I'm gonna say if the get apps, it should be coming from Firebase app, but it will not be coming directly from Firebase app. It should be coming from Firebase, let's say admin. I think did we have that Firebase admin? I think maybe I messed up that one. Let's say Firebase admin. Okay, I think that's the package which we missed because we are in the dummy session, we are not using that one. So what I'm gonna do, I need to install that. So that's the package which I missed forward. So npm I should be Firebase admin, enter. And you can also go with that if you're having any doubt how it can work and how you can configure, you can just go with that npm.js, and there you can search for that Firebase admin, and as you see, you will get all the idea how you can configure, how you can use it. And you see the million download is there, is 1.5 million, so 1.5 million. So it's pretty good and standard. So you can go there and understand how those things can run and go. Now, as we're having that Firebase admin up and running in our application, we can now configure our application layer. So what we're gonna do, okay, what's happening from where we are passing the error? What is saying? Okay, still I'm gonna just reload my window. I think that will disappear. Sometimes it's taking a bit of time to configure the ESLint. I think, yeah, we're good. So if we doesn't have like get apps, and if we doesn't have that length of that portion, so what we're gonna do is here we're gonna run our application layer to configure our admin. So should be admin, and that admin also need to coming up from Firebase admin. I think that should be the get app should be coming from let's say Firebase admin /app, and also that one, that import should be the admin coming from Firebase admin. That's it. So that admin, that should be admin.initialize. Now we need to set a certain point where we can initialize our application, where we can configure and also launch our application. So it should be initialize app, and from there we need to pass the credential value. So it should be that credential properties. So the credential, it should be admin.credential. And by the way, these things can provide the suggestions, so no worries about that, it will provide the suggestion. If we write again, I think admin.credential, as you see, supporting that, and we're gonna pass that our service account parameter. So now we are setting of some of the, okay, there is one more thing. So we need to pass that cert for the certificate variables. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna export our admin DB, and that admin DB is equal to, that should be admin.firestore. So with that we can pass that export, we can just get our admin DB to let it work in a proper way. And so we're gonna pass that export, and we're gonna pass that admin DB. And there is a mistake, should not be just passing that as export, should be, we need to just pass that within a variable. You can directly export from here, we can just make that a scenario of that export const, and by the way you can also pass that in the same scenario. So you're having our Firebase admin done. So that's the configuration we are needing to run our Firebase application. Now we need to get that auth Google ID, auth Google secret. Beside, for you, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna also authenticate the O-auth with my GitHub account. So also we need to add two set of rules, which going to be shown as that auth GitHub ID and also auth GitHub secret. Now let's go back from where we can do that. First of that, let's say Google Cloud Console should be Google Cloud Console. Here we can just go on that. So I'm going to go in there, and remember the account which we choose to create those, we need to go with that same scenario. So I'm going to change my account, the same account which I was creating on that so far. And from here, let's just click on the console. It's pretty simple and easy way to go if you created a multiple application here. So now from here, I will choose that all. As you see the Amazon Cloud YT, I'm going to click on it, and from there, if I click in that hamburger icon, as you see the API and services, and from there I'll just click on the credentials. Now once I click on that credential, there is that coming on that portion. Okay, I'm gonna remove that. As you see right now, I have a like a web client token is created by default. Remember, we created through these purposes, so it's just coming here. If you not create it in the same way, then it will be just like normally creating the application. So now we need to add our URI, and we're gonna add first our local URI. Remember, once we are uploading that time we're gonna add our another URI which can be configuring on that. So after passing that, we need to pass another set of variables, which if we just go back and passing that with our, let's say the O-auth, and we choose the Google. So there, as you see, should be coming that API auth callback Google. So it just passing that redirection link. So let's save it. Now API auth callback Google, and for right now this two enough. If I save that application layer, now after that, okay, I'm gonna go with an inside again, and from there I'm gonna pass that client ID. Let's copy that and come back here. Should be auth Google ID, and after that also for the secret, here is the secret. Let's copy it and passing that auth Google secret. Now we need to pass that GitHub value too, and to do that I'll go in my GitHub application, and from there, as you see, I will go back to my settings, and on that setting instances there at the bottom, here is the developer settings for or the developer instances. Now after on that positioning, I will click on that O-auth apps, and from there see the new O-auth app. So as you see, did you have any Amazon clone application, Amazon YT, blah blah blah? Oh, okay, I'm going to remove that later on. First I'm going to click another one, no worries about that. So should be Amazon, okay, Amazon clone YT, and I'm going to pass that homepage URL of 3000, and redirect URL should be 3000, and auth callback that should be GitHub, not Google. So register the application, and after registering I will just copy this client ID from here, and I'm going to paste it that auth Google ID, and then I'm going to generate a new client secret. I'm going to use my passkey to bypass the other properties, and now it's verifying and it's created my secret. And before reloading and or clicking on that update application, you must copy that, because once it will generate, like after you do that, you cannot edit it or see it again. So now I'm gonna just update my application, and don't forget to update, otherwise it will not work also. Now if I come back here and if I reload, so I think everything is configured. If I click here, now as you see, it's just taking to my login page, because remember why it's working in that same scenario. It's supposed not to be do like that, right? Because if we just see in our root layer on our auths.ts, here we are passing the sign-in, authentication or integration should be passing to directly our login parameter. So now it's our time to just configure our login instances and just pass that certain values to make the login. And to do that, so let's just go over here, and first I'm gonna just passing another, let's say div, and on that div I'm gonna pass a card, and everything is installed, like the card component is also available in the UI. What I already showed to you, you can go and check it how the way you like it. Now from there I'm gonna pass that card header, and after passing the card header, let's say should be card title, and on the card title I'm gonna pass that sign in. So now you should be able to see one sign in here. So we would need to configure how we want to design that instances. So put a class name, flex, column properties, item center, justify center, passing a padding y of 5 for a smaller skin, and whenever it hit in empty, padding y should be 10. I'm gonna passing a gap for everything as 5. So now as you see, it's in the middle, going to be something like that. After on that deep properties, what I'm gonna do should be background color gray of 100, flex, item center, justify center. Okay, working fine. Now as you see, it's just taking this much part. So as we are just going to pass that value, it will take that part value properly. Now here we're gonna pass that card description properties, and it will be choose, let's say your preferred sign-in method. That's it. So it's gonna, as you see, it's just taking a hit bit of Go. So I think it's better if we just work in our card and put that it will be widthful by that default instances, but we're gonna pass a maximum which should be MD. So now I think that should taking up the hit, but still as it's not happening. So what we're gonna do, I think, did we do everything properly? So passing that variable and other things, okay, I think we're good. So now what we're gonna do here in that card header, I think let's say class name space y should be, it should be space y. Let's say pass, it will be I'm gonna give it 1, and that should be SPAC. Okay, it's my bad, space y1. So now after that, in that card description over here, class name, I'm gonna pass that text as should be coming on the center. Right now it's in the center line, so no worries about it. Now we're gonna grab our card content to just make things is very clear portion. So to do that, after that card description, we're gonna pass that card content, and I can make it in side by side so that you can easily visualize that one. So let's just come over side by side and let's see what we are actually doing. Now on that card content, what I'm gonna do, as you see, if we just log in this portion here, how we can go the login upper process, you can just easily having a guideline. And I'm gonna just go with to configure one more portion here. If we go in our API in the route portion, I think in the route and also on the auth, because as you see, yeah, we are passing that both, Google and GitHub, so we're good. Now how actually the thing is getting that, like if you just go and how you see the sign in portion, it can go with a function with an action property, then assign function. So that's how it gonna go. If we just copy that, you'll see how synchronously it's working, and it's just having a perfectly aligned value here. So if we go here in that, I'm going to pass a deep properties. Let's just pass right here, and I'm going to just click that sign in. Remember, in the auth, we have the sign in credential. Let's hit save, and we should be able to get everything pouring within our portion. As you see in the sign in with Google, if we click, it should be generating that sign in portion. So that's how simple it will be. Now we're going to work a bit on that to make it looks perfect. So let's say class name, I'm going to make that one, let's say space y should be 4 for all the purposes. The gap in between, it should be on that sense. And as we are having a div, should be class name, and that should be passing that space, let's say space y should be, let's say 2 for that. So it will be a 2 over gap. Now what we're gonna do, instead of this layer here on that initial button, we will generate our own button which having in that UI. So on that button, we're gonna pass that, let's say Google icon, and that I think Google is coming from that. Did we have that React icon? I think we can just, let's say what kind of logo we are having that from there. Oh, okay, we don't want this one. So what we can do in the Lucid React, I think they have the Google, right? Google, but why is not showing? That's my question. So if we go here, but we can go and check. If we say, let's say Lucid icon, and from there we can search for our Google. Oh, okay, they don't have the Google icon. That's really insane. So if we go, because we have also the React icon configuration here, so if you go and check in the React icons, if we search for the Google, and by the way, you can use also HBG, so that nothing, no problem at all. So we have that FC Google, so I think that's the icon we can use. So FC and say, let's say, okay, what's wrong here? I think we are missing. So FC Google, no, it's not coming. So I will just click on that, and that's it. I can import it, and let's say import at the top, and now we can use that one. So let's say it will be FC Google. Hit save, and now we should be able to see our icon properties here. You see that okay, this should not be this one. If we just hit the reload, it take, okay, why, what's wrong here? Did we install anything? No, that's really annoying. Really? Anyway, we will configure that, because we will pass that variant. Yeah, that should be passing from there. So not the value, we will pass that variant, which should be passing that outline, and the color, it will disappear. Okay, done. That's good. And after that FC Google icon, we will pass an span tag which will say sign in with Google. That's it. And that button, we're gonna pass the type on that button. So the type, it will be, let's say submit type. If you don't use the type, your button may not work properly. Okay, so be careful just to put the type in proper way. Now what we can do here, we have the from, so we need to configure the class name for our from property. So after that, let's put the class name, and here we're gonna pass that full width. Remember, our max width is MD, so we're gonna push that together to get that full width, and we're gonna pass that justify should be start to get the value in start positioning, and space y should be I think not space y, we can pass that space x, we can go and 2, so the gap in between the icon and the logo, it will be all together. And then background color should be white, and when I say hover, BJ should be gray of 100, and we're gonna pass that hover effect. And that hover effect, what it gonna work, let's say if we go in that globals.css, as you see, we have easy in, out, and other properties, so that's the one it gonna work. Now as we are having that, I think this is not gonna come. I think that's we're gonna provide that in our button properties. Yes, okay, that's working fine. And we are having that Google, so we will also, let's just copy this portion, and I'm gonna just duplicate here, and instead of that Google, I'm gonna pass that as GitHub instances. So let's say GitHub, and on that icon it should be my GitHub icon. Okay, so now we have two, and one we're gonna use without the from, because that icon, it will not be generated for any of the purposes. So I'm gonna just bring that icon, which is going to be Facebook, and that is really you tax if you can generate that one for the Facebook link purposes, if you can. So this is for you tax to complete it. So now as you see, we have a two parameter, one is for the Google, another is just going to coming for our GitHub. So these GitHub instances, we can just make that things done in a proper way, so that it will be okay. Instead of that text, I will change the text here, should be, let's say it will be sign in with GitHub. Now this one is not, I don't know why it's not grabbing that properties. So that's the card content. If we make that width full, it should take the full width. Let's say bj rate here. Okay, it's not taking the rate here. If we just make that as a min width of md, let's say minimum width, let's say 96. Is it getting that? Yeah, minimum width is getting. Okay, so we can go with that. I think that will save the purposes. Okay, so if we just go and call back this scenario here, okay, I think we are having the same instances, but it's not like that. So if we just pass that maximum width md, okay, somewhere in some cases we are not actually grabbing that instances here, which is really grabbing this proper scenario. So I think we are missing something. Let's just have a little bit look around. So if we go over here, we are making, so that's the same procedure is happening here, right? And that's the same procedure is supposed to be happening here too. So if we go here, flex call item center, justify center, padding y, we are passing that property, and then passing gray flex item center, justify center. And I think, yeah, this one is max width is not required. And then if we go in our card properties, it's getting width full. And is it going to be maybe up and running? Sometime it can be having an issue if we go like a fallback and backward, and then no, still it's having issue. For the title, okay, for the card title, let's just make that class name. Text should be 2XL, font should be, let's say, bold, and text, I'm gonna pass that in center align. So we have that center align text. And for the card description, which we are having, so the card title, after that we're having that card description. Okay, not bad, but I'm not getting the things which I'm looking for. I think the header is making weird, because you see the card header and the title, the description is below. Okay, something we are messing up, so I'm gonna just pull the description within the header, and I think that will be perfectly aligned. Okay, so now we're good to go. So if we click on that GitHub, we should be able to get our GitHub, and also we should be able to get our Google. Now what I'm gonna do here, remember we have also by passing our another properties, which will be our like continue with our sign in method. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna passing a separate deep properties here for you people. If you want to use it or not, it's up to you. So after passing that Facebook also, And here within that div finish line, I'm gonna pass that separate some of the several values which gonna have some label, and it will coming from that component label, and also I'm gonna pass that input. Now this one, what it gonna do is that to passing that variable that or continue with the email and with the password. And after that, just gonna pass like we're gonna pass also after the cart content, we're gonna pass a cart footer. Let's say it should be cart footer, and on that cart footer I'm gonna pass a button properties, should be, let's say, button, and it will say sign in. Okay, and for that sign in purposes, put a class name which should be full, and bj should be orange of 500, and also hover bj should be orange of 600, and we're gonna pass that hover effect here. So this will be wrapping up our like the login instances. And if you want to see it properly, I'm gonna make it a bit of bigger so you will understand if you want to implement that one. So here we are passing that variable properties, we are passing an span which is saying or continue with, that's the text. And after that properties, we are also passing that a variable here. We can go with the either email and password, and all the value you can get it from the type and other properties is up to you, but I'm not gonna go with that. So as you see, and for this one, for the minimum width ratio, I think we can change that one. Instead of that 96, we can go with that, let's say 400 pixel. We can go with that our manual input, or as you say for 20, I think that will be better. Now what we can do here, as you see, it's not a normal login instant page because we are coming with the callback URI. If you go back here, and is passing that login authentication instance, it's the same layer which is happening because it's not our normal instances, it's coming with our the friend of that session properties. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, here if I put an asynchronous function here, and then I'm gonna make that session here should be session is equal to, let's say, await, and from there I'm gonna grab it from our auth, and you can make the log and just pass the value as what kind of the session we are having. Because it's a server-side component, so we should be able to see we have no session, value is null. So now what we're gonna do here, if once anybody is logged in, we don't want to like passing that user here. So if we say session, if we have the session.user, and then we're gonna return, and from that return we're gonna redirect, so our user should not be coming here, it will automatically redirect to home page. Now here, let's say we will log in with our Google. And after Google, let's go, we'll go with this account premises. And by the way, after login, you should have an error, but you are not having it. Remember, if we go here and if we go with the next config.ts file, we have that like Google scenario and also the dummy JSON. If we just log out directly here, it's already properly aligned with that property. So if we go and try with our friend of GitHub here, you're gonna get a real error right now. I'm generating that one, so that's why I'm just introducing the GitHub here so that you can understand. So now as you see, that's the one is happening. We need to configure that avatars.this GitHub content. So I'm gonna just duplicate this one more time, and here beside the Google, let's just pass that one. So whatever you want to just configure, you need to just add it here, that's up to you. And there is one more things which also we need to add here for that image purposes. Also we are going to deploy within our application in Vercel in the production layer. We need to add one of the key here by which our image, it will not be disappear, right? So now if I just try to make in the login, and as you see, it will never let me because it will always pass me here, and I'm just getting the positioning here. So now as we are having that instances, it's our time to go and grab those, right? We need to grab the pictures, we need to grab our products, categories, everything. So it's our high time to connect our API within our application layer. And to fetch the product, we are going to use that dummy JSON API, and from this API we're gonna fetch all the products, and this one having a very good documentation and also a cleanup scenario. As you see, how you can get all the product. You can just go and grab the test product. I want to go to use that products and get all products. So as you see, within that link, using that /products, I can grab all the products. If I just copy this one and paste any of the browser here, okay, so we should be able to receive all the JSON data for the product. As you see, all the products are available right here. So now how we can combine that? So first of all, let's go back here in our, over here, I'm gonna take in a leaf folder. As you see, we have the Firebase store and others. So beside that, I'm gonna click, I'm gonna just go and grab another folder, which it will be for our hooks. So all the applicable hooks, we're gonna keep it here. So first hook, I'm gonna give a name of that, like say called a fetch data, right? Or you can say, yeah, fetch data .ts. So that will be responsible to pass that one. So from there, I'm going to write a simple function, should be export cons. I'm going to provide the similar name, fetch data is equal to, I'm going to create a asynchronous function. Why I'm doing there? Because as you see, I need to wait for here. Whenever I'm going to call that one till the data came here, I need to wait to retrieve the data, then I will pass the return method. And here I'm going to just make a simple arrow function. Now this function going to return my data, but first of all, I'm going to take in an endpoint here. So endpoint, and here it's gonna pass what kind of endpoint, as I'm going to pass data from here or any other API, it's gonna just pass that value. I need to pass it that as a string value, it should be returned, and then cost response is equal to should be await. I'm gonna use that built-in fetch method, and by default it will be just a get method, so I no need to specify what kind of method it will apply. I'm gonna just pass the headers, and in the headers I'm gonna define that the content type, it should be that our type of that application /JSON. And now after hitting there, I should be able to retrieve the data, means get the data. So const response should be await, and that should be res.data or not res.data. So everything, whatever the response I'm gonna get, I'm gonna make it passing as a JSON format. And okay, oops, I need to put in a variable, so the data should be as a response variable here. And now as I'm having the data, now I can simply return that data. So now what kind of things it gonna do? So whenever I'm gonna call that fetch data method, I need to just pass a value, which is endpoint is mandatory. And when I'm passing that endpoint to it, it will go and using that built-in fetch method, and it's gonna grab the data, and after that it's gonna just pass the response, then it's gonna return the data as it is. So now as I'm having that data response, so from where I'm gonna grab it, as you see, that will be my endpoint, right? So that's the endpoint I need to use. And let's go back here, and also I'm gonna use it over here in my product list parameter. So if I go back, and if I just coming right here, so it should be in the app on the page. So I'm going to grab the data in the first instances, so that it should be implemented right ahead. And also I think that's better if I just take it in upper layer, like in the root layer. Now here I'm going to create a function. As you see, its export default is not an asynchronous function, but remember the hooks which we have been created is using that asynchronous function. So I need to create the block as a async function parameter, otherwise my function will not work. Now here I'm going to pass an endpoint, right? I'm going to pass an endpoint, and that endpoint is equal to the endpoint which I'm passing from that https://dummyjson.com/products. Now you can also pass that endpoint in build endpoint here, then just passing that /products. Also you can do it, you can pass that in .env file. If you just go here and pass that value, is up to you how you want to configure, but for me I think within that parameter it serves the purpose. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass that like a data is equal to should be await. Let's say fetch, I'm gonna call the fetch data. Remember the parameter it wants to take should be taking the endpoint. If I make log to grab the value, should be, let's say, what kind of data we are receiving. If I just go inspect, even we are calling it in server side, it's gonna render in the client side. We should be able to see that. But So right now, if we just make reload, is something coming? Okay, it's taking a bit of time and we can see if it's coming or not. Yeah, as you see, it's passing the value from the server. Even you also open the terminal for Next.js, this feature after 15 is also passing the method in the console. But as you see, but you're gonna see it first in the terminal. It will be available first, only then after accessing that, after that it will render in the terminal. Now as you see in the server, it's coming as an object which is passing the limit, skip, total. So now the default limit is 13. Here if you see it, especially in our that call our dummy website here, I'm gonna just grabbing the default value like 30, and this picture the photo is that we're using that compressed value. It's just taking a bit of time to load. You can use the normal image to load it faster. Now here, after passing that all products, we are passing that limit to covering that section. You see the loading and others. So first instance, we're gonna load our entire, like the default parameter, which is the limit is 30. Now after passing that, as you see that products is coming as an object. Within the object, we are having the product. So very simply, we can just access that one. Like you say, if we just make that instead of the data as is coming within objects, we can simply pass that as a products, and if we just paste it here, we should be able to get the product. So now we are having our simple products running. We should be able to just grab that and let it work in a very secure manner. Now how it will work? Okay, to pass that value, as you see, we created one product list parameter. Here we're gonna pass our products, so should be products is equal to the products which we have. And let's go back in our product list. I'm gonna just remember to fall back in the type. As you see in the type, we have our old product type, which is typically available to you. So many things is just there which is available for you. I did it beforehand. You can just clone that and get the help of it. But if you want to try, as you see, I'm just making slow pace. You can write and go with that. Now let's go back and let's just access that one within our product list parameter. So in the product list, as is coming as that parameter, so here I'm gonna just define one interface which I'm gonna provide the name as product array, or I can just simply pass the props, because as is coming expected as a props parameter. So first of all, it's coming the products, and the products, it should be the array of products. I'm gonna just import from the type, which is coming an array value, and after that the class name also I'm gonna take it. If we have, then it gonna be as a string value. So now we're gonna definitely passing that props value here. So now we have two parameters which is passing the props. One is products, one is class name. If I pass like something, as you see, we're handling the error. As you see, is written here, the sum does not exist on the type props. So in that way, it should be type safe, and you're gonna get a good ahead help. Now, as we are passing here in the product list, we can just render the product here, but we're gonna make it a separate component, because at least in that way, we can pass the grid formulation, and also we can pass the other parameters. So whenever we're gonna call, like here we have the product, right? In that our main page, we're having the product, the same component, I also use it here, but the outside structure is different. So in that way, we can save a lot of things. We can create it here, or I think instead of passing that value, we can directly pass the product here. Anyway, let's see. We're gonna just see that how we can do that. So now if we go that products.map, and then we're gonna pass everything as a product, the UCT, and also I'm gonna take the index, and from there I'm gonna just simply return a div. So let's say in the div I'm gonna pass that, let's say product dot, let's say if there is a title, the title I'm gonna pass. So individually I'm gonna just pass the key as the index, but I believe the key that product should be having in, let's say ID. Yeah, it's having the ID, so I think index is not required. So right now, if we go back here, as you see, we are receiving all of our product. So I can do that one single parameterly here, or I can also do it like I can create one product card parameter. It's up to you, but for me, I think it will be good to go with the product card. array.tsx array.fce, and that will be my product card. And instead of writing that down or passing that value, I'm gonna pass that, let's say, product card. And here I'm gonna pass the value of that product, should be the product which I'm gonna just passing through. And also I need to pass the key here, so the key should be product.id. That's it. So now I have my product, and also I will do one more things here before jumping to my product section. What I'm gonna do here is that you see that padding, or I'll go in the product list here. You see that div. So in that div, I think that's already within a container here. I believe so. So that's my cursor. No, it's not in the container. So instead of that particular div, I'm gonna take that one within a container fashion so that it will stay within my container layer. Okay, container. And here I'm gonna pass that class name. I'm gonna pass an cn value, which gonna pass the default value first, then gonna just inject the class name which I'm gonna receive after that. Now first of all, I'm gonna make it as a grid, and that should be grid calls by default 1, and sm grid calls should be, grid column should be 2, and md grid call should be 3, and also let's say lg grid call should be 4, and I'm gonna just make a gap of 5. Done. So I should be able to see, as you see the layer of the product, it just happened to be aligned perfectly. So now let's go back here in our product card here. So we're gonna go back here, and we're gonna also restore the 2 parameter. First I'm gonna take the product, and also if anyone wants to pass the class name, it will be applicable there. So first the product should be the value of the type of product. Class name, if that one is available, should be a value of a string. But basically maybe you may not use the class name here, but for me I'm just gonna keep it here as just to make it looks comfortable or fashionable. Now here there's a lot of things need to be open up. So first thing, right now I'm gonna go with a very simple paste to make it looks much better and nicer. So first, that's the div which we are injecting here. After the div, we're gonna have another div, and within that div I'm gonna pass a link tag which gonna come from the next link parameter, and here I'm gonna return one image. Now here, if you just combine on that, I'm gonna just want to show you something, because this images is coming as an array of images. As you see, we have the images like one image and thumbnail. If you go see the image and thumbnail, you can see both are, I think, the similar. We can use the thumbnail or we can use the image, is up to you. So if you go back and just go here, as you see the thumbnail, I think are pretty much the image fashion. Okay, let's see what is rendering. Yeah, it's just CDN. Okay, so if you want to use the image for the first, as you see, that image going to coming as an array. You see the array mark, so it can be multiple image, but the thumbnail is coming one. So the first instance, I think it will be great to if we can use the thumbnail here, because once we just set back to the single page, we're gonna have a multiple image instances. So if we go back some of the products which having the multiple image like this one, then you're gonna see that image is coming. So we can, if we're gonna click, it will shift the image and just change the value, right? So that's the one we need to work on that. So now for that link parameter, just the href, it should be passing that to our single parameter. So we will go like /product, and / we're gonna pass that according to the id, should be product.id. And for the image parameter, I'm gonna passing that a source should be, let's say, product. Source should be product dot, let's pass the thumbnail, and also passing the alternative key should be, let's say, is having that product dot, no, it's, I'm gonna just pass the title, maybe longer, but it's okay. And I'm gonna take a ratio of 600 by 600 to grab the image, and I'm gonna also pass a loading which going to be lazy loading. Let's see if the image I can grab it here. As you see, it's loading, but this one gonna load faster. That's the problem. Yeah, some images gonna have some issues, but that's why I'm not using the image right from here, from where I'm using image, because the thumbnail can have some scenario. See, as it's not typically in a proper, or I think, yeah, we can shift that one. If we go back here, put a class name, let's say I'm gonna make that one as a relative proportion, and I'm gonna also make it a group. Overflow should be hidden and height should be 72. I'm gonna make a full weight. Let's say bj should be white. I want to see if it's, no, it's, see, the mark is coming from there, so it will not be that. But what we can do is that instead of thumbnail should be images, I'm gonna just take the first images from here. Now once I'm gonna do that, the loading should be a little bit not in a fasterable way, because it will just take the extract the proper image, which is little bit, you see, all are extracting. So that's a very high resolution image, so it's up to your network configuration. If this coming fast, it will load faster. And now what we can do here, see the link item, we can also pass that value, class name, height should be the full height taking from the parameter. Now what I'm gonna do here I'm gonna introduce some class name. Should be class name, which should be full, and height should be the parent height, and object should be contain. And background color, I'm gonna put a dummy background color, which will be F8, 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 and that's it. And after that, whenever I'm gonna make a group hover, I want to make it a scale, which should be 110, not 100, 110, and I'm gonna pass that overflow should be hidden, and I'm gonna pass that hover effect value here. So right now, if I hover, as you see, okay, nice. Okay, cool. So we are we made that things here. Now we need to go and make this other proportion done. So as you see, after passing that parameter here, now we need to, now basically what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that one as a server-side rendering. And also I think here, let's just pass some class name, and we're gonna pass with that cn here. So first of all, I'm gonna make it a border, and border should be gray up to 100, and then hover border should be Amazon light, and Amazon light I'm gonna passing a 30% opacity, and rounded should be MD, BJ should be, let's say, white background color, and I think we have Amazon background, BJ Amazon white. No, we don't have that. Okay, anyway. And also overflow hidden, Z should be, let's say, 10, and also I'm gonna pass that hover effect. Any hover conciseness is happening here, as you see, so that will pass and go with the problem. Now here there is one thing, it should be go a little bit upward, right? That one we need to work in our pages. Okay, one thing I forget here, so I'm gonna just remove that, and here I need to pass my exact class name after the hover effect. Let's say passing the default class name whenever anyone passing there. So right now in that segment we need to work to make it look better. So first of all, this one, instead of padding here, which we are providing, as you see, there's a providing round of padding, I'm gonna making a margin top -10 for normal skin, MD minus empty should be 20, and LG minus empty should be 60. And after doing that, we should be able to see it's coming like looping at the top. And also I'm gonna make it a, like, say, a flex item center, justify center, padding B10, just to go in any case it's just passing that ratio. Now if we just make this smaller screen here, I think we should be having a perfect good feature. And also, as you see, wow, super cool. Not bad at all. We are having a perfect alignment, same like it looks like very clean, and it feels like Amazon. Okay, this other things, other parameter, we're gonna also make it work, no worries. We're gonna just pass the variable there. Now in the product card we need to pass some multiple instances, and this one this should be not a much more destination, but we will go thoroughly. Okay, so here as you see there should be another icon, which if we click here, as you see, is adding and removing, adding and removing. So that's the one we need to implement. And to implement that one, we will go to here, we will create another component, which will be, let's say, product icon .tsx rafce. So that's the icon will be responsible to do that trick. So after that image here, like after the link, I'm going to keep that within the link, but it will not affect that, so no worries. So product icon, and from there I'm going to pass that, let's say product. We need to pass that entire product from there, and also the discount percentage. As we are passing the product, it should be available here. So right now you see nothing here, but we will make the things to be much more visible and show the things how it might to be. So if you go back in our product icon, so I'm gonna just make that one class name should be absolute. From the top it will be 2, not 1 but 2, and from the right, let's say it will also passing the 2, making a flex item center gap should be 2 because there will be some absolute variable here. Now you can see the product icon is available. Here I'm going to pass 2 separate value, right? So I'm going to pass one just a p tag where I'm going to pass the value of that product. Okay, we have the product, we didn't take it yet. So as we are passing, that should be product, and let's say it should be product dot passing from the product type. Now product dot discount percentage should be aligned here. You can see the value here. Okay, you see that value. So product percentage is working, and after that, as you see, there is that value and then the icon is there. So now after passing that value, so that should be the percentage here, we're gonna pass another span tag here. We're gonna pass that one, like say for right now I'm gonna just pass that one value, which will be MD favorite. So we should have an icon here, which will be the favorite icon. Okay, cool. So first one, it should not be MD favorite, but should be MD favorite border icon. So it will be a different icon, which is not marked as that. Okay, so for the p tag here, let's just put some class name to make it looks better. Background color, I'm gonna make it as a transparent. Text should be Amazon blue, and I'm gonna pass a border, and border should be Amazon blue. And then whenever I'm gonna hover on the group, I want to be make that BJ should be, I think it's just passing that Amazon blue color. Okay. Okay, I need to pass the background color. So whenever I'm gonna pass like group hover, BJ should be Amazon blue, and also group hover, let's say text should be white, duration I want to pass that, let's say text should be extra small, rounded full, padding y should be 1, and I'm gonna pass that hover effect parameter here. So right now if we just hover here, as you see, it's getting the mark. So still not good, but we need to make it looks better. So padding y1, I'm gonna also pass that padding x should be 2. That's it. So with that, I think that will looks great. Okay, the similar parameter, the same fashion, but once we click here, as you see right now, we are going back to our similar fashion to make other parameter, but we need to do it in a very opt manner so that whenever we click here, it will be taking that hit. So it should not be able to go there, right? So to implement that, once we click on that image, not image, the span tag, let's put class name, tag should be Excel, and I'm gonna put a Z of 40. So as you're having the Z10 here, if we click here, it will, okay, it's still taking. Oh, not access, should be XL. Okay, so you should be able to get the round image. Click. Okay, it's still passing. So I think we need to do something. As you see in the product card here, we are passing that Z of 10, but still Y is taking back us. We should not be able to take. Is it taking here? Let's see. No. Okay. But in our scenario, we are missing something. Okay, you click. Anyway, we will just click the create that function. I think that time it will not I think circulate on that. So let's go and click. You're gonna click an on click event, which is going to set as handle favorite. So that's the function it will be responsible to keep in the fabric and just remove from the fabric. So let's pass that const handle fabric. We're just going to pass an normal function, and here we're gonna pass an event because we want any default value should be disappear, and the event should be react dot. We're gonna pass that mouse event, and from that mouse event should be HTML span element, and I want to just take the first parameter. Done. Now here what we're gonna say, e dot prevent default, so the default value should be executed, and say toast dot success. Let's say pass a message fabric clicked. Now let's see if it's coming here. If we click, okay, did we like ensure the setup for, if we go in our layout, we should be able to, yeah, we did the setup, but the problem is it's not taking us to the things which is supposed to be. We can do one more thing here. Instead of keeping that one, the product card in that link, so as we make that one as a relative, we can just bypass the value here after that instances. Maybe it will work. Oh, there is one error which you're facing, because remember our product, still the product card is in the server side, but we use one like a function here which need to be interactive, so we need to make it as a use client flag. Otherwise it's gonna just throw that bunch of error which we need to encounter. So now if we come here, if we click, we should be able to get something. Okay, fabric clicked, but so if, and we will be able to click if we just take that, if we just make it upper. Why we can't do that? If we click, yeah, now it's working. Okay, so now our fabric is working. So now we need to make a lot of other things by which we will be able to pass that value. So now how we can grab the fabric? So first of all, we can just get that fabric from our store. If you just pass that to our store, as you see, we have one fabric product card. And if we just go on that particular instances, so you can see, so that value is right here, and how and why is actioning that parameter is that add to fabric, which is manually adding that product, but this actually having a two particular parameter. So I think this remove fabric is just removing everything or passing that from the fabric item, but add to fabric is actually doing two parameter, right? I'm going to make it bigger. Now what I'm doing, I'm passing that entire product here. So now from there it's getting the promise and resolving that. So now is fabric, state.fabric item product.sum. So it's just checking with the item is match is equal to that, and then passing the return value. If is fabric is passing one value, and so whenever it's not fabric, it's just making that not equal to fabric. So in one function we're handling two instances, and when I'm going to implement that, it will make a more visualized concern. Now here, as you see, what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to check the value if it's available in the fabric or not. So first, let's pass that const. It should be passing that our fabric. Let's say it will be coming from store. And from the store, we're going to get two things, which will be, let's say, fabric product, and it will be add to fabric. Okay, so that's the two parameter I'm going to check from there. And why I need to go in that way? Because as you see, if we add in the fabric, now we can go in the fabric list. Okay, I need to log in, otherwise we can't access there. Okay, logged in. Done. So now I can access my fabric, and as you see, now from fabric also I should be able to remove that. So right now, as you see, I can add. So that's one I'm gonna keep it in hanging. So now I should be able to just remove that fabric item whenever I want. So that's the things we're gonna implement. Okay, what's this happening? Okay, notify the item, internal static flag was missing. Okay, anyway, we're gonna see that. So right now we're having that our fabric item, and also you're gonna check if that item, if the existing item is available. Existing product, PRODUCT, and set existing product. and you're gonna pass that use state value here. And first instances it will be null, and also we need to pass that, let's say the instances it's gonna passing the product. Either if there is no product, it will be passing that null instances. So these two variable conciseness is gonna happen. And why we need to do it? Because as you see, when you click, it will be add to favorite. Once you click, it will be removed. So we need to check if it's available. So with that parameter, we're gonna check if favorite item is added or not. Okay, so now after that instances, we're gonna click one use effect function here. So in that use effect, we're gonna pass the value. And how we can do that? Very simple. So right now we're gonna pass that const available item or available product. Should be passing that from favorite. Let's say we have the favorite product, so favorite product. Okay, what's wrong here? That should be okay. I think, yeah, there's a typo mistake. Favorite product dot, let's say find, not field but find, and I'm gonna take everything as an item, and I think it's gonna typically take the product. So from there, item.id, and that should be matching with that the product we are passing, product.id. If that both match, means is available, right? So whenever we're gonna find that available item, we're gonna set that as an existing item. If it's not there, again I'm gonna just pass the value as instances of null. So now this use effect will handle every time if we're having the product or not. So now this function, if we have the product, it's just a type safe problem. You can just do it in either way, no problem. So now here, what we're gonna do, if we have the product, we're gonna just pass that add to favorite, and we're gonna pass that product. And from the product, we will just make it with a global functioning parameter. And from the function, we're gonna make that toast.success. And here we're gonna make a several messages. If we have the existing product, we're gonna pass a certain message. If we doesn't have the favorite product, we're gonna pass a certain message here. So now if we are like, if that one is success, right? So means the first instances, it's going to be the message going to be passed the toast.success, which gonna pass that product.title substring within our requiring on the 10, which going to be removing. So first gonna be removed if it's not. If it's existing, then we're gonna remove. If it's not existing, then we're gonna add. Means if this product, if we click, it just added in the favorite, right? If we click again, it gonna remove from the favorite. Okay, I think there is an executing problem. So added successfully, remove successfully, yes. So we need to typically make the things in a very apt manner. So here what I'm gonna do, let's say this one, I'm gonna make that if we have existing product, then it will be just md, let's say favorite. Otherwise it will take the default parameter. I'm going to make reload here, and also we need to add dependency, as you see. So whenever the product is changed, whenever the favorite product is changed, I want that one to be run, right? Otherwise, if we don't add the dependency, you will not see the change. So now if we add, as you see, it's added. If we add this one, added. If we click, I shadow remove successfully, click added, click removed. And by the way, it will also be, as you see, mark and favorite. Now we can, now we need to create those pages, but in the header is affecting. Now this portion is done. So now is the bottom layer of that, which where we're gonna have the other parameter. It's pretty simple to do in that way. So now let's go back here. Product card icon is done, and in the product, after that particular div, I'm gonna take another div. Here it should be another div and passing an h2. And what we're gonna do is that gonna pass that, let's say we're gonna pass that as a product dot title, and after title we're gonna pass another p tag, which gonna render product dot description, and then another p tag. And I think not a p tag, or first I'm going to render the p tag, later I'm going to shift that product dot price, and I'm going to just pass that $sign. And after that p tag, I'm going to pass another portion, which going to be category, and passing an span tag, which going to pass that, let's say product dot category. So much more. So we are having those things here, and after that, after this particular div, we should be having another components here which going to say as AddToCart btn. And why we are changing that? Because remember, we cannot make it, we don't want to make our product card like entire product as a client side. We want to make it as a server side. So only that relative instances should be that client side, because in the add to cart button, people are gonna add product from here, right? So now in that top layer of the div, I'm going to make it a flex, or instead of flex, we can just go with that. Let's say I'm going to make a padding X of 4, padding Y of, let's say, 2. Okay. And I can make that space Y, and that should be, let's say, how much we can provide. Let's say 2. Okay. So there will be, I think, yeah. So this one, class name, should be, let's say, space Y, PSCE, space Y should be 1. Okay, there is another typo mistake. And after that, I'm gonna make that height should be 36. No, it's not. Okay, it will match because we need to do a lot of other work. And here I'm gonna make that line clamp should be 1, so it will just showcase one line text here, as you see. So the first text line, it will be available. And also for that p tag here, class name text should be small and text should be Amazon blue, but with a 90% opacity. A line clamp should be 3. So I think it will be fine on that instances. Why it's not working? That's really annoying. Line clamp is not working. No. What's wrong here? Okay. Yeah, how it gonna work? Because I put it in the wrong side. It should be here. That's why it's not working at all. Okay, so now as we are having the price and also in the category price, I'm not gonna do it right now. So first I'm gonna pass in the category text should be SM, and for that span tag, put a class name font should be semi-bold. So now we have the category section. We can go with the add to cart. As you see the price section, so that price we will design in a different way. I'm going to create a separate component which we can call everywhere, and that component, it should be name of that, let's say, price format.tsx or fce. So this will be responsible to format our price ratio whenever we are going to have a price. Now this one by default going to take two different instances. One, it will take the amount, and another it will take the class name. So I'll just pass that to interface here. Okay, so one, it will be amount, and another it will be number. So both are not, if it's available only then it gonna take, but for the amount, I think amount is mandatory, class name is just optional. So let's say props. Now after passing that, okay, not number but the amount. Oops, class name. Okay, so right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a function which will be for method price, and it's gonna render with every local regional number we can transfer on that. So formatted price, it should be new, and we're gonna pass everything. We're gonna convert it with the amount, whatever you're gonna pass, you're gonna convert it in a number. Then you're gonna make that to local string, and which local, now we can say whatever local string interpolation we want to be happen. Now we want it for English, so the style gonna pass as a currency, and now we're gonna pass the currency which is going to be USD. And then I'm going to pass that minimum fraction digit as is coming like a cent, so it should be the 2 digit. Now here, instead of the div parameter, I'm going to pass a, let's say, a p tag or you can pass any span tag. It's up to you. I think this span tag is make a lot of sense, or we can just go with a p tag, so that also it will be make looks better. So we're gonna pass now is the formatted price, right? So whatever the price we have been formatted for the class name, we will use that CN format, and here we're gonna make that text should be base, font should be semi bold, and then we're gonna pass any class name we are applicable to align here. So that's the function which will take back whatever the number we are providing. And as you see, we are passing that dummy text here, right? If you just go back here and from the price, if we remove the dollar sign, there will be no dollar, right? But we want a currency pattern, right? So instead of that p tag, we will just pass that, let's say, price format, and here we will pass the value here, which will be amount, and amount should be, let's say, product dot price. That's it. So now it will handle these things by itself. So that's, I think with that we having like this approach. So now we need to combine here our add to cart. So that's the one of the headache portion here, the add to cart button, but it's very simple. If you used it with that, it will make a lot of sense. So in our add to cart button here, so I'm gonna remove other layout types, page and data, no need. So from the product button, I'm gonna passing that our entire product. So passing the product. Now add to cart button, it will also do some of the similar fashion. So one thing is that I'm gonna pass the interface here, and that interface going to be something like interface. Let's pass the props, and from the props, first of all, we're going to grab the product, which the type going to be as a product type. Then it's gonna grab that class name. If the available is there, then it should be a string. Okay, done. And then we also be able to get, let's say, show subtotal, and that value it will work. But right now I'm gonna just passing that if it's available, let's say it will be boolean value. So that's the value we're gonna use pretty much. So from here we're gonna grab the product. So let's say passing the props, we're gonna grab the product, we're gonna grab the class name, we're gonna grab the show subtotal value. Now first of all, we're gonna define what kind of product variable we're gonna have. I'm gonna make it as an empty tag here, and within the empty tag I'm gonna just generate the as a button parameter here, which will say add to cart. So just a systematical, a simple button we are handling here. Now on this portion, put a class name, and that class name going to combine with a cn parameter. And here we're gonna render the text should be SM, a tracking should be wide, font should be wide, font should be medium. And after that, I'm gonna make a margin bottom of 2. Okay, should not be here. MB should be 2. Why is going out of that? MB should be 2. And after that, let's say I'm gonna pass a border, and that border should be 1 pixel, and let's say border should be Amazon blue, but a 50% opacity. Padding Y should be 2. So you can see something like a similar, it's just going to popping up. And after that, I'm gonna make a full width, so it will capture whatever the width it has. And let's say rounded should be full, rounded full. And then I'm gonna make a busy Amazon light, but a 10% opacity, so it will not take the entire light portion, the similar which we are having here. But also you're gonna hover, the BJ should be, let's say, Amazon yellow dark. Yeah, and I'm gonna pass that hover effect value. So as you see, okay, cool, it's just passing the value, right? And after that, if we are having any class name, we're gonna just pass it here. Now once we click, it's gonna add to product on the cart. As you see, once we click, it's adding. Then we will be able to increase, we'll be able to decrease, but we cannot be able to decrease less than 1. And also adding, we are going to have also the subclass value. Now what we need to do is that, remember, we used to have that, if we go here on that product icon parameter, we are having this entire segment, right? So let's just copy this portion here. First of all, I'm gonna make that as a client side, so I'm gonna just use the flag, use client, and after that I'm gonna just pass that value. So I need to import the store here first. Store, I'm gonna need to store the use effect and also the use state and use effect. So within that layer, instead of passing that add to favorite or favorite, I'm gonna pass that add to card value. I'm gonna pass that card product. I'm gonna pass that decrease quantity. And here the existing product layer, it will be the same, and there should be that card product.find, and from the item.id is equal to the same parameter, and instead of that product layer, it should be the card product. That's it, we are done. Now what kind of that card product it means? Card product means the entire product on the card is returning, and this add to cart function, it will be responsible to provide how it gonna render once we're gonna add to cart. As you see, it's pretty simple. Using the Zustand parameter, we are just creating a new promise value here, and from there, if that existing product is item, we are just gonna add the quantity. As you see, we are first extracting if it's existing, like we are passing that entire product value, and from there we are matching with the ID. If the ID is existed before, like this is my card, right? If I add one product here, so as you see, I have 3 products. If I add, it's 4, but if I'm not adding a new product, right? It's my existing product. So that's I need to see. If I have one product is added, means I have the existing product. Then what I'm doing, I'm just adding the quantity, right? And otherwise, I'm just adding the entire product there. And if you see, if you console.log that one, this product here, it doesn't have a quantity. So I'm adding a quantity manually. So that's what I'm doing. At the first add to card, I'm adding the product in the card and also concat that quantity there, and after that, every time I'm adding more product, I'm just increasing the quantity. That's it. Very simple, nice and clean. Now what I need to do, I need to create a function which it will be rendering like a passing the value to add to card, right? So what I'm gonna do here, so let's click one function, on click handle add to cart. So that's the function gonna responsible to do all the trick. So first of all, let's go here, and at the top layer, I'm gonna pass that const handle, let's say add to card, and like that. So now, as I having the product, I'm gonna just pass a simple variation. If I have the product, then I'm gonna pass that add to cart, and I'm gonna passing the entire product, and after that I'm gonna pass that toast.success, the similar message we are passing beforehand. So passing the $, and the curly braces should be product.title, and I'm gonna make it a substring. Remember, it's a long text, so better to pass a substring so it will not break. So 0 to 10, and should be, let's say, and I'm gonna pass that added successfully. So that's the message it's gonna render. Now if we click, oh, added, if we click added, you see it's increasing here. You'll not get the card because we didn't create the page yet, but you know, you get the point. So right now, if we are having the product, this scenario, it will change, right? We don't want that to be happen. So now what we need to do, as you see previously what we did, we passed that within a curly braces, the empty braces. So we're gonna pass that if we have existing product. I'm gonna pass a div, gonna pass the simple product, and either way it gonna go. So means if it's not existed, it gonna passing that. If it's existed, it gonna just change on that variation. Now that's the most catchy part. We need to create the button instances. So how we can do that? So within the div parameter, I'm gonna having like another, let's say another div, because you see that should be something. Here we are adding, showing the subtotal, but if we go back to the card, we are using the same instances, but we are not using adding the subtotal. I think yeah, that's the subtotal, that's the price ratio. So everywhere we are using the price from there. Everywhere you are just valuing the price from there. So now it depends, either we gonna show subtotal or not. So you see that ratio here, how it gonna work. If we And you can also understand, if you see in the card and other layer, it will be coming with a dynamic way. So now what we're gonna do, within a div, I'm gonna render another div here, then I'm gonna pass a button tag here, and then I'm gonna pass a p tag here, and on that p tag gonna pass that existing product dot quantity. So that's the value it's gonna do. Then gonna having another button. The second button should be plus plus. Why is not passing that? Let's say far plus, right? Should be passing that value. Anyway, I'm gonna take that manually, far minus. Okay, so now we need to inject that to icon from our React icon. So let's go at the top, and we'll just simply do that. Import, it should be from React icons. So now if we try, let's say far plus, no, still not coming here. Minus, oh, there is a problem here. So it should be from the far. Okay, so now say us plus. Okay, so if we save here, we should be able to see the product, and you see, okay, it's rendering. So right now, what we can do is that, so first of all, let's say that should be true, right? The first instant I'm gonna make it true. So whenever we not recover, we need to pass that value as false. And now what we can do here, first of all, this div, so after that particular div instance, we can pass that if we have existing product, and if we have the show subtotal, only then we're gonna render another portion here. So it should be a div here, and within the div I'm gonna pass a p tag, which would be, let's say, subtotal. Okay, and after that we're gonna pass our price format, and here in the price format, actually it's for the price format ratio, and we're gonna pass the amount, which it will be existing product dot quantity. So dot quantity, and we will multiply that one with that into existing product dot, let's say, price. And here we will pass the variation so that it will not interpolate. What we miss here? Okay, I think I am just messing it around. So yeah, I think I was missing a tag, so it should be something like that. So it should be existing product.quantity, which is gonna coming as a number, then it will just go with the value. So whenever you're gonna increase, you're gonna see how it's gonna react. So first, like it, let's just make it looks better, nice and clean. So first one, it will be, let's say, flex item center justify gonna be between to stretch all together. You see, it's just coming over here. Now on that proportion here, for that div, put a class name flex and should be self start. And there item center justify center, I'm gonna pass a gap of 2, and padding y should be 2. Oops, it's taking a different approach. Padding y 2, and let's say ambi should be 2. Okay, cool, we are having that. And after this portion, we will render something. Now for the button, we're gonna just go and pass some class name, which gonna be just a normal class name. Okay, we need to pass the class name first, then. So now what we are doing here, as you see, is just rendering, right? So first of all, okay, first of all, background color is, we are putting a F7, then passing a text black, padding 2, border 1 pixel, border gray 200, hover border is sky text, rounded full, text SM, and hover it gonna be background white, duration 200. So duration, I think cursor pointer, we no need to do that. We will pass that hover effect ratio. And once it gonna disable, because we're gonna make it disable, right? So once it gonna disable, it gonna be just gray of 300, and disable hover, it should be like the background color. So that one, that function, it's going to run a separate function, right? So this one, I'm gonna just go to grab the other one, which it will be like, say, our plus menu. And for the plus, it gonna also act to like on click function. We just gonna pass that handle AddToCart function here, so it's gonna go and render and adding product to the cart. I think if we check over here, if we go back, yeah, that's normal. So if we add, you see that price is increasing, but this one is not working. We will make it happen. Now here we're gonna pass that on click. We're gonna make that handle delete product. So that's the function. We're gonna click at the top, so that with that function we'll be able to delete the product. So below that function here, let's click one more function, which will be handle delete product, and from there we will just pass that one only going to be running once you're having, which will be showing once existing product is available, but you know, it's better to type save. So now if we have existing product dot quantity, and that quantity is, it's gonna be coming as a number, so I need to wrap it with another parenthesis, and you're gonna say it if as should be as a number. Oh, oops, it should not be that, it should be bigger than 1, and that gonna pass it as number. Or you can also make that sign as a question mark, but I will just go with the typo as number. So if that one as a number, we're gonna make that one like, say it should be, let's say toast. We're gonna pass that decrease quantity, and we're gonna pass that existing item dot product dot id, and also you're gonna pass a success message, and that should be saying let's say product dot title dot substring, and it's gonna render 0 to 10, should be saying that decreased successfully. That's it. Now if we doesn't have that existing product number is less than that, so we're gonna pass that an else value, but you know, you cannot click on there. That's a two separate approach. You can do it here. So you can just pass the value, you cannot decrease, let's say decrease decrease less than 1. So that's the one approach you can take. So now if we go here, if we click, you see decrease quantity, but we cannot decrease more than 1. But there another approach you can take, which is just a simple approach. You can make that, you can make it disable. And how it gonna be disable, and we're gonna pass that less existing product dot quantity, which we're gonna passing as a number value, and if it's gonna be smaller or equal than 1, then it will be disabled. You see, if we click now, you cannot click it here. Okay, even the hover effect is not working. Everything is underlined and tight and clear. So now as you see, we are having a very good clear picture of our card here. We can add more products here in the card, and we can just go with the value. We can go with the value. So everything is neat and clean, working perfectly aligned. So now as you see, if we click on particular ratio here, we are landing here in our single page. So this will be another things which you're gonna build from the scratch. As you see, once we click, that gonna need to passing and render here. Now we're gonna build that. Now before moving to the single page, I think we need to sort out for that our search bar, and also for the categories ratio here. Once we search, we should be able to get the products. So we will sort that things out, then we're gonna move to some other part. Now as you see, we are not able to loading anything, but everything is working perfectly aligned. If you just go back here, you see it's in the header on the search input section. Now in the search input, we have our set products variation, right? So there is lots of setups is need to be configured here. So first of all, we will go one by one and trigger those things. And as you see, that category which is just showcasing here is typically rendering from that category list view. And beside of all, we need to get the categories, so we should be able to pass that one, and then we will be able to grab the data. And if we go back to our headers, as our headers still is rendering in the server side, we should be calling the categories from our server, right? As you see, we have session here. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make here that const categories categories is equal to await. I'm gonna call that same fetch data from there, and there we need to pass our endpoint, and as you see is async here, so we can now call the await method here. Right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna just pass that endpoint which will be able to responsible to grab all of our category. So if we roll back to our dummy JSON, and also from there if we just want to grab all of our categories, I think it should be available somewhere in the products, and as you see get single product, and I think get products category list. So that's the list which we require right now, and we can just copy this one, and this list will help us to generate our categories. So endpoint is equal to this one, and from this portion we will pass our endpoint. Now as we're having our categories, let's go back here, and what we're gonna do is to pass that categories to successfully on our segment here on the search input. So let's say the categories should be the categories which we are passing from there, and let's roll back to our search input. As you see we have one typo already added here, so which will be responsible to pass our categories typo. So that categories it should be, and let's say it will be typically that category items. Okay, now what are the category items? If you roll back to type, the category items is just a categories which is going to hold all the string data which we're receiving from the categories. And if you want to learn more about that, you can just copy that one and paste it right here, and it should be able to just generate all of that category list by itself. As you see, that's the data which we are retrieving from there. Now what we're gonna do, as you're having the categories, we need to again dig down here because we need to pass that categories in that motion. So should be, let's say, categories, and here we will pass our the same, I think the same tag. It's remarkable on that way. Now what we can do is here, as we are having the categories, we can now just pass that categories which going to be that category items type. And now in that ratio we need to submit the categories. Remember we are mapping something where we should be able to find the categories, so we have that command here. So that's the no framework found, so that's the one is just happening here. That's the one which we are passing right here, or we can say no categories found. So the message can be something like a typical error. We need to get the categories right here. So after the common group, as we are searching here the categories, so here it should be the initial value something like that. You see that if you just type, if nothing match, only then that error will come. But right now nothing is matching, so the error is just injecting by default. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove that. Okay, so list empty, it gonna render. So here I'm gonna pass a common group. So within that common group I'm gonna just make my categories. So categories dot, let's say, map on it, and after that map I'm gonna pass everything as a category, which by default is string value. Remember we just generate that one, and after that I will pass a comment item. Comment not input, should be item. Okay, so in the comment item, let's say I'm gonna pass the link here, so which will be rendering our product value here. So first of all I'm gonna pass everything as a category, and for the link I'm gonna passing an href value, and in that href I'm gonna just pass the value as the category, right? Okay, that's I think for the href, no, for the href it should be passing that our category page, and on that particular instances we'll pass that category along with it. And as we map through it, we also need to provide that a key which individually we can pass the category. And if you see that it can be a multiple category can become a norm, you can just take the index parameter and then pass the index as a key. So now if we see here, we should be able to see something, as you see, but the text is not that good, but we're gonna make it looks better. So let's put a class name, text should be white text, so we should be able to see. Okay, cool. Now we are having the category. If we type something, only then it just passing that no categories is available. So this design should be something like that, which is not yet done. Now we should I think height. Yeah, so what we need to do is here we will pass some of the class name on this proportion and also one icon. I think the check icon is not required, because if we just go here, if we click, we are not looking at, yeah, I think it's better to provide, okay, so that it will be valued as the checked item. Okay, so after finishing passing that category, beside of the category we will pass one check icon, so the check, and in the check we're gonna pass the class name. On the class name it will be the cn available here, and then we're gonna pass the typical proportion here, which going to be, let's say, first of all, margin left will be auto. That's the one condition here. Then if we have the value, we didn't set the value yet, so we'll come back to it later on. Okay, so we should be saying it right now. You see, it's just align all together. Now for the href parameter, let's put a class name. We will make a flex item center, justify between. I'm going to take a full width of that proportion. Padding x should be 2 and padding y should be 1. So the horizontal, vertical, and the horizontal gapping, it will be match. And then I'm going to make it a capitalized, so the first letter will be bigger, and font should be, let's say, medium. Okay, cool. I think kind of like similar here. Okay, yeah, that's similar. So yeah, not that much gap. If there is a gap, you can match with that, so no worries about it. Okay, right now we need to also set a certain point. We need to pass the value. So in the link property, not in the link properties, in the comment item properties, I'm going to pass the value. So the value should be the value of that category. Okay, so individual category, it's gonna take a site of the value, and then once we click that, like making a something on select properties, once we select, it should be matched with our categories properties. So we're gonna pass that current value. Okay, we're gonna take that current value, and then we're gonna bypass that. Let's say set value. I think did we check that? I think we need to open up one more condition here, which is going to be const. It should be value, set value should be use state, and by default it will be an empty string, so nothing is there as the set. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that set value. So the set value, we can just pass that value. So if the value is equal to the current value equal to the value, like if the same value we are clicking, it will be empty, otherwise we're gonna pass that current value. So we're gonna just inject the value each and every time, and after that also we're gonna make that set open should be false. So we're gonna close the menu after every time anyone just, you see, you come here, you click, and as you see, it gonna just rendering to there, and as you see that just it will be close. Now every time we see that our icon, which is not good, so we're gonna come back here, and on that proportion here we can just render something. We're gonna pass that. If we have the value is equal to, let's say, category, we can just simply we'll go with the opacity, right? I think that's a little bit of fun over here. So the opacity, it will be 100, otherwise the opacity, it will be 0, kind of like making it height. So whatever is ticked, if we see the furniture is ticked, so the furniture, it will be you will not see it here because it doesn't have any category page. Okay, right now I'm gonna just render one category page, so you will be level up that one, that something is happening. So let's say category, and after that category also that page should be rendering particularly according to the ID. So what I'm gonna do, in the category, opening another page, that ID, so it should be a dynamic page here, and on that dynamic page I'm gonna take that a page.tsx or a fce. Okay, so it should be category page, or you can say the single category, the way you like. Now if we just come back here and we click any of the furniture, we should be coming, you see now the furniture is ticked, so it's there but it's hide. So now we know every time we click, we can now select a particular category. Now we need to combine that one with a scenario. There's a lot of things need to be amplifying here, but no worries, we know what's happening and how we can just configure that, right? Okay, so right now what we can do more is that, as alongside we have the category proportion, I think that is serving the purpose. Now we need to go in the search value, right? So I'm gonna close that. So particular the typical search input, we have everything, but we doesn't have the product. So we need to set the product. If you clone properly, you should grab each and everything whatever is needing right here. So right now what you need to do is to grab the product. How you can do? Similar typical thing, use effect, and then we're gonna go with that value properties. So in the type effect, we will just make a manual function, should be get data, as we, because we cannot globally call that because it's use client, so we need to go through the use effect parameter. So should be a synchronous function because we will wait till the data coming from there. So here we're gonna pass that in point. In point is equal to, remember, so that in point it will be related, all the products should be coming from there, right? All the products we're gonna directly grab it and pass it there. Or actually we can also make the things in a different way, but I'll first go with that ratio to just at least we're gonna have some product, right? So let's say it should be try catch properties, and on the try catch we will just make some of so things const data is equal to await, should be fetch data, and from there we're gonna pass the endpoint, and we're gonna pass that set products, should be data dot, I think it will come as products. Okay, that one. And also in the error message we can just simply pass the error. So log, let's say, okay, it's not like that. Okay, I forgot to make it bigger. Console.error, and in the error we're gonna pass that error fetching data, and on the data premises we will just inject that simple error which we are just getting through it. So error. Now as we write the function, we need to also globally call that function, so we will just call it get data. Okay, so now if we just come back here, still because that's the data we collect, but we didn't make call on that data, we didn't filter on that data. So right now if we come and search something, I think there is a good way to do that. If we just go here in that, so get a single search product, so we can pass that value instead of fetching the data. Yeah, I think instead of going through here we can type something different. So right now as you see that phone, so that's the instances here, we can just call globally here so that it can match through the products, right? So right now if we come back here, instead of passing that indicator, yeah, we can pass that value, so that should be here, and you see that query parameter, that should be dynamic, right? So let's see, I will try something. Okay, I will try something on that because the production it was not done before, but I'm gonna do it here. So that one going to get the search query, right? So that's the search value which we are having here. So every time that search query, I think the search query is the query we have, so every time our search query is changed, it's gonna call our product, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna render my product here. So log should be products. Let's see how many products is coming here and how it gonna render. So I think that's I'm doing real time now because as it's not expected there. So right now it's nothing. If I type something, you see it's matched with that products. You're getting those dummy, so I'm gonna remove that dummy. Okay, so right now if we make that red, okay, that's red is coming, and all the red is available right now. Okay, it's not only the red but all the red whatever is coming here. If we say plastic, nothing here, nothing match. So if I say, let's say eyelash, okay, so I think that is okay, I think green, black, creases, yeah, it's not match actually. Okay, so right now as you see we are filtering through the products, but I think instead of filter product, instead of filtering that particular, I can directly inject the product. Okay, so that's the things you can really make things to done in a proper way. So I think instead of that properties, I can simply map through my products. Yeah, that's the simple way we can do it. Done. So now as you see we have two, I see green and black glasses, so it's related now what kind of product we can do, right? So if I make that bag, okay, you see, that's super cool. that's not here. You see here, it's just typically in that production here which we did, it's actually passing that filterable data value. So I think now you know. And instead of that, we can just pass that if the products.length is matched. So you have something new, and I think it's good. So you got something new. I think this use effect is not necessarily needing right now. I think, did we add anything here alongside that? No. Okay, cool. So we are having that data layer. Okay, cool. Now if we search something, let's say I'm searching mirror. Okay, now we have all the data layer, and if we type something blah blah blah, so now we are directly fetching data according to our dummy JSON API. I think that's super cool. That's marvelous. If we click, it's gonna take us, okay, not here. If we click here, it will take us to the single page. So this is the time we can combine that single page and make things right away. So let's go here, and I think that's going through in a product ratio. So here I'm gonna create another folder which will be products, and in that particular product we should be according to our slag, or according, especially we are rendering that with our ID. So according to the ID we should be having a page. So let's say ID, and here we're gonna have a page. Let's say page.tsx rfce should be single products. So now we will land to a page here. If I search, click, we should be having a page here. Yeah, single product page is rendering right now. So now if we are landing here in the single product page, we should be able to retrieve our params, the parameter which we are using right now. So how we can check that one? So there is a certain way you can do that. So first of all, I'm gonna make it a synchronous function. Okay, async, and there we will take the params, and directly we're gonna render the params from there. So on the param segment we have the params, and we need to pass the typo parameter. So be careful on you're typing those typo, because if you mismatch that one, because we need to set the promise. If you mismatch that, it will not, you should not be able to deploy that one later on in Vercel or Netlify. Now here in the params we will pass that ID, which going to be string. So we are just actually grabbing those ID from here, right? So that's the ID number 3 which we'll use. If we just make that log here, you should be able to see the not ID but see the params here. Okay, so if we go and check here, and you should be able to see one params, and we need to make an await call, because as we are waiting for promise, as you see we're having that ID which is number 3. If you just make that ID, you should that's my bad, because we need to combine that. So as is an object, ID is equal to await params. So now if we just pass that ID value here, we should be able to just grab the ID, and you see the number 3 is ID right here. So now according to that ID we should be able to grab the products. And how we can do that? First of all, we will pass one value. If we are coming on that single page without any ID, this for the type check value, you know, that could be a good if you are not passing that problem at all. So now here we're gonna also combine a container where we're gonna pass the message. It should be container, and here we're gonna pass a p tag which will say no product. Let's say no product ID provided. Now here we are coming here with the ID. So if we just remove the null check, you can just combine the design how it will look alike. That's actually, you don't need to worry about it. Normally it will not happen, just for your safety, that if it's happening at least you have something to say. So class name text should be center, and text should be, let's say, rate of 500. So something this similar it will be provided. That no product ID provided means there is nothing to be seen. So I'll just compare that null check to be implemented again. Now here we will pass try catch. Why we are doing that? As you see, we are going to fetch the product in server side in real time. We will not wait to combine it for in the client side authentication, because as you see also we need to introduce one more parameter which is called the loader. So every time once we are trying to fetch a product, that instance of the loading time, we need to combine the loader in server side. So the response it should be is equal to await. We will await for that, and already is in asynchronous way we combine that, so we can use the await perfectly. So await and then fetch. Now here we're gonna fetch directly there. Okay, we will not call that function or others. We will just fetch directly https, and that should be, let's say, dummyjson.com/products, and here according to the ID we can just grab the product. And if you just go on their documentation, you will see that get a single product, how it gonna happen. You see, products then one, so you can just simply copy that if you wanted to. I did it because I know it will work like that way. And in the catch, if we are able to just okay, in the catch, I think in the catch, I think I'm gonna render this div in the catch. I think instead of writing that, passing that value here, and if we have like, if the response is not okay, then we're gonna throw an error. Should be throw new error, and on that error we're gonna pass a message, fail to fetch product data. That's it. And then we're gonna pass that if the response is coming from there, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that const product it should be is equal to await response.json. So whatever coming from the product data, it gonna pass from here, and here we're gonna render that our single product data. And if you're passing any error, we're gonna pass the render side in the like we're gonna make that console.error, and on the error we're gonna pass that again the same message. I think we can pass that error fetching product. Now we can pass the error, and then also we can return something here, and on that return value we can pass the container again, and here the same thing, or you can just pass that fail to load the product, please try again. And the same thing, it should be class name py should be 10, and here we will pass the same clerical message, class name text should be center, and text should be, let's say, rate of 500. So now we are having the product. So as we are having the product, we can just go with that our container, and now we should be rendering our product data here. And for that, let's put a class name padding y should be 10, just to give a space here. So as we know right now that we'll be seeing the product, so you can directly render that product here, but what I really love most to create a separate component for it, because that's where we will, this one I want to make it a clean one. So product product.tsx rfce. So I'll just create another functional component where I will be able to render my all the products data. So instead just making that messy around here, as you see the three concern is here, like three logic I put it here. So I want to make it as simple and as configurable it is. So single product, and I think I need to import that. Okay, okay, because that's the same name I made that. Okay, so for this one we can just make that single product page. I think that will be good. So let's say single product page. Okay, so I'll just rename that one. In that way it will not freak out, and I should be able to implement that, right? So I'm having my single product here. So from there I will pass the product, and I will just pass the same product which we are getting from the API. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna render the product. It should be the product, and it should be equal to the product should be our that product type which we are having available in here. So it's the same product type is going to be rendered. Okay, so right now there is some more logic here, and how we're gonna render. As you see, if we go in a single product, so loading we're gonna bring it later. I want to go in a multiple image section. This one is have a multiple image, right? So right now there is three images in a row, so it's an array. If I click the second, if I click the third, so that's the rendering proportion we want to generate, right? And by the way, this is not server side, this is happening on the client side because we are clicking on the particular scenario. And now, as you remember, our entire product page is still in a server side, so we need to configure how we're gonna render those things. First of all, we will make two separate scenario. One, it will be like say grid, and grid columns by default 1, MD grid columns should be 2, and also I'm putting a gap of 10, so we're gonna render two separate div here, so div into 2. Now one, it will be our, let's say it will be images, and another it will be, let's say, details. So both should be together right now, but later on we're gonna combine to make it looks better. So first of all, we're gonna render another, we're gonna create one more component which will be, let's say, our product image, right? .tsx. So there we're gonna render our product image. So let's come back here, and instead of this one, I think no need that particular div, we'll just render our product image here, product image, and we're gonna pass the images, right? Or particularly you can pass the product, or you can pass the product image, is up to you, right? Remember, we just need to have the images, we are no longer needing that product, right? So we can just simply call that as images, and from there we can pass the images data, but we need to go the typo, so I don't want to, because as I'm having that product, so I'm gonna just simply pass the product. It's up to you, but if you take the image, I think that's enough to go with that. So let's go and bring the product, and it should be product, and I'll not go with the typo, expertise or others. So right now in that product image segment, this one we need to make it a use client flag. Why? Because as you see, we will pass one variable which will be image URL and set img URL, and by default we will set one statement which will be, let's say, the first one, it should be a product dot images, the empty value, right, the first index. And as we're using this state is working as an hook, we cannot use that as a server side anymore. We need to make this our entire component is a client side. Now as you see, my page is server, my single product is server, but only while I am having that client side interactivity, I'm making it use client. So that's settled, right? Now here what I need to do first is that I will also generate two div, right? Two div. Okay, div into 2. The first one, it will be the main, not the main image, but the side image. So first one I will render here, it will be our image. So that will be like say sidebar, a side image, and here I'm gonna render the main image, right? So two separate notion. So let's go in that div. It should be flex and flex start. Okay, flex flex y it's coming flex oh, not flex start, items start. Okay, now this two ratio gonna come. So first I'm gonna render the main image so that you can see the changes. So should be that one if that image URL is available, because it will take a time to set the image, only then we're gonna render our image proportion. So image, and here we're gonna, the source should be image URL, and then also we're gonna put that weight of 500 by 500, height it will be 500, and let's say in all tag should be main image, and then put a class name. It will gonna take the full weight, height it gonna take full height, and object should be contain. Now if I hit save, we should be see one image here, which is kind of good. So now here we're gonna put that ratio, put a class name. BJ should be gray of 100, that's the background we're gonna keep. Rounded MD, margin left should be, let's say 5, so it will have a distance from there. And after that it will gonna take a full width, and max height we're gonna give a max height which should be maximum 550 pixel, 550 pixel. So that's the maximum height it can go, but minimum it ups to the image ratio. So now I have this portion here. Now here it gonna provide that other properties. So let's say product.images dot map. Okay, dot let's say dot map, and from there I'm gonna take the item, I'm gonna take the index, because it could be that multiple array, not multiple array, like a multiple link could be the same image. So here I'm gonna render another image, and this time this image going to take the source as the item, whatever the item is available here. The key value also I need to provide, key should be the index key, and this one I'm gonna take a width of 200 by 200, I'm gonna capture it, so 200, and alter tag should be let's say sub image, and then I want to make it also as a parity while it's loading, and this one also I will make it as parity. So every time once the image is available, it's gonna render first. So I will just go in some of the pages while we have multiple images like that. So now here also we need to obtain some of the class name to make it something the way we are preferring. So in the class name I'm gonna use the backtick, so width should be let's say 24, and height should be 24. That 200 by 200, it should be the image ratio the way we want to grab it, and object should be contained, so looks better. And then I'm gonna make it a cursor pointer, because we're gonna click on it. Opacity should be 80, and hover opacity should be 100, and I'm gonna pass the duration of 200. So now this opacity on the hover, we're just getting a maxima to make it looks in a perfect way to shape it properly. And anyway, I think instead of passing this one, we can pass the simple our hover effects. Okay, so now we are having that hover. Okay, so also what we're gonna do is that we're gonna pass a border, and the border should be gray of 200 and margin bottom of 1, so it will be stretched from one to other. You can make it rounded, MD is up to you. Now here is the catch. If the image URL is equal to the item, so means with the link, only then we're gonna make that our border should be gray of 500, and also rounded should be SM, and also the opacity should be 100. So we know which image is just here. If we click here, as you see, we need to now set on that. How we can set that? It's pretty simple. I think we just need to make an on-click event here. An on-click event, we're gonna just pass that set image URL should be our item. That's it, done. So if we just click on that particular one, as you see, that's settled. Now you can also use so many animation here just to showcase the image. Like we can just go through it a simple animation. I think we have the motion. If we go in the package, we have the framer motion. I believe we are using that. Yeah, we have the motion. So now we can do here, let's say import motion from motion / react. Now here what we're gonna do as the main image here, we're gonna just render on that. So this one, that div, so let's say we're gonna pass that motion.div. Okay, so we're gonna pass that one initial value. The initial, the opacity should be 0. So now once we animate on that, we're gonna pass that opacity as 1, and then we're gonna pass that like say transition. And here we're gonna pass the duration of let's say 0.5. Okay, if we click no, it's coming at a time I think 3. Okay, now there is a catch which you need to solve it. I'm gonna let you know how you can do that. So if we click the first time it's happening, but if you click the second time, as you see, it's not working. So that's your big point, how you can conserve and resolve it at the second time. This is right here. This is right here, because that's the motion is rendering, but this not actual the image. So this up to you how you can render. So if you are not like, if you cannot do that, let me know in the comments, because you know there is a lot of things nowadays, ChatGPT, DeepSeek. So you can either go and seek one of that AI, and it will just pass you the details. But it's up to you. Let me know if you can do that. So now we are having that our product structure done in the single product ratio. So the next div where we will work the other parameter, here I'm gonna pass one h2 tag which gonna say my product, let's say product dot title. so you should be having the name property here, you see. Okay, so for this name we're gonna make that class name, which is going to be text should be 3XL, font should be, let's say, bold. Done. So it will be bigger, and you can make also tracking wide, and it's up to you how you want to make the design more perfect, more accurate. It's just up to you. Now on the div, we're gonna make that price tag. Did we create that? No, we didn't create that, because what it's gonna render here, as you see, the price tag ratio, if we click, it's gonna render that. But in that price tag also we're gonna do so many things which will be responsible to be aligned. So now I'm gonna take another component here. So another component should be price tag.tsx rfce. So the price tag, it will be right there. Okay, so in the price tag it will be taking some multiple value parameter, like the regular. We can directly pass that entire product, but I think right now it's enough to go in that. I'm just gonna pass that regular price, which going to be that product dot price, and that product dot price should be is equal to, like, say, let's say product dot discount percentage, and that should be divided by 100. Not this, but this. So that should be the regular price here, and after that also should be discounted price, which is going to be simply that product dot price. I think that's the discounted price. I think, yeah, no need to minus, but this will be the discounted price. So let's go back in the like our price tag segment here. So here I'm gonna pass that interface value. Interface, it will be our props, should be, let's say, regular price, which going to be, if it's available, it should be a number value, number properties, and discounted price, which also going to be a number properties. And by default parameter, I'm also going to take the class name, which going to be just a string. So right now we can destructure here, just passing that props value. So should be regular price, discounted price, class name. That's it. So now we have 3 actual value. So what we can do, we can just pass that price formats, and we can pass that our, let's say, this actually it's up to you how you can combine. We can also pass that here, right? So the amount should be regular price. I'm just doing that at some certain point we can use that one, right? We can reuse that one. So that's what I'm planning here to do that. So, or it can be undefined. That's the one is asking. No, what's wrong here? So the amount, let's see, I think the price tag, it will be a while to create that. I think instead of because instead of dealing that one, I think it's better to let's combine or recirculate here. I think that's not that much painful here, because see, we are creating the price tag, but for what? That's really annoying. What we can do, we can just simply pass from here also if we want, but yeah, I think price format, yeah, here we're gonna price that amount, which should be we can go with a certain amount, which is going to be, let's say, product.price. Okay, I'm just getting one amount here, so it should be like this 18.99. If we go back here, we will just go with another. You see the 19.99, the subtotal here, it's a 9.99, right? So that's the one amount is available, so that's the one is here. And we can do one more properties is that, so that's the one value where we are. Yeah, so I'll copy that and I paste. So you should be having 2 separate value, right? The first one should be the discount altogether, so it should be, let's say, product dot what's wrong here, product dot discount percentage divide 100. So that's the second one we should get. Yeah, that's with the discounted value. So now this one having a certain kind of class name, and the other one we should have also certain kind of class name available. So the first one, what I'm gonna do, it should be line through, and also text should be gray of 500, and then font should be the medium font. So it should be something similar like that, you see. Okay, quite good. And the second one also, I'm gonna jumping on some class name. Font should be, let's say, bold, and text should be sky text. Did we have that? No, I think we missed that class name. So I think we missed out that. So what kind of tag we are providing here? Okay, this just a dark text. So text should be Amazon blue. Okay, cool. So now we are having that, and also from the div instances, as we are having that, class name should be flex, item center, gap should be 2. So now we can just possibly passing that variation how we want, and also we can make that a global signature here. Let's say text should be Excel. I want to make it looks bigger. Is it taking? No, it's not taking, because it need to combine here. Otherwise it will not take, it will not buy that. Text should be Excel. Now you're gonna have it. So now we are having that actual ratio value. Now there is a certain segment you can combine here, which is that specific is that once we click, you can update the price. You can see it here, the subtotal. You can just pass it here. You know how to do it, so you know you can make it that happen. So okay, and after these instances, we need to render some more proportion here, so which should be aligned with that particular div. So I'm gonna just click that. I'm gonna render one more div here. So that is the first one. The second one, it should be generating one array. So that's the div, and here I'm gonna take another div. Then I'm gonna create a dummy array. So array dot if the array should be from coming that array, I'm gonna pass the length, which is going to be array of 5, and then I'm gonna map through it, and on that properties I'm gonna pass underscore and take the value as index, and from there let's say I'm gonna render some properties. I'm gonna return one MD star icon, star. Okay, so right now also I need to pass the key, otherwise it will start crying. That key, I think, okay, no, I'm not mapping it. So the we can pass the key as index. Okay, so now we are having that similar star here. So now we need to also color the star. So we will just make some dummy properties, because this product has a particular rating. So this field property should be, let's say, index plus 1, and if it's just, we're gonna make that bigger equal to, and we're gonna go with that math calculation. So math dot floor, and that should be product dot rating. So if it's like going through on that, then it's gonna pass the rating. So it will be half, like half filled. One it would be filled, one it will be half filled. The filled one, it will be like how many ratings you have, 2.6, so it will be 3 ratings, is something like that. So now here, if index is like plus equal 1, so if it's a plus 1, only then it gonna just and then it will be that math dot flow, and we're gonna pass with that our product dot rating. Only then it gonna pass the value, which will be index is math dot sale, and then we're gonna pass our product dot rating. So now we have 2 icon properties, one is filled, one is non-filled. So now here, first of all, I'm gonna make that one like say it will be text should be base, and text should be light text, and a flex item center. So it should be aligned all together, as you see. Okay, right, yeah, align all together. And also for these instances, I think I took one more, so that should not be requiring here. And also this one, put a class name flex item center, justify between, so it will be stretch all together side by side. Okay, like that. So now here there is one certain point we need to combine those properties here. Let's put a class name, and I'm gonna go with the cn property value, and in the cn not in the cn, I can go with that backtick here. So here I'm gonna pass the combination. If it's filled, only then the text should be Amazon, let's say Amazon dark orange, Amazon orange or dark orange, and that's the one property value is there. Otherwise it should be that half fill value, and if half fill value is available, then it should be text should be Amazon yellow dark, and otherwise it should be, let's say okay, not like that. I think where I missed that. Okay, I think I missed it here. That should be concat here. That should be text, light text. Okay, so now we should be able to see the fill text properties. You see there's a 5 rating here. How many ratings we have so far? If we go on this particular, okay, you see the 4-star, so 4 rating. Now you can console.log and to see the other properties instances, so it's up to you how you're gonna render. Now this one, put a class name. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a space y, which should be, let's say 4, so it's gonna provide a vertical 4 parameter gap. Okay, so now this 2.08 reviews, I think I removed that. Now I'm gonna needing it. So first of all, this is the array, this is the actual value which is generating the array. Then I'm gonna take another div, and after the div I'm gonna take a p tag, and on that p tag it gonna passing my ratings, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cultivate a JavaScript formula here with a backtick, and that one first I'm gonna putting the value over here, and that should be providing that product dot rating dot to fixed. I'm gonna fixed on the value, and that fixed going to be 1, and from there it should be just passing that reviews. So I know how many reviews it gonna calculate. So that's the one. You see 3.9 reviews, so actually almost 4 is right there. Put a class name, text should be base, font should be semi-bold. So that's something like this. Now over here at this layer, put a class name flex item center gap 1. Because of that kind of scenario which is creating so on and on, I was trying to keep that in a separate structure. It's up to you how you can feel it looks better or perfect. Now here if we just go okay, yeah, so now that's the one parameter. Okay, that's cool, so we did it. Now after that we need to also pass certain kind of things. After that div we should be having another p tag, and here it should be for reg I. Okay, that's the icon, and it gonna passing here that this is span tag 250 plus, and let's say no, this span tag first, so should be first of all no, I think we're gonna render another span tag 250 plus, then another span tag within it. Peoples are viewing this right now. That's a dummy text, but you know it can really make a good proportion here if you can combine it all together. With a class name flex item center, I think it will just combine it all in this scenario as you see. So that's the one same proportion we're gonna create. So right now from the reg I, put a class name mr1, so margin right it will be stretched a bit altogether beyond that focus ratio. And for that span and others, let's say put a class name font should be semi-bold and mr1. I think this one is required. Nope, I think I am missing something which is not so cool. Is it like that? I just want this should be done, so means I can just simply, I think no needing to re-enter that proportion. Yeah, I think that's enough. 250 plus, yeah, okay. You can also make that one, I think, the bigger one, so it should be a little bit fine proportion. PEOPLES. Okay, so now after that p tag, we're gonna render like you are saving, and then we're gonna pass in span tag. We need to showcase how much amount they're gonna save, and here it should be upon purchase, right? So in this proportion here, instead of p tag, I think no need this span tag, because you know we're gonna render something like a price format, so we know that's by itself as a span tag. So the amount, it should be, let's say, product. Okay, what's wrong here? Dot this. Okay, I think product dot discount percentage, not dimension, discount percentage divided by 100. So that's the value is coming here. So 0.02%. I think that's not the actual property here. We can pass something dynamic here if we want. I think that's the things we can do. And okay, I'm gonna take it within a span tag, because you see the error is coming here because it's not properly aligned all together, so better to have that. Okay, what's wrong? That's the p tag. Why is providing me the error? If I remove from here, am I getting that? Let's see. No, so means the error is only coming from this proportion. Okay, so now we can do again. Let's say you are saving. We can pass this span and then price formats. Here we can just pass that amount, product dot, let's say I'm gonna just pass that price right now. Let's see. Okay, hydration, it cannot be this. Okay, this price format, what is that? It's a p tag, that's why. So I'm gonna make it a span tag. That's it, the problem is done. If I make it a span tag, it will be particularly done, and that's been so far. So here it should be upon purchase. So now we need to pass that actually how much amount they're gonna save in between upon purchase. Now here, as you see, from 8.9 and just nearly 2, right? So should be product dot discount percentage divide by 100. So now we should get the value how much they are actually getting discounted. So let's go and a bigger one. There's a 19.9 discount available. Let's go back there. Okay, so yeah, 1.19. Okay, now if we just go and look alike, and here we can just define that class name. That should be I think the tag should be base. I think now as we settle down, we don't need that span, because before it was not settled down. That's why, hence we are needing that span tag, because as now it's itself a span tag, so span tag is not mandatory anymore. So now what we can do, we can simply pass some class name here, which is going to be, let's say, text is base and font should be semi bold and text should be green of 500. So we should just highlight what kind of things or supportive they are getting. So should be green, not gray. Okay, cool. And after that, we should be having two separate proportion. I'm gonna just grab it here because it's pretty simple text here. Okay, I think I didn't copy that properly. So there are two is that, one is that product description, one is that warranty information. That's all are coming all together. You see that product description and warranty. That's something kind of like, so it's just you can highlight that one if you want. I'm just gonna keep it separate. And also there will be something called brand and category. So that would be simple, that brand, product.brand, and category also coming from that product.category. And we are just using that span tag to make and things to put it in a very good motion. And after that, we also generating the text property. Remember, this entire text segment we are also rendering. So I'm going to show you how you can do that. So in a p tag, I'm going to just passing the text. Then we are having our products tag. So should be product.text, which is coming typically as a string property. So there within an array, all are string, so item and passing that index. And from there, we can just simply render an span tag. Not like that, span tag. And in this span tag, first of all, I'm gonna passing that our item, and also gonna pass that key, which going to be index. Okay, so first let's see. Okay, what's wrong here in the tags? Did we miss something? Div column. Okay, I think I by mistakenly I was deleting one of the div here. I think so. That's what's happening. No, everything was fine. Yeah, everything was fine. So after that p tag, gonna another p tag which going to passing that as text, and then I'm rendering that, right? So product dot text dot map, which going to be item, and then I'm gonna taking that index, and from there I'm rendering one span tag. I think now it gonna work. So item, and for the key I'm gonna pass that my index value. So now we should be able to see some text property which is not looks so good, but we're gonna make it look. See, the beauty and lipstick is available here. So for the text and for the span key parameter, let's say class name, and that font should be medium, and I'm gonna make it a capitalize. Done. So should be all together, and there is a comma separator here which is just coming here. I'm gonna take, if there is an index is smaller than a product dot length, not that one, not the product dot text dot length is -1, and I'm gonna just make an comma separator. And it's a simple conclusion here. What I'm doing here is simply is that if like I have like if 2 1 is here, it's 0 1. So what I'm doing here for the last one, I'm not, is it the -1 for the last one? If it's not -1, or like if it's only if it's -1, like I have a length of, like I have a 5 item in the array, so the array length is 5, right? So I'm gonna just minusing one value. So from the length, if it's -1 means like the 4 until 4, I'm adding the comma. After 4, I'm not adding the comma. This is just a comma separator or segment in that way. Now what I need to do is that after this p tag, I'm gonna add my add to cart button, and in the button I'm gonna pass that product, which is going to be my product. So I'm gonna have my add to cart button right here. You see it's added, so I'm gonna get it right now. And also I'm gonna put a class name here which is going to be rounded md, rounded md, and then I'm gonna make it an uppercase. Font should be semi-bold. Right now, as you see, we see the subtotal which we are not willing to see right now. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, show subtotal here, it should be false. Here I don't want to see the subtotal, right? So now if we go here, if I just come up in some of the things which is not added in the cart, like this one, okay, whoa, what's happening? See the image? Oh my god, it looks terrible. So let's say product image. We need to figure out what's happening here, why it's just passing out of the line. Now here, if we go back and remove that motion div, I think that could be causing the error, maybe. No, I should not make that error. Height full, that's the max height. Instead of max height, if I put height 500, no, it's not taking. See, okay, it's taking all together. Let's say height 96. Okay, okay, we need to combine here the max height also like 550 pixel. Okay, we also need to manually inject this here, so now it will know that is max height. So now if we add, you see, you can adjust that price ratio if you want, so that's up to you. I'm not gonna adjusting right now, but if you want to adjust you can, and if you cannot do it, let me know in the comments. Now this is the actual things which going to be. Now these strings need to be aligned here, so after that add to cart button we should be passing another div here. We need to pass that our image, and on that image in the source we should be passing that our payment image, and that class name should be, which should be auto, and object should be cover, and the alter tag should be payment image. That's it. So we should see something right here, the image, and after that payment image a p tag should be guaranteed, safe and secure checkout. That's it. And for this one we're gonna make this class name font should be semi-bold, and this div itself for the class name bg should be, let's say, f7 f7 f7. We need to add that hash, and I'm gonna make a padding should be 5, and after that let's say rounded md, flex column proportion, item center, justify center, I'm gonna put a gap of 2, so should be similar of this notion, you see. Okay, cool. Now after, also we need to pass some of that review segment, and that review segment actually just passing through some of the tag and reviews conclusion. So as you see, after this div itself, the one is that the after the last div we are just going to pass that products reviews, we are mapping through it, we're passing everything as the item, so you should be able to see that review. Now what we're doing, we have the review segment here, and from there I'm gonna just wrapping with the class name, we are passing that comment, then the reviewer name, that reviewer email, and I think this one we are just not using anything, any class name, then we're just mapping through, and that item like the star is the same thing which we are dealing and doing, so it's just the same conclusion. You can also create it a similar way. So now that's the pretty much here to combine all together in our single product page. Now there's a lot of things you can do it here. So one thing you need to combine is there to adding the loader, right? So the loading instances, how it gonna look like. So as you see, if we just concat all, if you go in our app and in the product, in that, I think not in ID but in the product, I'm gonna add a loading instances. This is a simple component which we are doing. It's just going through a main, is passing that, like creating a simple segment. It's just a stylish sheet over here. Like if we go at the back and if we click, now you see it's loading. Now what actually is doing, you see the left side is just concat with two separate side, with the left and the right and left is giving a provide a max width of 6 axle, mx auto, and margin top and padding 4. Now in the div ratio, if we just go over here, you can see the same segment of parameter. Let's see. So that's the one. So first one we are passing that square and bg gray of 300, then it's just making the pulse animation, and now having the right side is coming also with the button properties at the top, add to cart button. So this just a simple loading. I'm gonna just go through a little bit slower. You can pause the video and just combine and type that. So the easy way is to do that is just to go and create a notion loader, then you can just unmount it and you can see how the things is happening. So that's the things what it gonna do. If we go, it just showing me the loader. So I think that's the simple proportion to go and align with that. So now we can go to our the next segment. Now we will build our category page. So like if we click, and as you see, we are landing in a certain category page, but it will be similar like this. If we click any of the category, in the left side there will be that category menu, which is just a heading over here. Then if you click, like, every time the category will change, and it will fetch that all the other of these categories product right here, and you can visualize it. And after that is another portion is that we're gonna also have to go through our all product segment, where we can just go through the category. We can also go with the range, price range, and others. So now, first of all, to start with the category page, as you see, we have on the category screen right here. Now what I'm gonna do in this particular screen, the category, it will be rendered one at a time, right? As you remember here, that category list is just coming right here, so we have already, so this list, it will be static, like we're gonna fetch one time, only this product's gonna be changed. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna call our category list in our server side component here, so in the page. So let's in here, remember, if we just go back to our page right here in the product, the way we grab the ID, it will be something similar. So I'm going to just copy from here, and then I'm going to paste it here. So the same thing, it will render, and it's going to just pass the categories within the parameter. Now, of course, we need to have that endpoint, and we already used that endpoint somewhere. So it will be something like that a dummy JSON /products/category -list. So that will be that one. So now what we're gonna do, const categories is equal to should be await. We're gonna call our function, which is the fetch data, and then we're gonna pass our endpoint, and just like that we can just grab our category. And also we can pass our ID, we can destructure it, should be await, and just pass from the params. So now we have two parameter, one is category and one is ID. If we just open my console here within the Control J, and then you're gonna just make that log over here. You can either go with the ID, so you will see that ID popping up. You see the furniture, that's the ID. That's the same thing is happening as furniture right here. And beside that, if we just go off our categories, we will be able to see all the categories data right here. So as we are having this portion, what I'm gonna do, because now here this page, I'm gonna keep it server side, so every time my category is preloaded, I no need to load certain kind of things. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass my container here. So let's just get the container and put a class name, padding wise should be 10. Okay, done. I think there is a typo mistake, container TAI. Okay. And instead of this category page, I'm gonna just take another component here, which it will be going through the name of that category, products.tsx rafce. I think again I made a typo mistake, so make rename, should be category products. Done. Okay, I'm gonna remove all rafce. So now we're gonna have our categories. So here, instead of this one, let's just call our category product. So category products, and here we're gonna pass two fundamental things which we are recording. So the categories, it should be taking our categories, and also the ID, it will grab our ID. So what is gonna happen with these categories and with this underlying ID, we should be able to do all of the things in our next page right here. So here we're gonna take two parameters. First, I'm gonna take that interface. So interface, and it will go through the props, and in the props, the categories should be the, I think it will be that array of a string value so far, and also the ID, which going to be as a string value, right? And whenever you are typing or copying pasting, try to follow up whatever I'm doing, every single step, because whenever you're going to deploy that version, it will be you will get some error if you're not following properly, like especially the props, and especially to getting the params, you need to follow the sequence which I am providing here right now. So now I have two properties, so and I can fetch from the props, and that should be like say categories and ID. Okay, so now we should have two fundamental parameter where we're gonna showcase one of the categories and another parameters which will showcase our products. So this where we need to combine this all together. So in that consequences, you're gonna set up these properties align. So first it's gonna go render these properties. So first of all, we will go and set some of the values, right? So first instances, I'm gonna make it as a use client flag because I need to use some of the state here, and that so should be, let's say first you're gonna take the current categories. So category, category and set, let's say current category. And first of all, we're gonna just render whatever the use state the ID is providing, right? So use state, we're gonna pass that ID because within the ID it's coming the category. So that category, it will be a highlighted. As you see, we're having the groceries, so the groceries is highlighted. So that's the one we are going to render, right? So first of all, to go align with that, so as we're setting our category. And by the way, there is one tiny little things which you can make you work out. As you see, once we click here, we are changing the furniture. But if you want to change that one, you need to render entire products, entire things. So it's up to you. Or you want to go and take a reload, or you want to show just go with some other issues or other fundamental scenario. Let me know in the comments which one you prefer. Are you going to reload, or without reload just replacing? That is up to you. Whatever you feel free, you can try it yourself. If you cannot try, let me know in the comments. I'll do it for you, no worries. So okay, so as you're having there, we have our current categories. Also we need to fetch the products, so should be product set products, and we're gonna pass that our use state again. And this use state, it will be an empty array because now we're gonna fetch the products in our client side. And also we're gonna having our loading state, and that set loading state should be by default, we're gonna make it as a false value, right? So first, there is a bunch of things which we need to configure. If we create the title, I think we didn't create the title. So first, I think we can create a title component here where we can render our title things. So title.tsx rfce. So in the title, we will take two separate things which are going to render like a props. We're gonna pass the children, and also we're gonna take the class name by which we can just style a bit on that. So everything, whatever the coming as the props, let's see, it will be the children, it will be the class name. Now instead of that particular div here for the title, we're gonna take that only on one h2, and on that particular h2 we're gonna pass the entire children. Whatever we are passing, it will just replace here. So we can pass like a text, we can pass the icon, we can pass a lot of things we can just implement here. So in the class name, I will go first with the cn, and then we're gonna say first of all, text should be based, the default text, font should be semi-bold, and text I'm gonna make it white. That's the default, right? And why? Actually, I think as we mentioned default white, because you see everywhere we can use, so it can go with that. I think right now we'll not go with the white, we will go with that instances. We can go with Amazon blue, which we have. So Amazon blue. Okay, so that's the text, it will be default one. Then we'll just pass our class name parameter, so we can now inject whatever the class name we want to implement here in a very easy way. So let's just import that title, and after importing, I will just pass that message that products by, let's say, category and products. Okay, products by, and after that we will pass an span tag here. On that span tag, we will pass our current category. So within that instances, we will know which categories we are visualizing here so far. So it will be something like that. No worries, we're gonna just make the design to pouring this right now. So class name, I'm gonna make that one text should be Excel, and I think the Excel, it will fundamentally do the right things for this. And for this one, font should be bold, and text should be, let's say, green of 600. And I'm gonna make it a capitalized because the category is coming as a lowercase segment. And then I'm gonna make it a tracking should be white. Tracking white. Done. So now as you see, we have that product category, and by so far it's not taking. Okay, what's wrong? It should take. Okay, I'll make a reload. Maybe it's something, yeah, it's just having some issue here. So for there also I'm gonna use a clone here so that it can just make these things in a proper way. Okay, done. And after that instances, we need to now render our div, right? Where we will showcase the product layer and other things. So first it will be another div. And before going there, we need to call our products. And to get the products, it's very simple. We will just use that use effect hook. So use effect, and we're gonna also use a fallback array. Now what we're gonna do here, we will make an endpoint, right? So the endpoint, it should be a simple endpoint, because what we're gonna do as you're having that list, it will just a simple interpolation that https://json.com/products and /category, and after that we are passing our current category. So whenever we are changing the category, it will just throw the segment, it will just fundamentally align with that, and it's gonna fetch that particular products for that individual category. So that's what we are doing. And so we have an endpoint. Now I'm gonna make that set loading as true initially, right? And I'm gonna make a try catch value, and in the catch value, once we run on that final segment, like after running everything, I'm gonna just make that set loading as false, right? And for the catch value, I'm gonna make a simple procedure. I'm gonna pass a console.error, and we're gonna write that error fetching, let's say, products, and we will just go through the error, whatever error we are facing. Now let's say const data is equal to awaits, and that should be that fetch data. We will just I think yeah, there is a slight mistake. What is that? This entire things, that endpoint and other parameter, so all the try catch block parameter, it will be within a function. So should be get data, because we need to make an asynchronous way, so we cannot do it initially within that directly on that parameter here. So we need to make a reasonable block here, which can be go with that our assign and await should be providing here. So await, and that should be calling that our fetch data, and here we're gonna pass our endpoint. And after that, let's say set products, and of course you can make console log to get the things which we are receiving. So should be products. And the dependency here, every time the ID is changed, every time our current category is changed, that should call individually, right? And as so far we need to call the function, otherwise it will not work. So without calling that us, not fetch data, should be get data. Okay, get data. So now what it gonna do, it gonna actually render the product. Is a pretty much a not so much like a predefined way. As you see, it's pretty simple function. We were calling the endpoint where dynamically we are passing that current category. Every time current category, every time ID both change, it will call the function, and we are passing that set loading true. After running function, it will just make that set loading false. So right now we can just be able to forecast our product data here. So first of all, to go with that, we're gonna first showcase two separate things. One will be our category, so it will be div into two, right? Div into two. One, it will be our categories, and another one, it will be our products, right? So we need to align this two particularly all together. Okay, you can console log the product and you will see that's just rendering right away. So for the categories, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take like a pretty synchronized way. Now this one should be the products here. We're going to map through the categories, right? So let's put the JavaScript template, and we're going to make that map on there, and every single thing we're going to take as a category, and from there we're going to return a simple button here. So we're going to return a button, and that button going to replace with the category. Okay, so that should be category, and also for the key, as the every category should be different, so we can pass the key as category. And if you're having an error, like a fundamental reasoning that cannot be same, if there is a minor like the same thing can be append here, just take the index. That's a pretty much simple solution for it. For these purposes, let's say padding y should be 5, make a flex row should be there, and no need to make that flex row. Flex is the flex row. Item start, and I'm gonna put a gap of 5. That's it. So you're gonna have two things side by side, but this one is not look so nice, but no worries, we'll arrange that. For this div here, we're going to make a flex and flex column properties, so it will be side by side, and also MD mean width. I'm going to provide a 40, so the minimum of 40 weight it will take. I'm going to pass a border, and border should be Amazon blue of, let's say, 50% opacity. So that things, it will be kind of like that. And for the button properties, because that's need to be aligned also, and for the button, we'll go with the backtick properties, and BJ should be transparent, so there will be no background, and a border should be 0. And then I'm going to make the rounded should be none, and shadow should be none, and I'm going to make it a capitalized, so it should be showing in a capital letter first. Text should be Amazon blue, and that will be go with a 70% opacity. And after that, whenever we hover, text should be Amazon blue. Yeah, I will go with a 10% opacity, and hover, text should be white. I think once we hover, let's see. Okay, I think I may have done some mistake here. So on text Amazon blue, so hover, I think this one is may not require. That's the okay. Hover text white. Hover. Okay, hover. I think we can make the background color. BJ should be Amazon blue, full blue here, and hover text should be white, and font should be semi bold. And I'm gonna pass that hover effect to just showcase the effect here. So I'll see hover, as you see, is changing. And now there is something more we can do. We're gonna make a border bottom. Okay, border bottom should be Amazon blue, and not Amazon blue, and that we will go with that 5%. I think not 50%, I think better. Yeah, okay, cool. And then hover, BJ should be Amazon light, so whenever we hover, that should be effect. And the last one, because right now I think hover, I think that's okay. Hover, I think we can pass that Amazon light here whenever we're hovering, because once, yeah, that will do the same. So the last one is a double bracket is coming here at the bottom, so that's the double line is coming, so we need to stop it. So what we're gonna do, the last one, it should be border B should be 0. Okay, so no border for the last one. Now here we need to come with the selected one. As you see, the furniture is selected. The furniture should be colorful, right? And there we're gonna go with the backtick, and we're gonna say that category, let's say category is equal to our current category. And that time we're gonna make some class name. BJ should be Amazon blue, and also text should be white, and border should be Amazon blue, so that it will wrap through it. As you see, if you click, now we need to make so many other parameters to just run that. So we can also hit an one-click function. So on click, and here what we're gonna do, we're gonna just make that set current category should be our category. Done. So every time we click on that, it will select as the current category. And of course the product is changing, no worries, we're gonna just roll back to showcase the product. Now here we will do two certain kind of things. First is the loading parameter, loading instances, than the other. So what we're gonna do, instead of this, we're gonna pass that once the loading thing is happening, we're gonna pass one div and another div. So once the loading is happening, we just simply going to pass a loading indicator that it is loading, and this very simple things is happening. We are just passing one indicator here, and then we are grabbing the other parameter that spin is a product is loading. If you click here, you see the product is loading, click here, product is loading, so means it's working perfectly. And of course there is some more props and parameters which we need to work. We will do it. And of course this one, it should not be here. Yeah, that's the one is blocking to showcase the entire page. And if I just make a null check here, and let's say, you see, okay, cool. So means we are this loading is working perfectly. Now we can grab our products, and also for the product, it's just a simple segment here. So what we're gonna do, if we just see here, it's just showcasing our product ratio, right? So the entire product list, if we go here, if we just pass that, I think we can call that, yeah, I think we can just simply pass that. Let's say we will pass off that, if we have the products dot length, Then we're gonna pass our animate presence, which need to be passing from the motion react. So that's the one parameter. If we doesn't have the length, we're gonna pass that let's say a div where we're gonna say no products, AILABLE, no products available. So right now we have the products, so we can see the products perfectly, right? So here we're gonna pass a motion.div. So let's say motion dot. Okay, let me just take it at the top so that it will not provide that error. So animate presence, here it should be the motion also. Now we're gonna pass the motion div to just passing a simple motion parameter. So it should be, let's say, motion.div, and on that div itself, we're gonna map through our particular product instances. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just make that our products dot map, and here we're gonna pass everything as an item, and here we're gonna pass our product card, right? So in the product card, we're gonna pass the product, which the item we can take, or instead of the item, we can just simply call that as product to keep it all together aligned. And also for the key should be that product dot id. I think is it not getting that? I think the product, we can just simply pass that variation that it's the type of the product. So now it will give me that property of ID. Okay, cool. So now if you see currently see here, that's the product is rendering, but it's not the way which is we are looking for, and it's just not giving the right way to focus how it gonna be look alike. So we need to configure some of the class name here. So first of all, let's see what we can do. Remember, we have our like a page ratio. If we see the app page, we have here the products data ratio. Here we make that I think the product list. I think we can pass that product list directly instead of passing that or rendering that motion. We can just get that product list and we are passing that data. I think that would be a perfect one. So product list, and here we can pass that simple, the product should be our products. That's it. So we can see the all value, right? And here we need to just also configure some of that things, which should be class name, padding X should be, let's say it should be 0, no padding, and flex 1. So it's gonna take the entire place whenever is possible. If we click groceries loading, okay, you're gonna see the groceries. So all groceries item is just right here. Now we can do certain kind of things for the animation, and here no need this one right now. We're gonna make the layout here, so the animation will affect on the layout, and the initial value, it should be, let's say, the opacity should be 0.2, so the minor opacity, it will be available here. And after there, once the animate will happen, that time it should be the opacity should be 1, and after that we will make one exist, and once the exit happening, the opacity should be, let's say, 0. So there will be a kind of blink effect here. If you click here, as you see, oh, so it's not loading abruptly, it's just giving you patience to have a bit of loading instances. If you click here, it will take you for the single screen. So all the other functionality, the way we have been preferring so far, it will work perfectly aligned here. You can view each and everything. You can make AddToCart. You can just go with all the properties as well as before. So now it's our time to go and check with our old products. So that's the one thing is there. Then later on we can go with the card, fabric, and then our another one which we can just go with and click the payment authentication. So let's just go and jump into create our old all products page. And by the way, before moving, as you see, I think the loading here, there is another one that no products available. That is up to you. You can just go with the null check and you can pass the variation, what you want to showcase that one, how it will be looking in your own parameter. So this is up to you. So if we just make that one, if you want to just showcase how I do that one, so that one, it should be coming like, let's say if we just go here, I will take another component here, should be no product available.tsx. So it will be RFCE. It's gonna be rendering a single parameter. I think again there is some type of mistake, or I'm gonna just pass that one here. So no products available, and where is that? I'm gonna just rename it. Okay. Now, what is happening here? Before entering in the realm, we can just showcase what actually is happening. Here we're going to pass that no products available. Done. So if we come over here, as you see, no products available is rendering perfectly, I think, but require, okay, I think we may have some issue, and that could be what it got causing that. So no products available. We can pass the value here. The value should be our current category. Now, what is happening here? As you see, no product available. We are sorry, but there are no products matching on furniture category at the moment. We're stocking shortly. Please check back later or explore our other product categories. That's just a simple message here, which we are accomplishing here. We are passing that categories as a props. We are passing class name if we are used to it. And as you see, it's a simple styling parameter. We are making that flex call, and we are passing that motion. What is the message? No products available. Then is coming our that we are sorry, but there are no products matching. Then we are passing our value here, so that value is matching with that. I think we can make it as a capitalize, so it will be tapping at the, yeah, that's looks better. Then we are passing our that we are restroking shortly, and that's the message. So this is up to you. I think for this proportion, there is every time the product is available, so it will may not be seen so far, but it's always better to prepare if anything fallback error or fallback loop is happening. You can, then you will understand that you will not be worried about that because it's happening. You know how you can configure it, and you know what it's doing, right? So right now, I think it's a time to, let's go back to our products. If we click on the all products, we should land one page here, which is called the products. So we need to create that one. Let's go in the page, and here should be our products. And in the, okay, again, I don't know why I'm making a typo mistake here every time. Products. And here it will be a separate page. Let's say page.tsx, rfce, all products page. So now we will be able to see our product page here right now. Okay, and here also we will forecast to, as you see, if we go in the all products, there in the left side we have all categories, we have the range, and then we have that slider portion, and then we are having the products. The similar things is happening. The products is rendering according to the category, so every time category change, product is changing. So the similar things it will also amplify here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take the same step which I have been doing before. So I'm gonna just copy paste that one before the previous one, so that will be happening here. First we're gonna just go and grab the category with a synchronous way. Then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a product, like a product data. So as you see here, I'm gonna take another component, and that would be my all products.tsx, and like that, rfce. So we can pass the all products here. So in this proportion layer, we can take either a component. I think we better to go with the container, or you can go with it directly here itself with that that all products. So it should be all products, and on that segment we're gonna pass the category. So that category, it will just passing our categories. So categories. Now if we roll back to our all product, we can just go and fetch the things, and there the simple properties as with having a simple categories here. So should be categories, and that categories as a categories of that category. Category item, I think it should be let's say it will be a string interpolation. So that is string, and just an array of string, that's it. So now as you're having our category, we need to go with the sum of that proportion here. First we're gonna make that one again as a use client properties, that's it. And I think this one you can either go with that, or you can go with some other proportion to just pass the typo, so no worries about it. Right now what we need to do, we need to go to make some simple observations, some of that use the state properties here, and that could be aligned with that. I'll let you know what we are doing. So first of all, that should be that for the product. Now what is happening here, we are using the loading state, so we can show the loading indicator. We are getting that products, which it will be a type of product where we can just handle all of our products. We have our current page, because once you scroll through, it will render the next page by itself. If you just follow up this video here, if you just go at the bottom, is rendering the other category. Like if it doesn't have any selected category, like all the products is available, then if you go just down a bit here, it will just every time you go and passing this parameter, it will render the next page itself. So for these instances, what we are doing here, we need to go with that current page, and by default is the single page with like 1. Then we have has more, so that will be indicator to grab the product itself. Then we have our category, we have our price filter, we have our price value, we have our max price and default price, and per page segment, per page how many products we want to grab. That's what it's doing here. Now also we need another property, which will be observer ref. So observer, let's say observer ref, it should be equal to use ref, and here we're gonna pass that HTML div element. So div element, and on that div element, either it can be div element or it can go with that null segment, not like that, null, and here we will pass the value of null. Okay, done. So that will be responsible to get the loading indicator and make the instance faster and make it looks perfect in a good way. So first of all, as we're having the div itself here, we're gonna pass our container here. So container, and in that container we're gonna pass one, let's say title. On the title we're gonna pass one value, which should be discover our XQ COVR, discover our exquisite collection. So that's the title itself. It's gonna be aligned here. I think this div is we are going to use that. I think this one is not necessarily working here, and also that container we can just pass that in the previous page if we want. So class name padding wise should be 10. Okay, now this one also, what we want, put a class name, text should be, let's say 4XL, and font should be bold, text should be center, and margin bottom should be 5. So it will be stay in the center line, and the same thing which going to passing the value here to let us discover our exquisite collection. Okay, so right now, first of all, we let's get the product so that we can showcase the product, how it will combine here. That's how we can do. But before doing that, I think we can pass that value here, which going to showcase our like the save consignment, which going to be passing that several indicator here where can be the where will be the filter and other properties. So typically what we're gonna do is that we're gonna take a card here. Okay, so I think it's already there in the UI. So in the card, we're gonna pass a card content here, and on the card content we're gonna pass a div element here, and on that div we're gonna take two separate proportion. First one, it's going to be, let's say, a product filter. So here we're gonna pass our all things which can be related to product filter, and also dot for the category. So product filters.tsx or FCE. So there we're gonna render the product filter instances, and in that div, let's say it will be saying product filters. Okay, product filters, and in that filter ratio we're gonna pass some certain kind of value to go with that, and this value is a huge value property. So that will be the scenario here we are going to rendering. Now you see the filter, it's going to taking that everything, it will go with that category. It will, even if you click on that, it will showcase all the category, right? So that's the segment which you need to implement here. So now we can go with the category, we can go with the range, we can go with that slider. So that's what we need to implement right here. So we are passing each and everything here on that products filter. And to define that one in a proper way, let's go in the card and put a class name. Margin bottom should be 8, and for the card contained here, padding should be 6, and also should be flex column, and sm flex should be row, so it will be side by side. Item should be start and put a gap of 4. So that's how it gonna be predefining like that. And for that div itself, put a class name should be a flex column side by side, and it should be, let's say, item should be start, item is start, and margin bottom should be 6, weight should be, let's say, auto, and md, let's say, min weight should be 40. And from, I think, and I'm gonna make it a self start, so it will always be at the starting point. Let's go in the product filters. So there is a lot of things need to be defined and go with the typo properties. And to implement that scenario, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna define each and everything which is going to be variable as interface properties. And the category should be string, selected category, which is going to be category kind of like a function property, as a void is coming. Selected category should be coming as a string. Price filter, again, function properties, so which is the set price filter. You can set the price filter, and also the price filter set price value also coming as a number. Price value, default price, max price. So that's all are coming in that notion. So as we are having that value, we can just simply use that or utilize that value here from the properties, from the props. So now we can go and read those properties. Remember, we are going to just forecasting, because now for, if you see here the categories 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, we are showcasing the first 8 categories here, right? So what I'm gonna do, I have lots of categories, right? So what I'm gonna do, put a categories, let's say categories array, and set categories array. And here I'm gonna make that useState effect, and here it should be passing that categories dot slice, and here we're gonna pass that 0 by 8. So it will take only that 8 segment here. So the 8 by default it will be 8. Later on, once you click on that show all categories, it will be all categories to be showcasing all together. Okay, so now after that we're gonna pass an h, let's say title, and okay, didn't import that. And in the title we're gonna pass that filters, and that filters going to be class name, text should be LG, and by default the font is coming as semi-bold. And after that also you're gonna pass a div here, then again passing that, let's say it will be h4, passing a simple category. And for that div itself, put a class name, space y should be, space y should be, let's say 4. Okay, so it's not 0 but 4. What's happening to my numpads? Okay, and right now for this category itself, we can just make some scenario. Class name, font should be medium, and margin bottom should be 2. And after that we will take another div. Here we're gonna just make that our categories array dot map. First it's gonna come with the categories array, remember, so item, and here we're gonna pass the value. So we're gonna pass a div segment here. On the div we're gonna pass a checkbox, which going to be coming from UI checkbox. And after the checkbox we're gonna pass a label, right, also going to coming from our UI. And on that label we're gonna pass our item. Okay, and for the key, as every category going to be a separate, so the key should be, let's say, the item. So now we are having that segment here where we can just visualize the categories and other properties. Okay, now it's time to make it looks a little bit perfect and better. Put a class name, space y should be, let's say 2, so it will be a side-by-side differences. And also for the div itself, put a class name, flex item center, cursor pointer, like that. And for the checkbox, what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass an ID. That ID we're gonna go with the backtick, and that ID should be category, and on that category we will define as the category of the item. Okay, that's what it's gonna indicate of that particular item ratio. And whenever it's gonna checked, right, so checked. On the checked value, we're gonna make that like a selected category is equal to item. So that's it gonna be happen. Also you're gonna check on that particular value. Now also you're gonna make that on check change, the change value it gonna be just going to passing and simple function properties, and let's say set selected category should be item. So every time we are changing that, it should be, so check time is that the selected category is equal to item, so the item should be the selected category, and every time we click on particular ratio it will be just go through on the, like we can just go and popping up the way we are preferring. The further level, we're gonna pass that HTML4. So HTML4, in the HTML4 we're gonna pass that the same ratio with the backtick, which going to be, let's say, category and dash, it should be our item. So that's the ratio it's going to be for the HTML4. For the class name, margin left should be 2. I'm gonna make it a capitalize and also cursor pointer. Okay, so now you see that's done in a pretty good hand. Okay, so after that, as we are having that, so right now we can also render one button, right? So after this proportion here, we're gonna make that a categories, let's say categories array dot length if it's bigger than 8, only then we're gonna render something, and otherwise we're gonna render something. Yeah, and we're gonna just render in a both way. We're gonna just render one button here, so it should be, let's say, first button it's gonna say minimizes categories, and the next one itself going to be another button, and that should be saying button, and that will say, let's say it will just why is not giving me that? Okay, I think, okay, button, and that should be saying show all categories. Okay, that's two properties it's gonna just popping up through it. One, it will be like once the categories expand, so as you see it will say show all categories. So here we're gonna just fundamentally take the same class name all together for both of it. So I'll just select both of it and gonna pass up this. The text should be extra small, font semi-bold, text Amazon blue, underline offset to hover, text Amazon dark orange, and passing that hover effect. Now the game is once we click on that properties, like on click, we're gonna make that, let's say, set categories array, and here we're gonna pass that categories dot slice. You're gonna slice through it, remember 0 by 8, so it will be minimize 8. But once we just making the show all categories, we're gonna make that on click event and similar function, and that set categories array should be all together the categories proportion. So all categories it will showcase. If we click, oh wow, it just coming all categories, minimize it just taking back. Now for the price range also, I think we'll go with the similar symphony. Okay, so for the price range and also for the slider, so if we go back here and after this proportion, okay, I'll explain it to you, no worries about it. So UI slider, okay, done. I think we need to import something. Okay, there is some okay, some measurement which we forgot to okay, we just remove this one as well. Okay, so now what we are doing here, we are for the slider, which as you remember, we're just keeping it as dummy. It's not working at all, especially the working, as you see, it will be just keeping as well as like that, but this one it should be working at all. Now what we're doing here, as you see, we have a single parameter, what is the price range, and we are passing the value which is DESC for descending high to low. One is for value is ASC, ascending low to high. Now there we are mapping through it. Every time we click, it will just make that set filterable data and then passing that properties. And for the slider itself, it just I'm just keeping it as a dummy right now. You can go through and make it work to go with that. You can, because on locked you can get the value, so from 0 to price value it will work perfectly. So it's up to you if you want to integrate or not, but right now I'm gonna keep it because I have the two segment to work with that. So as such with this, we are passing with that our product filter, right? So now we need to grab our products, and then we will showcase how we can render the properties to showcase our product value. Now that is the game changer, how we're gonna call the products and how we can align that. So let's just go here, and you will see it's pretty simple, but you need to be careful once you are implementing that. So first of all, it will be going through a load more function, because remember, we need to run the load more function whenever the observer is running. So first of all, let's go with that. Should be load more, and that should be products. And within that parameter, we're gonna just pass that, or you can just make that like load more products. I think you can just call any of that. I'm going to keep it the load more products, so it will be in a very synchronized way. So it will be async, and there we need to pass that value. And by the way, as you see, this will be rendering within an use effect function. We'll sort it out, so no worries. And here we're gonna pass a value which should be reset, and by default the reset value should be a false value. Now here what we're gonna do, if we have a loading instances running, like if the loading is running, and then also we're gonna pass if we have no has more, means has more is false, and also no receipt, right? So on that time, we're gonna make it return. So once the loading is running, right, so that time has more, it will be true, receipt, it will be true. So that time it will return. Like in this function, it will not call, it's not exist anymore. And after that, we're gonna make that set loading true, means something is happening, function gonna call. Now we need to pass some of the segment here, how we gonna create the there should be three separate value. One, it will be a category filter. If the category, if we have this, if selected category is available, that time it should be category / selected category, the way we can call the categories, right? Otherwise it will be empty, so it will not go there. Now the filter price, if the price filter is available, sort by the price order and the price filter, either ascending or descending. If you go back here, we are setting that one according to that set filter price with the value either ascending or descending. So that's the things it will work here. So the sorted by price, it will be the price filter. Then in the endpoint, what we are passing, we are going to the dummyjson.com products, we are passing the category filter, which is the selected category. If the category available, only then it will go, otherwise it will be empty. Then we are passing the filter price, so the price range which we are passing, if it's available it will go, otherwise ascending or descending. By default is always descending method. Now for the limit is the per page, so how many page gonna come? You see the limit we handle for the 12, so per page is 12, and then is coming with the skip method, reset 0, the current page 1, so per page. If we have the reset true, it will always pass to the current page, it will make it 1. So receipt is, if receipt is there, it will be 0, otherwise current page -1 into per page. So every time it will go with that page into 1. If there is a receipt, page will be 0, like the first instance it will call, otherwise the current page -1, and then it will go into the per page. Okay, that's by so far is not that much. You type and you go with that, it will make a lot of sense. Now here we're gonna make a function here, should be try catch, and also we're gonna have a finally properties here, and in the finally we're gonna make that our set loading, which is going to be a false value, right? And for there we need to, for the catch value, we will just pass that error for fetching data, and for the try, and here we're gonna make that const data should be is equal to await, it should be that our fetch data, and here we're going to pass our endpoint. With that we're going to fetch the product. Now if the receipt is available, what we want, so whenever the receipt is available, remember we need to go through some of the proportion here. What we will do, whenever the receipt is true, we're going to pass that set products data dot products is available if that products, otherwise an empty array, has set has more if data products length, then if bigger than 0, and set current page is 1. Now here we're gonna make that another one, else if we have that data dot products dot, let's say length, If it's bigger than 0 means we are having the products, then we're gonna also make that set products, so means it's coming for the same page at another page one. This so like one page is there, right? So we need to merge that one. So right now we have some products.length, right? So what we're gonna do first, it's gonna call here. If the products is not available, then it's gonna set the products. For the second page, once it's gonna load, what it's gonna do, it's gonna just concat the previous value. So whatever we have in previous array, within that array, we're gonna merge that our products. So like that, we call our first page. So first 12 product we call, right? So next page, whenever calling another 12, the products, it's going to be merged and coming together for like that 24 products. So that's what it's gonna handle. And if the receipt is not available, set has more should be, let's say, false. Okay, so right now I think that's the almost by thing. I think this is, yeah. So only then set more has be true, and then it's coming here, it will be false. I think, yeah, that would be enough for that. And we're gonna make that an use effect call for fetching the products. So there we're gonna just passing a simple property value here, and that could be make that coming here with the current page. Whenever the current page is changing, we're gonna pass that load more products as true. So it will call the load more products. Now there is another properties, another segment it gonna run. So use effect, and here we're gonna set another particular ratio, and that one gonna run when the selected category on a change, once the price filter gonna change. What it gonna do, it gonna make that load more products, and here also it going to be true. Okay, the both way it can run. You can concat this all together 3, but also you can go with that, so no worries about it. So now we also need to pass that like the observer. We're gonna set that observer later on, but first we're gonna just render the products to see how our products going to just visualize and how it will look. So here after the product filters we have, so after initial that div, we're gonna have another div, and here we will create one property which going to be, let's say, the product grid. I think we can create it right here. So what I'm gonna do, let's say I'm gonna passing a div here, so another div, and then I'm gonna go through. Remember we have our products, so products dot, let's say, map, and everything I'm gonna take in as a product, and also I'm gonna take in as index. I think index is not required, but anyway. So here we're gonna pass that our product card, and in the product card we're gonna pass our, let's say, key should be product dot id. Okay, and also we're gonna pass the product that should be our, let's say, product. I think that index is not required at all. So if we come here, we can now visualize the product. So products is available, and no worries, we need to I think this one also not applicable. One is enough for that. So you're gonna pass the property should be class name, and here you're gonna pass that as a grid. So grid calls 1 as m, grid calls, let's say, 2, and lg, grid calls 4, and also, and I think I'm gonna put a gap of 6. So with that align, we're having all together. If we select like the fragrance, we should be calling our fragrance. You see all fragrance thing is right here. If we put high to low, as you see, high to low is concat. If you low to high is concat. We can go with the groceries. Okay, I think that is lovely. So right now we can like pretty much visualize whatever the products things, it will be concat. Now one more thing is here, like if we reload and we are just going back at the bottom, okay, we are having the 12 products. Okay, we need to pass also the loader instances. Okay, cool. So the loading should be passing, no worries, it's up to you. We can just pass the loader instances here. So now if we go at the bottom, as you see, we need to also pass one. We need to set an observer by which we can call the products and we can make these things aligned. How we can do that? It's very simple also. We will just pass one observer. We're gonna set an observer. With that we can read that, so use effect, and here we're gonna pass that. So and that one it will be just going with whenever the has more is true, it will affect. Okay, what it's gonna do, we're gonna set the observer first. So const observer, and that observer should be new, let's say intersection observer, and here we're gonna pass that entries, and from that entries we're gonna just running that function here, and that should be const, let's say entry is equal to, should be, let's say entries, and then we're gonna pass that if entry is available, means is enter on that particular motion, and then if entry dot is intersecting and has more, so means the second page is coming back here. What we're gonna say, set current page, and here we're gonna take the previous page, and that previous page plus one, we're gonna make that second page initial call, it will be go there, and we're gonna set that all together. And after that also we can pass the threshold value if we want, so it should be, let's say threshold should be 1.0. And right now what we're gonna set here, we're gonna just take the value if we have that, like if we have that observer reference and dot current is available, only then what we're gonna say, we're gonna pass that observer dot observe, and here we're gonna observe that observer ref dot current, so that it's gonna render. And just to be in the safe side, to just for the concat any of the error prone, we're gonna pass a return value if observer.current is available, observer.under observer ref.current. So you're gonna just mutually passing that value that not to observe anymore if the observer sequence is done. Now after that particular ratio, after that product here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass a div here, and on that div we're gonna pass another, like whenever we're gonna have a loading instance running, and we're gonna pass another div, and on that div we're gonna pass a loader. Okay, so that loader going to take back the action, so you can see okay, we will make the things. Right now it's actually running. No, not yet, because we need to set the observer div reference here. For that div, let's say the ref should be, okay, the ref should be observer ref, and here okay, for this div itself, class name with full, and should be a flex, item center, justify center, margin top should be 10, padding y should be 10, and bj should be Amazon blue, and we're gonna pass a 5 opacity. And for the loading instance here, put a class name with 10, and height should be 10, text should be Amazon orange dark, and then animate spin. So right now I'm gonna just remove this one. Okay, I'm gonna cut it so that you can see what is running here. Okay, okay, the loading instance is just passing, so I'm gonna just remove that if it's no loading. Okay, so you can see the loader here. Okay, why? What is the loader? What's wrong? Am I past that in some other properties? Okay, I'm gonna just remove the loading instance itself. What's the matter? Where is my... okay, it's here. Okay, it's just providing me some of the error. Two children encounter the same key, duplicate key properties error. I think, yeah, that's, I'm gonna take the index here. So it should be, let's say, index dot to string. I think that will solve the error by itself. Okay, so right now, okay, it's calling the all products, which I already, okay, that's the loading instance is right here. Okay, okay, I'm gonna show you. Okay, it's here. That's the problem, because it's fundamentally it's not delving with the right way. So what we can do here, as you see, this the properties is here. So where is the flex one properties which we click? So that's the div here which is having those others, and that's the div is responsible. So we need to align this all together in another div. Okay, that's the problem. So we was just rendering with a single div properties. So what we need to do, class name, so it should be taking the flex1 properties. So now we should be having ironically having the 2 div properties. You see, yeah, that's the one which we are looking. Okay, now cool. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna just pass the same value, which going to be, let's say if the loading instance is running, okay, cool, it will just go through it, and then we're gonna pass that reference here. So the reference, it should be I think where we're gonna put the reference here, let's say reference should be observer reference. So I'm gonna take a load, and then we're gonna check if okay, right now it's showing loading because product is loading. No problem, we can make the sequence here to go see, and as you see, the second page is loading, third page is loading, so every time it's just coming and product is popping up. Now if we go in the beauty, is see that should be coming with the beauty product. If we click on the furniture, the coming is the furniture product. Okay, so no more loading. Also we can just make remove that one if we want. So first thing first, I think we are still having some underscore properties which we need to align all together. So right now here, if we just go back, we have the data. If we have the receipt, we are making that. Okay, we are making the 0, set product, set has more is coming as a false value, and finally is coming set loading. Okay, so there is still some combine and combination here which you can sort it out how you gonna make things in a perfect way. So if we go back there, and if we are coming in the old products, now you know how the things can be done. The same thing, if we come back here, if we go back there in this proportion, if you come in the old products, this one actually is not coming like it's if we stretch all together, this is coming in all single screen. So I think we can remove the container here. That should be a good way. If we just pass the div properties without the container, it can have a more space here, right? So even we use the container, we know we can just maximize the value, right? So instead of passing that, we can just pass that like that max width screen, let's say 2 pixel. So at least it's gonna have a bigger view here, so you can read it properly aligned. Yeah, now it's looking a bit good, and it's just passing in a further properties. Okay, so if we just load that value, okay, let's see. Yeah, that's perfect. And I think if you're facing some kind of error here, like if your page is not rendering, if your observer is not working, what I recommend that you try your own to just solve it a little bit of working on that. If you cannot do it and still persisting that you're having error, let me know in the comment section so that we can just combine it and we can help you out how you can just go and make and fix that things by yourself. So I think it's the time for, as we are having our pages and others, now we can go with work together for the cart and our favorite pages. So right now we need to build our cart page. If we click somewhere on the cart, as you see, we didn't create the cart yet, so it's just giving us that 404 error. So first of all, let's go back to our app, and then we're gonna create another directory, the name of the cart, and on that cart we're gonna create a simple page .tsx rfce, and that will just render us as the cart page. So this will be our cart page, as well as we're gonna view all the cart possibilities and other scenario right here. Okay, now okay, let's just hit reload. Yeah, you can see our cart page is right here. Now first, let's just wrap that everything within our container. So container, okay. And also there we need to just go in a little bit way where we can just check if we have the session or not. So we're gonna go with an asynchronous way, so we can check within the server properties. And we can also set the metadata if we want. Like as you see right now, it's showing that Amazon online shopping, but it should be showing something like cart Amazon online shopping, right? And we can just make the things happen simply doing that one, which should be export const. We're gonna pass that metadata, and that type it will be as the metadata, just exporting from the next. And here we can define here, first of all, it will go with the title, and we can pass that as the cart, which going to be Amazon online shopping. And by the way, you can also create it in a dynamic way, by which you don't need to just grab every time. You just need to pass which page it will be, then it's gonna render itself. Now we need to just get the session itself. So session, it should be coming from that auth, which just passing on the auth. And now what you're gonna do, if we doesn't have the session, right? So if doesn't have the session, then we can just simply, let's say, we can pass the return value. So return redirect, which going to be coming from the next navigation, and you're going to redirect just in the home page. Now if we just roll back to this scenario, as you see, it will take us to the home. Right now if we click on the, because we have the session, like I just go log out, right? So now there's things we can check. If we go in the card, it will not let us to go and see anything in the card. We can just also let it be in the login page. Let's say we can pass them in the login page, so without the login they can't view the card. So now if we log in within that our credential here using our own account, only then we'll be able to get back to our card and see the things here. So one thing I will do, because as I'm checking that one within that manner, I will create another components here. The components, I'm gonna name that one as that, let's say, card products.tsx or FCE. So that's the component I'm gonna render within my card page. So should be card product. And why I'm doing that, it's pretty simple, because remember our data which is going to be coming from that for the card is actually coming from our state. So state which we are using the store, it cannot be as a server component. We need to use that as a use client flag to get our data. And by the way, so that if we use the use client, we cannot use that asynchronous function here directly, so that we can not no longer able to do that scenario. So we just make it in a separate way. By the way, you can also do that one if you willing for. So now const, we need to get the data from our store. So get the store here, and we're gonna just go that card product. So entire card product, we will just wrap it here. If you can see, okay, please notify the React team, maybe something wrong. Yeah, nothing yet. Now we can go and fall back to a condition here. By the way, you can also make that one like here we can just simply do it, the class name padding y. I'm gonna pass a padding y of 10 just to give a little bit of space. So this car segment, it will be something like that, right? One title, then the two part it will be there. One is the product, another is the car summary. So we're gonna align that one the same scenario which we are preferring here. So now in that particular div, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna make that if card product dot length, right? It means if I have the card product is bigger than 0, then I'm gonna render a div like say, or I can just go with an empty braces. I'm gonna take an h1 tag, and that will say shopping cart. Okay, that will happen if we have that card product. If we doesn't have the card product, then we want to show some messages, and that is the simple messages which we can just choreograph here, and I'm going to just place it here in the meantime, and I will explain everything what these things is happening and how the things is just wrapping around. So hit save. Right now we're gonna get that letter, the shopping cart, and if we just go and just forward that to as a null check, like this, as you see, now you can say the shopping cart, your car is empty, and just passing some random texts, and you can just go back to shopping. So that will happen once I doesn't have any product. Right now I just make that null checks just to see the value here. So that's the same small and simple things. As you see, I'm making the background white and passing that height 19 my10 and other properties which can make it look nicer, passing that value as the shopping cart, and then those things, just a text and just a simple design which is configuring for the link and others. So right now what we need to do, we need to grab that possible scenario which it will be that h1, the shopping cart, right? And to do that, let's put a class name. Text should be Axel, and not Axel, should be, let's say, 3Axel, and font should be bold, and tracking should be tight. So it will just stick together, and then text would be gray of 900, and after that sm, the text would be for Excel. So by default the text it will be, and I think that's it. So now as you see, we can see the shopping cart. The same thing is happening here and happening here too. I think tide is really passing not a good idea. I think we can make it white. And after that, we also going to make another segment, which going to be, let's say I'm going to take another div here, right? So in that div, what I can do is that, let's say I'm going to pass a section. And on that particular section, I'm going to take another div, and then I'm going to make that cart product dot map, right? So everything going to be, I'm going to take as a part of product, which the product, it will be the type of as products. And here I'm going to render another properties, which I'm going to call it as the cart product, just to separate the logic so it can be easily seen. So cart product.tsx. So this the component which I'm going to render whenever I'm going to mapping through it. So it should be cart product. That's it. And as I'm doing that, I need to provide the key. The key should be product.id, and that's it. So let's see what we are having. Right now we are having around 6 products. So you can see 6 things is happening right here. And another also it going to be one is that I'm going to also make it separate, which should be that cart summary.tsx or FCE. So here we're going to pass the entire summary proportion. So as you see, we have in section, we have one div. After this div, we're going to have another, which going to be cart summary. And by the way, you can make it here, no worries about it, but I want to pass the separation, the concern, it should be in a different way. That's why I'm just taking it a bit far. Now as you see, this should not be like that, it should be similar like that. And by the way, this also going to be adhere in the responsiveness, so we need to go and align working the same manners how that things can make possible. So first of all, this div here, put a class name, margin top, I'm gonna put a 10 just to give a space from that letter. And whenever it going to be hitting in that LG section, remember we have, I think I can remove that one. I can take back that one in that segment, so out of that section. So in LG, I'm gonna pass that as a greet, and LG, that greet calls, it should be, let's say I'm gonna make it 12. Okay, so the 12 calls, it will be there, and LG item should be start, and also LG gap in horizontal, it should be 12, so it should be side by side. Right now you see the 12 gap is there, but it's not acting properly. So what we need to do in the section properties, let's put a class name LG call span. I'm going to provide a call span of 7, so it will take a bit of room here, and I'm gonna do it right now. So let's just go and place the other properties, put a class name. I'm gonna make it as a divider, so the divide y, and then I'm gonna make that let's say divide, I'm gonna put a gray of 200, so you can see a little bit a gray line as here, as you see, that's the line is happening. If I just make it for like around 900, you can see it properly. I'm gonna make it 200, so it will be looks much more easier and visible. And I'm gonna pass a border, let's say border B and border T, and after that border gray of 200. I think it will okay, yeah, one border at the top, one border at the bottom, so it's gonna wrap together. Okay, so I think, yeah, kind of cool. And I can also make that one, let's say last border B 0. So the last one has no border, and yeah, okay. So now we need to showcase the things which is supposed to be seen here. So we're gonna just simply pass the product here as a product. That's it. So now we can go in our cart product and showcase the things how it going to be look alike. So here we can just simply take that back, the product which we are passing as a props. The product should be the type of our product. And right now also we will just take another properties from our store, and that one which it will be, let's say for our remove from cart. I think it will align, that should be, let's say, no, it's not showcasing. Okay, I need to make it as a function. It just a silly mistake. So remove from cart, Now this one is just having a little bit mistake here. The product should be like that. Okay, so right now, as you see, we need to start working on our particular product segment. So first of all, we need to showcase the image and other properties. I'll go one by one so that you can see it very easy, in a very easy pattern. So after the div itself, what we're gonna do is that I'm gonna provide a link from next link. In that link, I'm gonna take one image which is going to be coming from our next image, and that link also I'm gonna pass that href. Remember, if we just go back to our product card, we are passing one scenario here by which we are just injecting that one, I think, product card. Okay, yes, we are taking that one in this pattern, right? So it should be the product, and then we are passing the value. So I'm gonna copy that one, and let's say I'm gonna, or instead of doing that, I can just go with the path name itself. So I think we can go with the path name, so it should be like a /product, and / as we are coming from the card, we can just passing that individually .id. That's the both way you can do it. There is a lot of fashion to go and just physically do that. And also you can pass a query parameter if you wanted to, like if you write the query, and the query, it should be that we're gonna pass the id, and that id should be that product.id. So we're passing it. If we are recording, I'm going to show you why I'm doing that and how we're going to interact with that one with the other properties. Here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pass, let's say, first of all, I need to pass the source, right? The source should be it should be the images, multiple images here, and I'm going to get the first image properties. And for the alternative tag, I'm going to pass that as a product image. And as the image is coming from the external, I will take the image, the 300 by 300, so it will be a simple image properties. As you see, that's the one which we are talking about. So first of all, let's go and make that one better, which is going to be height. I'm going to provide the 24, width going to be 24, and whenever hit sm, height going to be 48, and sm width going to be 48. So it will be the square shape itself. I'm going to pass a border, and the border should be sky text. Sky text is not coming here. So if we go with the Tailwind config, let's see. Okay, it's not providing that. So okay, we can just go with that Amazon flag. So let's say border Amazon blue. Yeah, okay, just go and find on that. I can make the say 50% opacity, so you can see the border itself. Right away it will not be visible, but it will be. The overflow should, okay, 50. Overflow should be hidden, and that I'm gonna make it a flex item center, justify center, rounded empty. So that should be, as you see, that is the legislation which we are passing. And as you see, whenever hovering, it's just changing. So that's the one we need to configure. Okay, I think border, I think for this one we can make it a 10. Yes, I think, yeah, now it looks good. 10 or 20, yeah. And whenever we're gonna hover, border should be Amazon, let's say Amazon yellow dark, and we're gonna pass our hover effect. So right now you see, yeah, that effect is working. And also here, let's just go something, the class name, I'm gonna pass a height, and height should be 90% of the parent, and width also should be 90% of the parent, and then rounded should be mg, object should be contain. That's it. So that you can see now it's looking perfect, and object should be center align, so should be center. And then I'm gonna pass that one whenever I'm gonna hover on that, or you can say you can pass that as a group. So whenever you're gonna hover on the group, it will take the action. So let's say group hover, and scale should be 100, or I can pass it not 100 but 110, and we're gonna pass that hover effect. So you can see something like that. You see, you click here, it will redirect back us to our single page where we have the product. You see, I just getting better. Okay, so right now as you're passing those values around, so you can see it should it should not be popping a line like that. So we need to work on the div itself. So let's put a class name. Everything should be in flex. Padding y should be 6 and sm padding y should be 10. So you can see the room is right there. So now it's working alignment, you see. Okay, cool. So now it's talking. It looks better. So right now, after this itself, we need to go the other property here. So as you see, after passing that link variable, we can take the next step where we're gonna pass all the values and variables. So I'm gonna take another, I'm gonna just go with a 3 contradictory div itself. Then I'm gonna pass one h3, and in that h3, I'm gonna pass that product.title, and I'm gonna make that as a substring with a value of 0 to 80. So maximum 80 characters it will align. It will not go more than 80 characters. And now this one, put a class name, margin left should be 4, and a flex, I'm gonna give that one as a flex 1 to take whatever the available space you have, and by default it will get the flex call justify between, and sm the margin left ml should be 6. Okay, so kind of like that. And after that, this one here, I'm going to also provide that one. I'm going to make it as a relative div, and padding right should be 9, where I'm going to put the cross icon. Sm, it should be a grid pattern. Sm should be a grid cost of 4, and sm should be, let's say, gap in x should be 4. Okay, not like that. Should be gap in x should be 4, and after that, sm padding right should be 0. So something similar like that. No worries, it will get in a motion and very soon. So here, this one, so put a class name. I'm gonna make it like that call span, which going to be taking a bit of 3. As you see, the icon should be appearing here. That's what I'm making right now. And then I'm gonna make it a flex. Everything should be in flex column properties, and I'm gonna put a gap of 1. So after that h3 parameter, and this one also, let's just go, the text should be a base, font should be semi-bold, and I'm gonna make it a flex 1 properties, so it will take the available space itself. So it should be similar like this. And now after the h3, I'm gonna take a p tag, and by the way, it's just going to be some sort of showing the brand and category. I'm gonna just render this one. So first of all, we're gonna showing the brand, the product brand, the category, the product category, similar of this, just making a small one to make it look perfect. And after that, we need to showcase another div, and here on that particular div, I'm going to take a p tag, which are going to be, let's say, product.quantity. If the quantity available, only then we're going to creating our price format, which we created beforehand. And the price format, we're going to take the amount, which going to be, let's say, product dot price, and that should be into, let's say, product dot quantity. So that would be our additional things. And right now, as you remember, we have one add to cart button is the property aligned. So I'm gonna pass that simple add to cart button here, and on that add to cart button, it should be product, should be just passing that product. Now you see it just showcasing here, but it should be similar, something like that, not the one which we have been doing or which we created before. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pass a value here, which should be, let's say, show price or show subtotal, which going to be false, so it will not showcase the subtotal. Now let's go and talk with the div here. So let's put a class name, a flex item center, and put a gap of 6, and margin top should be 2. Just give it a little bit downgrade. And for that p tag itself, let's put a class name, should be, let's say, and that one actually it will not get here. We can just directly pass that here, put a class name, text should be base, and font is semi-bold. I think by default we are providing that. Anyway, if we just click, it's increasing. Okay, cool. Okay, so right now, as we are dealing that, and after these properties, so after this div itself here, so we're gonna close the div. I think, yeah, so after we are finishing that one here, we can just go and start working. So we have add to cart button, we have our div done here, so we can get another div here, and within then I'm going to take another div, then I'm going to pass a button. On that button I'm going to push a IO close icon. Let's say close. Okay, it's not showing itself, so we can just simply, I think we can simply import it at the top. So let's go back here, we can just grab it. So that would be our icon. As you see the icon here, and I believe this talk and you are saving, that should be beforehand, just coming to side by side after end of these properties. To enabling the properties here, what we can do here is in this div itself, we can just make a room here, put a class name, margin top should be 4, sm empty should be 0, sm padding r should be 9. Okay, so there should be a gap in between, and also that div itself, because remember, once we are going back in the smaller screen, as you see how these things just passing through. Okay, so right now for this div also, class name I'm gonna make it an absolute, and right should be 0, top should be 0 here. And for this one, this button itself, I'm gonna pass an on click event, so just do that. And over here I'm gonna pass that remove from card, and we're gonna pass that our product.id, by which it's gonna remove the card. And after removing, we want to show a toast message, so toast.success, and here we're gonna pass within the backtick, going to say a product.title.substring, and here we're gonna pass that a 0 to 20 characters only, and that will say deleted successfully. So the product itself, it will be deleted. And also for this one, for the button, I'm gonna pass some class name here, which is going to be, let's say margin 2, like m-2, and then inline should be flex. Let's say it will be inline flex. Okay, and padding should be 2, and text should be gray of 600, and hover text should be red of 600. And I'm going to pass that hover effect to pass the hover effect scenario here. You see, you can make it bigger if you want. Just make the text Excel, it will just go with a little bit a bigger icon. If you click here, you'll see that deleted. So how that's the way you can just simply go and create that symphony. That's super simple. Now what we can do, as we are just passing here, so we finish button, that's our card properties done here. We can just pass the another value, which going to be just passing that product availability, and then we're gonna pass the value here. I'm gonna just bring that for you, which going to be get back with the fast check icon, just to showcasing here if the product is available. We are showing that in stock, so it's available. And also we need to showcase how much a person can save from that product. So that's the one. You're saving 50 of 5.50, the amount of the money which we are actual the payment. As you see, we're just getting that product.price into, we're passing that value with the percentage, then we are just dividing with a discounted percentage just to get the actual value, and then we're just into it with the actual quantity. It means whenever you're clicking, that ratio will change. Like for a one product, as you see, we are saving 2.72. if two product, it's just 5.44. so every time you just change, it will also change. So it will just go and grab that quantity, then it will provide you the checklist. So I think we are dealing with that properties. I think it's pretty much sure hand that we are successfully aligned those things. So right now what we need to do is to grab our summary here, and to inline with the summary, let's go in our card summary. So in that summary we can do in a little bit a more proficient manner, because we need to get the data, and that data, it should be acting like a session, and that should be coming from use session from that Next.auth. And also we need to get our card product, which going to be from our store. By the way, you can also pass that as a props, but remember, if we can just simply grab it here, also the value, this doesn't matter. So now what we can do here, we can create a billing summary, so where we can just showcase how much it will be the costing price and how it will go. So first of all, in that div, I want to pass a button here, so that will be our button, which will say checkout. Okay, so you will be seeing first our checkout button itself. So what I'm gonna do, instead of that div, I'm gonna pass it as a section, put a class name. Let's say margin top should be 16, it's not for right now. It should be once ever he like LG is 0, and rounded should be LG, BJ should be gray of 100, and then padding X should be 4, padding Y should be 6. Okay, and then SM padding should be 6. That's it. And LG call span should be, let's say we have a 7 gone, so we have the 5 itself here, and LG padding should be 8. Okay, done. I think this clone should be there, so we have a padding, margin, everything is done. Now here for that one, that type, it should be, let's say, submit, and also we can put a class name here which will take the full weight, and margin top should be 6, and then rounded MD, we're gonna pass a border, and the border should be transparent, and BJ should be gray of 800, or you can pass the Amazon blue if you want. Padding X should be 4, padding Y should be 3, and text should be base, font should be medium, and text should be white. So it should be something similar like that. And by the way, you can, instead of passing that gray, I think we have another one which is the Amazon light. We can just pass that value here. So that's the card summary. We can pass simply that Amazon light. You see? Okay, cool. Now also we're gonna pass a shadow which will be SM, and hover BJ should be Amazon blue. So as you see, if we hover, just slight changing here. And also I'm gonna passing that hover effect. I think it will be something similar like that. Okay, cool. You click, and then whenever we clicking, there is some a segment is here which is we can call as the focus and others. So we can just pass that segment here. Let's say whenever we are going to focus on it, so it should be focus, and whenever we focus, outline should be none. Outline should be none, and whenever we're gonna focus on it, so focus, and that ring should be, let's say, 2, and whenever we focus, the ring should be Amazon orange dark. And I think that's it. Let's see if we focus, something happening or not. Okay, focus. You see? Okay, cool, it's working. Okay, right now what we can do something more is that we can create the other properties. So that's the button which we are having here. So after that button, we can just simply get another div here. On the div, I'm going to get an h2 tag which will say order, let's say order summary, and that one going to align with that class name. Text should be LG, font should be, let's say, medium, and text should be gray of 900. So the alignment should be something like that. And after that, we also going to have like another, let's say we'll go one DL here, or you can just simply go with that. You can just go with the div, or you can just make that data, so DL for the data level itself, and then we can pass the div if you want. So let's say I'll get a div here, and then I'm gonna get another data table here, so that should be passing that subtotal. And after that, the data itself, which is going to be passing that price format, and here in the price format we can pass that amount, which, let's say, the amount, instead of that card product, we can just grab the total amount. So no, it's not available here. I think instead of this store, we can just pass that calculate. I think we can create one utils here. So let's go back to our, let's say we can just pass to our leave here. So where we are here, and then we are in the leave on the utils. So right now here we can pass a calculate percentage, like to grab the value. I'm going to just popping up that, and I will explain each and everything. So first of all, we need to just get our store here. So what we are doing here, as you see, we're just exporting that calculate card totals. In that totals, we are grabbing our entire card itself. Then what we are doing, we're passing that, just passing the variable as the total amount. And in the total amount, what we are doing is that we are making that card product to reduce. And on the reduce parameter, we are passing that quantity, and if we are having the quantity, then passing quantity, otherwise it will just grab the one. Then we're passing the regular price, which is the product.price into quantity, also the discounted price, which going to be divided by that product.discounted price we're gonna into on that. Then we are grabbing that regular price and grabbing that discounted price. We're just passing that value here. So in the meantime, we're getting the total amount here, and the total amount we are having one regular price, we are having one discount price. You can just push forward, I can just write it down, and you can see it's very simple and very legit calculation is going on here. We can just make that calculate cut total like that. So that should be total amount. So as I'm doing here, so it can be passing there, that should be total amount dot regular. So we should be able to see the regular price here, as you see 1539.82. For that data, put a class name, margin top should be 6 and space y should be 4. And this div itself, put a class name should be flex item center justify between, just to push forward everything. And that data itself, put a class name, text should be sm and text should be gray of 600. And for that data here, let's say it will not go here, so you can just directly passing it here. That should be text should be sm, and then font should be medium, and then text should be gray of 900. So similar like that. And also you can make that font, we can make that a semi bold. Okay, I think this one better, whatever the default we have. Yeah, that looks cool. Okay, so yeah, now we can do and make the other parameter to work on. So after that del, we can just take another div here, and we can make the data here, which is going to be say total discount. And on that total discount, let's put that data, which is going to be again our price format. Here the amount should be total amount dot discounted. So that should be providing the discount price, how much the discount value is available. Actually we can just make that simply here, put a flex item center justify between, border top it will be there, and border should be gray of 200, border gray of 200. And then let's say a padding top should be 4, so you can see the room in between. And after that, so the last one, it will be, let's say we're gonna grab another div here, and then also I think this one put the similar. Okay, we can just make that one as similar as it is for that segment. So I think this is the subtotal, right? So put the class name, so text base font medium. So that's the same thing we can do, text base. Instead of this one, we can just simply pass that. So now it's look a bit of shiny. Okay, so after this, on that div itself, that's the last div here, and then we're gonna pass the data table, which is going to be payable amount, and then we're gonna pass the price format, which should be passing that value here, and then should be the amount, it would be that total amount dot regular plus not plus, it should be minus that one, that total amount dot discounted. So that should be the value, you see. So if you minus that one, you're gonna grab the actual value. So let's put a div here, class name of flex item center justify between border t, and the similar thing, border gray of 200, and then a padding top 4. And for this one, I will just take the similar initiative here, which can be the same as it is. And for this one, as the text is going to be bigger, I'm going to make the text of LG, font of, let's say, bold. Okay, so now we have our payable amount, we have our entire thing. So right now, if we click on the checkout, we need to initialize our checkout instances, by which we can call our product. We can just make that things to happen. So right now, as you see, if we go back to our cart summary, where we are, yeah, we are in the cart summary. So in the button, we can simply type a function that on click that should be, let's say, handle payment, right? So now as we just write that function, we need to declare here const handle payment. And here we can just write an asynchronous function. No worries about that. We will just make that happen. Right now, I'm going to pass that toast.success payment will go on. Okay, so right now if we click here, you see the payment will go on. Now whenever if the session is not available, I want to make it disable, right? The button, it should not be clickable. So the clickable button, it should be like, say, no session dot user. So if the session dot user not available right now, it will not take us there, right? But in case, just to be for sure, if it doesn't have the user, we will make that one as disable. Okay, so now we can go and integrate our checkout section to just foresee the payment. But before going there, I want to go and finish that for the favorite one. As you see, that should be similar of that, where we can view all of our favorite products, and then also we can go and add from here instead. So now to implement that, right now as you see, we are not having any of the favorite page, right? So we need to create one first, and to create that, so that's our car summary. So let's just go back here, and then we're going to start from this place. And here in our app, we need to create a new route, which we will take that route name as for same like of that, let's say, favorite, and then page.tsx. Okay, is it coming like that? Yeah, okay, RAFCE. So this will be our, let's say, favorite page, and after hit enter, so we should be able to see now our favorite page right here. And we also need to make some certain scenario here. So we're going to wrap everything within our container here, so that it will be within a single segment, the way which we are preferring. So that's our favorite page. And here also we're going to pass a title from our title component, and that should be, let's say, a favorite page. And also here, let's say padding Y10. So it should be similar of that. So now we are having the favorite page, and for this one, let's put that text should be Amazon blue, and also we're gonna make that text which will be 2XL, a bit of larger text here, so something similar. So now as you see, if you are not logged in, we don't want the user should be visible here. But before going through that scenario, we will take a new component over here. The component name, it will be, let's say, favorite products.tsx RFCE. So that components, it will be responsible to rendering all of our favorite item. So you're gonna just bring it here, favorite product. That's it. So this will be our favorite product. So that's the product alignment. It will be implemented right here. And now, first of all, we need to check if user is there or not. So we'll make an asynchronous way, and we're going to say, and the session, it should be coming from await. We're going to take it from our auth. And now here we're going to just pass a simple method. If it doesn't have the session, then we're going to pass a simple return value. So return, and that return would be redirect us to directly in our home. So if no session, user particularly, it will not be there. If I just make logout, you will see it will not align. You see, we can't go. But we can also make the, instead of the home, we can pass that in the login. So anybody want to try to trickery and going to in our favorite page, it will directly take us to our login page. So if I just write also here favorite, as you see, I'll not be able to go in that route. Even you see, if you go back, it will directly take back to our home, because it cannot render, it cannot pass that favorite portion. So now if we just make logged in, we should be able to go and basically to move in the fabric. And why I make it in a separate component, because as you see, the fabric data which we are having is we are going to get it from our store. It should be similar like that, const, and that should be is equal to store. Now as the store, as we use that store parameter using the Zustand, we need to make that use client, and that's the reason we made that favorite portion as separately, like favorite card, it will be in separate motion. Now here we're gonna just grab our, let's say, favorite product, and done. So now we are having the favorite product, and we can now also for right now I'm going to just keep it like that. So first of all, we need to make some segment here. So here, put a class name, margin top. I'm going to put a 5 of margin top. Should be a little bit lower. And here it should be, I'm going to take another div. Then I'm going to pass a table here, and the t head, it should be something like that. And from the table row and table head, first one, I'm going to pass it as an image. So you're going to see the image there. So it will be like that: image, category, brand, status, price, and action. So these 6 segments, it will be there, and we need to align it all together. Because by the way, if you just go back in the smaller screen here, as you see, because we need to create it in that fashion so it would be fully responsive, right? We need to keep that in mind. So all of those class name which I'm gonna passing through now, it would be aligned with responsiveness. Put a class name. First of all, let's say overflow X should be auto, so it can be show if it overflow happening and on the like the horizontal side. Put a class name which should be full, and border should be collapse. So that's the one scenario here. Let's just go back here, and after that, on that particular t head, for the t head, I'm going to keep it as simple as it is. And also here, put a class name. I'm going to make a background color should be Amazon light, and the 10% opacity rounded empty. Okay, so one is for our that image, right? So typically we have 6, right? So I'm gonna just or it's just a simple parameter, so you can just go and implement that one. So right now, as you see, we have 6 setup. One is the image, another is category, brand, status, price, and action. Now this one, the first one, image, padding 2. So we're keeping the padding 2 for everyone. Instead of keeping that padding 2 here, we can also globally recover the padding 2, but the space, it will not be there. So better in dynamic way. And text should be left, and the category one, as you see, it's hidden by first. Category you're gonna see only in whenever it's going to be in that, like you can say at the medium screen, the category, brand, status, and also the action you will see in the middle screen. So the same thing is happening also. We are in the smaller screen. As you see, we are only seeing 3 part: image, price, action. Or you can instead, because the image is not there, we can just say that, let's say, product info. That's actually a sound much better instead of the image, because as it will be disappear in certain portion. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, as we are having that, is time to capture the table body. So after the t head, we will pass that t body. In that t body, we need to provide that, let's say, a favorite product dot I'm gonna just map through it, and that should be, let's say, we're gonna make it, we're gonna pass that as a product, and then we're gonna render something which should be table row. And in the table row, first I'm gonna take that link. On that particular link, I'm gonna generate our image. Should be image, let's just take like that, image from next image. And on that particular image also, whenever we're gonna just href on that, we want that path name to be followed, like it should be a /product, and / we're gonna pass that our product ID. So it will go in that way. And after that parameter also, we can just pass the query parameter. The query, it should be, we're gonna pass the ID, which will be product.id. Okay, done. Now for the image, what you're gonna do, that source should be product.images, because it's an array of images. We will get the first images right here. Alter tag should be, let's say, a product image, and as the image going to be coming up from outside domain, we need to specify and width and height. So I want to grab that image at 80 by 80. So height also, it should be 80, and put a class name. Rounded should be MD, and I'm gonna make it a group, not the group. So whenever we hover on the group, I want to make it a scale, scale which should be 105, and also I'm gonna pass that hover effect, and let's say height 20 and weight 20 by so far, and object should be contain, object contain. That's it. So now we also need to pass a key parameter here in the tr. That key should be product.id, so that it will be flexible here. So as you see, now this hover effect is not working because we need to mention that link, that one. We need to put a class name. I'm going to pass a border and also pass that rounded should be MD. I'm going to make it a group, so that once I hover on that, you see the effect is happening. We cannot see the border. We will make that it will be hidden, and MD should be inline flex. Okay, good. So now we can see our things is visible. If we click, it will take us directly to the single product page scenario by so far. So means that things is working perfectly, and you can see the list in proper way. So first of all, let's say this one, we can make that one, put a class name, and padding should be 2 by so far. And after that, we're going to make that a flex item center. I'm going to put a gap of 2. So this for this particular instances. So similar what is happening here. Now to make that, because this one, as you see the link, first one is getting the link, right? And after immediate of that link parameter, we also, I think instead of wrapping this one right here, we can wrapping this one as it like table data, right? I think that would make a lot of sense here. And this one, I'm gonna just cut it. This will take for the table D data, and here I'm gonna just pass a border bottom here. So you can see everyone having a border bottom, the same thing is happening. So that's the one. Now what we need to do in the same that table data, what we can considerably do here, after that link tag, put a p tag here, we're gonna define that our product dot title. So the name implement should be here, and put a class name. We're gonna pass a line clamp should be 1, so it will not go more than 1 line. Also you can make that, let's say font, I'm gonna make a font of medium, so medium. Okay, cool. Now this one, it will take as much possible space as it is, but other one also grab the space as the thing can go by. Now it's up to you how you can configure the things, but for me, I think that scenario is doing well. And also you're gonna make that product dot category, so that you will see the category right here. And we're gonna make that one, put a class name, padding should be 2. I'm gonna make it as a capitalize. First it should be hidden, MD should be table cell. Okay, so it will be coming on that sense. Okay, cool. And now if we just click, you see that one is gone. Okay, doing the same purposable things. Now the same thing gonna happen. We're gonna take for after that TD, we're gonna take the brand properties here. So the brand should be available, and after having the brand, we should be having the status, right? And to do that, it's also be typically the similar segment here, what we did beforehand. That should be like, we have a parameter called a product.availability status. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass our product.availability status. So whatever the status is available there is saying in stock, low stock, in stock. Now whenever it's coming like product availability status is equal to in stock, and as you see, we're making it text green, font medium, text SM, hidden, MD, table cell. Now you can do little bit in a quicker position. As you see, we make it only in stock. You can also go with the low stock. You can make it YOLO, right? It's up to you how you can combine. I will just configure for that in stock parameter. And after this TD, we're gonna take another TD, and here you see we have the price format, right? So price format, and in the price format, we're gonna just simply pass our amount, which should be product.amount. Product.price. I think that will make a lot of sense. So we have our product price. Now we should be appealing to do that product pricing. Now this one, that's just tax for you, because as you see, we're increasing the action quantity right here. So you can do the same thing. As you see, we're increasing quantity right here, right? But here what we did, we are not increasing the quantity. It will be just having that base product price. But if you're having problem, I will show you how you can do that. No worries. So padding should be 2. And after that, should be another TD, and here we're gonna pass that our add to cart button, and on that add to cart button we're gonna just pass the product as the product, and also put a class name. It will take the full weight, so weight full, and for this table we're gonna make that padding should be 2. That's it. So now if we click, as you see, now we can do one thing. As you know, we just make that show subtotal, we should be as false. So there should be no subtotal, and as you see, it's working so much aligned and perfect way. So that's the scenario which we are implementing. And now we can just pass the loading here. I think we did we create the loading instances? No, we can create that if we want, but anyway, that's just take a bit of time to load. You can go and just see. Okay, that's in real time. So now you can just make another thing is, once you increasing, this value should increase as well, right? And how we can do that? Remember in the card, like in the card summary, you can see it. So in the card summary, not in the card summary, but in the card, I think it should be, if we go back to our card here, so in the card we have our card products. Yeah, I think we did it here. So in the card products we have our card product segment. Okay, so remove from card, and by the way, where we did that, add to card button, show subtotal, and blah blah blah. So where we did that, okay, that's the price, right? So if we see here in our card product, okay, I'm gonna close all of those, not require. Okay, now here what we did is that we have the product.quantity. So we have everything. Now what we can do is here, if we right now we can just go and by so far where the price we put here, that's the price, right? So here we can do combine a separate thing is product.price. We can just go like that. If product.quantity available, then we're gonna pass that product.quantity into product.price, otherwise similarly product.price. That's it. That's a simple configuration we can do, right? If we just increase right now, no, it's not working like that way, because we need to recheck and recirculate the value whenever it's changing. We need to go and alongside make the reference with that, right? So whenever the product quantity is changing, we need to go and configure that. So that's the one we need to configure. So if we go here, we have our product. It should work actually. We can just copy this portion. Let's see. And here we can just go with this portion. Okay. It's giving the noun value, but I think our previous one it was okay. Okay, right now I'm gonna check what kind of product data we are having. So we have the favorite product, right? So let's say we have our favorite product. Oh yeah, that should not be happen, because now we need to check our card product also. We need to go and combine that one here, like whatever the, I think that's not a lot. I think it's a not that much basis to use. We can just go with the base price, but what we need to do, I will just refer to you what the things you can combine here. So this product is adding in the cart, right? So now we need to also check our card product, and then we can pass the value. If we have the quantity, we need to go with that ID. If we are having that quantity, then we can pass the value, right? Because for our this one in the favorite product, as you can see here in the favorite, if we just go and basically just pass that value here, we are not storing any of the quantities. So if we go in the favorite, add to favorite, as you see, we're just adding the ID, so it's not it is having no connection with our card. So we need to just align the connection with the card, that we need to check either it's in the card or not. Only then it will take this space to work. Okay, so it's just like you can go and recap with that if you are willing to go and make the things done. But for me, I think that's yeah, that's no need for right now. So right now, as we can now go with and create our checkout instances. So as you see, we need to go and pass through so many other criteria to generate the secret itself. So let's go to our cart summary properties. So in the components, we have one cart summary. Here we need to go and combine this parameter. So here is what we are dealing to go with the payment will go on. Now here, what we can do here, we need to go and make an asynchronous request here. And first of all, let's go and create that scenario. So first we're going to create a response. We can also make a try catch value. So try catch, and then if we have the error, let's say log, we can pass the error. So let's say it should be payment error, and we're gonna just render our error here if we are having any error. So right now, what we're going to do in our try block here, we can also pass through the value of the loading instances. If we are looking forward to showcase the loading, we can do that. So let's say in the top here, we will pass another criteria, which going to be say const loading, set loading, and the user state value. First, it's going to be as false. Now here, what I'm gonna do whenever it's gonna rendering here should be set loading should be true, and now it will be only false value here once ever is error is there. So set loading, it should be false, otherwise I'm gonna keep it true. And why I'm doing that, you will just see in a bit. So first of all, as you see, if we go back in our card, we have that particular product. So it should be, we need to make the disable on the if session.not-user there, and if we are having the loading instance, so that time it should be disabled. If we click, and as you see, it's just disabled, but you will not fill that. We're gonna make a class name here so that it gonna make it will make a sense here. So like if it's disable, I'm gonna make a bj of gray of 200 just to show you. Okay, so let's just reload here, and I'm gonna click here. Okay, it's not disabling. Why? Handle payment and set loading is just true, and we are not making set loading false, right? So should be okay. What we did here, I think if the no session, we can just remove that one, because the user, they will not be able to come here. Yeah, I think that was the condition which is making, if there is no session, we just make a mistake or sign. Okay, that's it. So as you see, we can just simply make, instead of 200, we can make 400. You see, now it's disabled. So, and also the cursor, you can make that whenever it's disable, let's say disable cursor, let's say cursor not allowed. So you can, if you click, it's disable and there is a cursor not allowed. And also we can make a lot of other scenario. We can just go in a bit because it's very simple to do right now. You know how to just implement. So why we make the disable, you're gonna see later on, but right now we need to go and just prefetch the other parameter. So make const response is equal to put await, and we're gonna fetch the response from, let's say, /API. So /API /checkout. And here we're gonna pass whatever the things we need to pass. The method, it should be by default, the method is coming as a get method. So whenever you are doing any post method, you need to mention that one. And also the headers, which we are going to pass here, the header should be, we're gonna pass that content dash type, and that content type should be, let's say, application /JSON. Okay, that should be our content type. Now what you can do, we need to pass the entire data structure. As you see, we are having, like right now, we are not having the data here, the card data and others, but we need to get our product like the card data. And how we can do that is pretty simple. Const, we will just call our store here. So let's say store, and on that particular store, we can just simply call that cart product. Okay, so that's the cart product is responsible to having all the product, and this toast is not record right now. So what we're gonna do, we need to pass that in the body. We need to pass this one. So body, because as we are going to pass that through our network, we need to make that stringify. So we're gonna pass everything as a string, and here within the items parameter, I'm gonna pass that cart product. So that cart product, it will go there, and the email should be, let's say, session.user.email. So that's the email we're going to pass. And what's it saying here? React has detected change in order to hooks called by cart summary. Okay, I think why store, we call the store, we call the calculate cart summary from libutils. Why? What's happened? Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Or maybe. So this is our response. Await, we are just fetching the response, API checkout, then we are passing method post, headers going to be there, and in the body JSON stringify, we are passing the item, we are passing the email. Then what's wrong? Okay, we're using hook, so we need to make it use client. That's the fundamental error is here. Okay, so now as we are passing the value, we should be having a result, right? So you're gonna pass the result, const result is equal to await, should be response.json. So whatever the response, we are going to back, because as we make the stringify value, we need to make it return back as a JSON value, and that const checkout URL should be await, and that should be result, and from on the result, which we are going to be taking one URL, so that we will pass there. So if the checkout URL is available, from there we're gonna pass that window.location.href is equal to, it should be checkout URL. Okay, so we're gonna pass that URL on that instances, right? And now if something can happen, like if the result having an error, result.error is there, and that time we're gonna pass an alert, right? So should be alert, and here we're gonna pass that result, and from there error, from there we're gonna just simply pass the message. So there's a lot of things to be grasping within a single paradigm. So how we are configuring that is very simple. As you see, we're just making that a response method. We are just calling our API, and /checkout is not yet created, but if you just try to do it here, you can just check and get one error here, which is going to be coming in the server API, that checkout 404 not found, means we are not having the checkout URL. And it's true, because it didn't create it. But what is gonna happen, it's gonna pass all the single details here, our items, our email, it would be there. Then from there we're gonna grab our result, and whatever the result it's gonna pass, we're gonna pass an URL for the session URL, and with that session URL we're gonna replace our window. It will be that checkout URL there. If any error is there, we're gonna pass the error. So right now what we're gonna do, let's go back to our API. Here we're gonna take another directory here, so it should be another folder, and here we're gonna make that a checkout, CHECK, and remember that name and this name, whatever you are passing here, should be similar, otherwise the route itself it gonna not be happen. So let's say should be route.ts. Now we need to create the route. If we just go in our package, did we just install our dependency here for Stripe? No, we didn't do it. So let's just go to our Stripe here. So it should be stripe.com, and in this Stripe you're gonna have a proper understanding. So just let me dig down a bit so that you're gonna grab it in a proper way. First of all, I want to go in our developers on the documentation, right? So that you can just visibly go and having an understanding. So first of all, I want to get the payments. So I will just go get started with payments. And from that payment itself, as you see, there is a multiple way you can do it. You can just go directly with that accept online payment, and there you will know how to grab that. It's just a simple component here, how you're gonna render, and as you see how those things can work. So it's a lifelong just scenario of the tracking integration. So you can just go and feel free to go over there, and you can have a better idea how these things work. So there is a lot of other parameter also you can explore one by one, but as you know, if you're just following along to just finish the project, you know how to do it. So first of all, you need to come over here. First, I need to go through my account parameter. I'm gonna logged in my account. I think it's by default getting logged in because I have my previous session. Let's see if it's coming or not. And if you are not having an Stripe account, you can just go directly using your Google account, like Gmail account, and you can create your own account. It's very simple. So first of all, from here, you just simply need to create a new account. So as you see, I have lots of account created, so we can just create a new account. It's very simple, and I'm gonna make that Amazon Pro. Okay, so that's the account you're gonna create. I'll go with the same default United States because I will not configure for any particular reason. And as we create our account here, and okay, so there is a lot of things. Go to dashboard, one-off payments. So there's a lot of configuration you can do right now. Recurring payments, build a platform or marketplace. There's a lot of things which Stripe can handle. Now what we are looking for, as you see, we are having that Amazon Pro, and now it's going through sandbox. No, we don't want sandbox. Let's go to be there. I don't want that sandbox to be appearing. And okay, I'll go directly here. I'm going to reload because I don't want to go directly in the sandbox. I will go in our Stripe integrated. I think the default sandbox. Okay, get abusing that and might get your work when going. Okay, now okay, that's your get your live account. So okay, there's so many things they are planning and preferring. So if I don't activate my payment, okay, yeah, the sandbox one, it will be for the dummy account. For if you are going to live, then only you can use the other pay. That's the new things they introduce. So let's go in the developer text tabs. I need to go to grab that API keys, and from here I have publishable key, I have secret key. So I need to grab the secret key, and again, don't try to use that key because I'm gonna revoke that one, as it's a very like it can causing problem for my account. So don't try to use it. Use your own key itself. So I'm gonna just paste here, and then as you see, I have a Stripe secret key. I'm gonna close it. So as I'm having the secret key, I think from here I just need to now track my transaction, nothing more. So first of all, I need to go and capture the routes. Should be export const, it should be a post route is equal to should be a synchronous route, and from there I will take everything as the request, and that request should be coming up from their next request, and that should be injected from the next server. Need to import from there. And right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass some separate value. First of all, let's go grab the Stripe key. So should be Stripe underscore key. Now you can make it in a lot of other way. There is a lot of other way where you can do in that, but I'll go in a very simple manner. Should be Stripe underscore secret underscore key, and that key should be coming as a string value. So that's for the type shape parameter. And now I'm gonna just make a simple function. If we doesn't have that Stripe key, right, whenever we're gonna come in here, we want to pass that, like if we doesn't have the Stripe key, I want to throw an error. So that should be throw new error, and that should be saying that Stripe is not initiated. Okay, so that's the just for in case if we doesn't have that Stripe key. Okay, and now we need to pass the Stripe. First of all, we need to install this Stripe. It's pretty simple. npm I Stripe, that's it. It will install this Stripe by itself. So while it's installing, we need to go grab another properties, which is going to be that next public next auth URL. Remember, if you go back to our env.env, so you should be able to see one parameter next public next auth URL. So we can just pass that URL here. So what we can do right now, we can simply passing a conditioning over here. We can say const next auth URL is equal to process.env.next public next auth URL or localhost 3000. So now by default it will just go in fallback localhost 3000, but we can also pass the Vercel URL deployment URL so far. So now const, let's just pass that Stripe, or this one we can just simply go, I think this initialization, I think the import method, let's say, yeah, we need to initialize that. So we have the stripe key, const stripe is equal to new should be stripe, and that stripe need to import from stripe. Let's say import stripe from stripe. Okay, so there we need to initialize that stripe. So it's not installed, it's equal to stripe. Here we need to pass our secret key. Let's say we can just pass simply our stripe key. Okay, cool. So now we are having our stripe key back. So I will just considerably looking for this one. Now what we can do, we have next.url, we have our stripe, so everything is going in a very good motion. Now here we need to also passing to separate value. One is the success URL, and we're gonna go with the backtick, and here we're gonna pass that our next auth URL. Then we're gonna go with / success page, right? CESS, and on that instances, we also going to pass our session ID. And that session ID should be the ID which the session is implementing for our stripe. Like we will get the session ID from there. So the success URL, the session, okay, should be one. So the session, it will be / success, and the session _ ID is equal to should be checkout session ID. That should be rendering for our success URL. And for that cancel URL, you can go in a by default make a lot of other things, but first in these instances I'm gonna just I'm gonna pass that one. Let's say we're gonna just pass simply the cart. Okay, so right now again everything is done. We're gonna just go and make a try catch value. So in the catch value, if we are having an error, we need to return. So return, and what we're gonna return, we're gonna return a next response value here, response, which going to be from the next server, and next response dot we need to combine with the JSON. Should be, let's say error should be whatever the error is going to coming back here, and we're gonna pass that status should be 500. So that's the status we're gonna pass from there. Now what happened if we have successfully done everything right? So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that, let's say const rec body, it should be await, and that should be coming for a request.json, because remember we made a stringify whenever we are passing the data, and we are passing two data. One is that items, another is that email, and both data is coming from, let's say await rec body, so that request body. So remember what we are passing from there is simple way what we are gathering. We are passing one items, we are passing one email, and thus both are passing in the object. And here we just destructure that object value, that items and email we are grabbing from that request body. Now normally what is going to happen, we need to pass like extracted items, because remember the items we are having here in the card is not that structurized the way the stripe can hold. If we just click on that parameter, remember the stripe checkout payment, so that's here how they showcase here. That's a different scenario. So we need to go and engage to create that segment here. So we can make that extracted items. I think we can make the name of that extracting items, and we need to just extract that items value. It should be like the similar way. So we can await, even though if it's just we can pass that one. So items.map, and here we can pass everything as an item, and that type should be as a product type. And from there what we can do here as is just going to amplify should be a function, then we're going to return an object. So it should be an inline return. Okay, so we are just passing directly an object value parameter, and what we are doing, as you see, we are passing the quantity, the item quantity. So whatever the quantity is there, it will get, and the price data should be the currency, should be USD. Remember the currency is showcasing here, that's in USD format, so that's the one which we're integrating from here. The unit amount which should be math.round, so item.price into 100 into that, we are just going to be expel the discounted amount, or you can just simply, as you are adding the discounted amount, we can just go with that item.price. That's it. item.price into 100. I think that will also resolve. In case if it's not happening, we're gonna see. Then the product data, the name, it should be the item.title, the description, item.description, images as the array. If it's not an array of images, you need to just embed it like an array, but it is an array of images, so we are just going to pass that item.images. That's done. So we have our extracting item. Now we need to create our session. That session, it should be await, and we're gonna make that stripe.checkout. You see the instance is coming. If it's not coming, we're using TypeScript. Whenever you are typing stripe dot, if those things is not coming, means the stripe initialization having an error. So stripe.checkout dot, I will pass the sessions dot create. So within the function, we're gonna wrap everything within the object parameter. So in that object, we're gonna pass, let's say we're gonna pass the payment methods, line items, and so many other things. So the payment method types, payment underscore method underscore type, that should be is an array value should be there, because it will it's handling multiple payment method. And for the line items should be our extracting items, and the mode should be, as you say, recall that payment mode. And we can also pass that invoice parameter. We can go with the invoice creation true, so the invoice value, it will be also there. So if we make that enabled, we can just pass that as a true value. So invoice is creating there, because whenever we're gonna save in that particular instance Matthew, we can also method, we can also showcase our invoices. And right now we need to pass the success URL, and the success URL should be the success URL which you generate at the top, and the cancel URL should be our cancel URL. And also the metadata, we can pass the metadata, only the email we can pass as our metadata. And then we will pass that customer email, customer underscore email should be our email which we are passing. Now once we are doing everything right, we should be grabbing back our URL, and there we're gonna pass that return should be next response dot JSON. We're gonna pass that simple value here should be URL, and that URL should be session dot URL. That's it, and that's the URL which we are capturing here, and we are just replacing our href with our checkout URL. So right now let's see what is going to be happening. If you see, we are in localhost 3000. If we just, I want to make it reload here instance, it can be causing some error. So now if we click in checkout, you see it's initialized, but as you see, it's just stop it right here. So let's go in inspector if we are having any error. What is saying here, the server respond is 404 not found. Still okay, resources, I'm gonna make a like whatever the caches data and others, let's just be disappear, and let's try again. Okay, the checkout is not happening. What I said beforehand, API CHECK okay, checkout not found. Why? If we go back here, API okay, I think, see, this is created in our app, not in API. I need to cut it and I need to go it in the API. okay, that is not happening in the API, so it's not finding that route. So right now, if it's automatically reloading, I think the issue will resolve if we click on checkout. Okay, cool. Yeah, we are right here. So you can just go back and it will take back directly to our Stripe card, and we can now go with here again. So checkout, and okay, cool. If we go with that 4242, I think we should be able to create one payment 35123. Let's just put a name here. Okay, and hit pay. And after payment, of course, we need to land in a success page, which we didn't create. So it will be, you see the success and those things is working. And if we go back in our transaction and hit reload, we should be able to see our transaction parameter also. So one payment should be available here that we did right now. So I think that's the one it need to be initialized and configure. And whenever you are working with this Stripe, just wait a bit, because it's giving a lot of things in return, but also it's getting a little bit loading instances. Okay, so cool. Now we received our first payment, right? So one of the most like interesting part is here on it gonna happen on in our success page, right? So in the success page, it's going to be a little bit a crucial payment and other structures. So we're gonna go and implement that one right here. So what I'm gonna do, not in API but in app, I'm gonna make another file which is going to be success and success/page.tsx. so it should be success page, and let's say success page. So it should be success page. And now, okay, still we are having the ID because we are needing it, and we're gonna see you why we are needing that one. Now what we're gonna do in that div, instead of the div, let's just roll back our container here. Should be container and import it. Done. So what we're gonna do, first we need to grab our like the search params, right? So I don't want to make it in a server side. I'm gonna just make it as an use client, because remember we have one state which we need to like make it empty, because we need to call the receipt card. So whenever we are coming in success page, our this card value should be empty, right? And of course we're gonna save the data, because what you are seeing here, if you go back to the orders, you can see the orders. So here we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna save the orders in our whatever we want to, just in our database, Firestore or anywhere. But beforehand, we will just go and choreograph in the success page. Then we're gonna just implement the webhooks, which will be responsible to go and grab that facilities. To just make that one, const a search params, going to be is equal to use search params, and that should be coming up from that, I think, the next navigation. And it's because, remember, we need to grab this one, and we can just simply log to see whatever the things we are passing from the search params. You can just make that console, inspect that one, console log, and you can see in the search param we are having that session ID, right? So we can just go and instantiate it on that key. So that should be, let's say, const session ID, and that should be search params dot get, and we can simply pass that one session underscore ID. And now if we just log that session ID, you should be able to grab that. You see the ID. Now this ID is crucial, because if anyone doesn't have the ID, we want them to go backward, right? So like we're gonna pass that use effect value here. In the use effect, we're gonna write a simple contradiction here, which going to be happen that if there is no session ID, then what it gonna do, we're gonna pass that, like say, return. We're gonna use the router here. So it should be, let's say, router, const router, use router, and import it from the next navigation, not from the router. So it should be return, and that return should be, let's say, return router dot push. That should be directly to the home if there is no session. Now again here, otherwise what it's gonna do, you're gonna make that receipt card. So we need to go back here at the top. So const, we're gonna grab that value, also need to be coming from the store, should be, let's say, receipt card. So we're gonna make that receipt card, so that will be one. And then let's say we're gonna make that let's say toast dot success. We can just simply pass a message, payment received successfully. So that's what it gonna happen, and this loop gonna run whenever we're gonna having with the session ID, whenever we are running this receipt card, whenever it's just router setup is happening. Okay, so router we did we make the use client? Yes, we did, but what's wrong here? What is saying route react change in the order. Okay, we can just go, like say, instead of that one, we can just simply go here, and we can pass that value here. Okay, cool. So now as you see, our card is empty because we made it emptied. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna just simply pass one div here, which going to generating a good message to showcase. It's very simple. Okay, just get the link. Okay, And there is just a simple message which you can say that your payment accepted by Amazon.com. You can just make that one message like Amazon pro.yt.com or something, and then you can view your orders or continue shopping with us. If view orders, continue shopping, it will take back to our home, and view orders, it will just gradually take to our order page, which is still we didn't create it yet. So it's a pretty simple. You see an h2 format is here, and this div which is going to having a min height value here, then passing h2 tag, passing a p tag, then on that scenario just requiring 2 button to continue having the value resisted. So right now, as you see, we are pretty much typically did those things, so I think we're good to go. Now what happened if we doesn't have that, like if we want to go in success page without the session ID, like that time it will not go there. Also we can typically recheck here also the parameter of our user should be const. Let's say we can pass that data, so the data should be coming from the session, it should be use session. Okay, so we can also, like if there is no ID and no session dot user, also we're gonna also router dot push that. So if we doesn't have that, like if we are logged out right now and try to do the same things, it will also do the similar thing. Let's say we want to go in success page, and it will not let us go. There is a blink coming here, we can go through because we are just not bypassing here in that scenario. We can now, you can go and create a loading instances. Still those things is loading parameter, like we can just run and set loading should be as true, right? So whenever we have no session, no user ID, you can make the set loading false. So that's how you're gonna inject the value. So that's up to you, you can go and configure that. So as you see, we are having basically all of those parameters. We will try one more time to create a success ratio here. I think we also having the all products, we created that too. If we go and create, let's go in our card, and we can't go in the card because we need to log in, and we'll try to log in with that. And after logged in, now we should be able to go and view our card. So let's click on checkout, and after checkout we should be able to go in success page. So photo, the default parameter 12 35 123, and I'm gonna just pass a name and hit pay. Now it should be redirecting us to our success page, and our payment 4597 should be done. So if we go back here and recheck, we should be able to receive that 4597. The actual value is right here. And also what is gonna happen, our card is empty. So now you can recall and check one by one every time, and like having an understanding. So now there is like a few things is pending. One is to go and create our like that webhook parameter by which we can save the product to our particular instances, which going to happen to be there in our Firestore admin. So Firebase admin, which we need to create. Right now you see the Firebase admin scenario which we created right here. So now it's gonna work because this admin going to be reconcile our those things, and we have that, I think, no, we have a service account key. Yeah, we have the key also. So now we can go with the create a webhook and save our order in our Firestore dataset. We can just make that one right now. For setting the webhook, we need to create an endpoint where we will just keep our webhook to run. So we'll just make a file which it will be in that, let's say it will be webhook, and the file name, it should be route.ts. So that will be our webhook route. As you see, it's localhost 3004/API/webhook. Now this you need to be very clear because that's the where we will run all of our application. Now the simple way, we'll just make a simple function, a async function, which it will be, so function, let's run that. Okay, async function, we're gonna give a name which will be a post parameter. So we're gonna take every single parameter as a request, and that request should be coming from next request, which will use that next server. Now we need to set a lot of other things. First, we're gonna check our body. We will just make that await. We're gonna take request body. We're gonna just convert it into a text parameter because we need to get our headers. We need to get our signatures. Now let's go back here and we're gonna pass that our headers list, and that headers list should be await headers. Okay, and that headers going to be coming up from our next headers. And as we are passing that, we also need to get the signature, should be headers list dot get, and we're gonna get it using that stripe and dash. It should be signature, STRIPE. So that's the signature we will grab from our header. And by the way, you can console log how the process is getting done, so then you can get a lot of sense into it. Now if we doesn't have the signature, because we need to verify, right? So if any of the route is coming and it doesn't have the signature, we need to return an error first of all. So that should be coming from next response.json, and you're going to say that it should be passing the message error, which will say no signature, and of course we can pass an error code which should be status, let's say 400. Okay, now what's that status? 400, 200, 300? You can search in the Google and that will make a lot of sense. Now we have the signature, right? So if we are passing here, means we are having the signature. So now we're gonna just pass that message webhook secret, and that webhook secret should be a process.env. Remember, we are passing something here which if we just pass that .env file, so there we need to get that webhook key, so that will be our secret key. And to grab that, in the second terminal, I'm gonna do one simple thing. As you see, I'm already having an account here, but as globally I installed the Stripe, so I can just make that Stripe login. Within that instances, it will take automatically to take a new parameter, and then it will ask the permission to log in, and I will use my authenticator to log in. I got the code, so allow access to my terminal here, so it's already accessed. So now if we just go and view my terminal, I supposed to have, you see, now it's working perfectly. So one thing you need to combine here, which is that as you see, there is one command which you need to just go with that stripe listen forward to localhost 3000 API webhook. So that's the route where we will just render our endpoint to run, and then we're gonna get our secret. So I'm gonna clear everything, and from there I'm gonna run that stripe, and that will be listen, and then we're gonna pass the port, which would be, let's say, forward, and then 2, and that forward going to be implemented for localhost then 3000 /API/webhook. Now if I enter that, it's gonna verify each and every single thing, and then it's gonna provide me that key, so WHSEC. So that's the starting point for that key parameter. I'm gonna just paste that one. So now I'm having my secret, right? If we just check the value, so I'm getting the secret. So right now I can just use that secret to create our parameter. And what the thing's going to be done with that, so each and every single function is running under the hood in this tribe, it will record. Okay, now what you're gonna do, first of all, we need to configure a lot of other parameters. So let's see. So that's our webhook secret, and then also we're gonna write a condition. If it doesn't have that webhook secret, first the signature, then the webhook secret, and we're gonna just pass that log to see that what we are missing. That we can just pass that message that stripe webhook secret is not set, and we're gonna just pass a message return next response, and from there we're gonna just pass, we need to make the JSON format. And now we will simply pass that one, that similar things which we did before, one error message and other parameters. So okay, it's my bad. Okay, what's wrong? I think we just can pass this message here, which going to say that stripe webhook secret is not set. I think, yeah. and status code is 400. So now this is the parameter which we are setting right here. So pretty much define that one, that we can just like deliberately pass that message whenever we are missing to, like if we doesn't have the secret than the others. Now if we have the secret, if we have the signature, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create an event, and that event going to be that event from Stripe, which need to be imported from Stripe. And I think if you go at the top, you can see our Stripe is imported here, and that will be stripe.event. I think it should be something clone, not an equal. So right now if I pass that event, yeah, now I can get that event. Now I will just simply write a try catch block by which we can render each and every single scenario. Okay, so one thing, we're gonna just define what kind of events if we are going to trigger, and then what kind of event we are not going to implement. First of all, okay, before the try catch, we can pass that simple scenario. If event.type is equal to, we can pass that it should be, let's say, checkout.session.completed. So that's the one we are going to capture, right? So anytime that we are having that response that our event is triggered, only then we're gonna render this parameter. What's gonna happen, we're gonna pass the session. So session is equal to okay, what's wrong here, what is saying event is used before assigned. Okay, oh, sorry, there is before that there one more scenario. Yeah, it's my bad, I was in the right track. So first of all, before going any further ado, we need to handle that error message from the Stripe webhook. Like if we are going to passing any error that time, like if we doesn't have that event only that time. So first of all, let's just put a log where we're gonna say that webhook signature verification failed, and then we're gonna exit the error just to see what kind of error we are having, and we're gonna pass that message next response dot JSON. Pretty much most of the time you're gonna get that error in here, okay, regarding the signature. If you are quite just get over it, I think you're good to go to create that. So now we're gonna pass that event because we define athlete event parameter. You can also use the const here, it's just up to how you're gonna structurize it. So Stripe, and now as you see the Stripe, so we need to set our Stripe parameter. So as you see, if we go in the library over here in the left folder, okay, here it doesn't have any Stripe, so I'm gonna create a new file which will be stripe.ts. And over here, we're going to define our Stripe functionality. So import Stripe from Stripe. And here, if we doesn't have that process.env dot, and remember right now, which we can trigger directly here, we can now go with that Stripe secret key. So what we're going to define here, if it doesn't have that Stripe secret key, we can just throw an error. So throw new error. And that error can combine that we can just simply pass that message that Stripe secret key is not defined. Okay, done. So that will happen once if we not passed any Stripe variable key in that our env file. And if we're having that, should be Stripe is equal to new, we will get that Stripe instances. Then we're gonna pass that process.env dot Stripe secret key, and then we're gonna pass the variable here because we need to get the API version, and every time that will change, so be careful. Maybe when you are dealing with that, that's already changed for a newer version. And from here, we're gonna just simply export default Stripe. So that's the Stripe we're gonna use in our route to configure our webhook. So that will be Stripe and import from the leaf. And here we can define that how we want to construct our events. So Stripe.webhooks. And if you configure everything properly, you can just see the property, just write a line on that. So construct event, we're gonna pass our body, we're gonna pass our signature, and we're gonna pass our webhook secret. So with that 3 parameter, it will just combine that. Okay, webhook secret. Oh, we are missing that. So process.env.stripe secret key. So that's the one which will combine on that. So now we are having one event. Okay, we concat the event. Now it's time to configure how that event can render. As you see, that's the block is just highlighting that event. Now we will get that event type. Event type is equal to, should be, let's say, a checkout session completed. And once that event gonna run, we can just go and create that parameter. So first of all, we're gonna grab the session, should be event dot data dot, and we're gonna pass that object as the variable should be stripe dot checkout dot session. So that's the session we're going to combine. And also we can get the invoice. Okay, so invoice should be session dot invoice, and from there, if invoice is there, then we're gonna pass something. If it's not there, it's going to be null. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that await should be stripe dot invoices, and then we're gonna retrieve every single parameter. Okay, so let's say retrieve, and from that retrieve method should be session dot invoice as a string. So now we are getting the invoice. And also, for after grabbing the invoice, also we can pass the invoice data, should be const invoice invoice underscore data, and on that data we can pass that within an object parameter. That id should be invoice dot id, and after that invoice, let's say URL, and that should be, let's say, invoice. And pretty much this why we are configuring that scenario, because whenever we are going to handle that in our database, we are going to just upload on that. So now, as you see, we are having the event, and we're having the session, we are having the invoice, we are having that invoice data. So pretty much all the item which is really needed or necessary, we are having right now. So it is our time to construct that event parameter and grab the order to set back, right? And here the catch, we will make the try catch block here to combine the method and to get the value how it can just be emphasizing on that. First of all, we're gonna just pass a simple message if the error creating order insanity, or you can say it's a order in, I think we are going to use that Firebase, so we can just make that Firebase. And now for the initial rendering, also we're gonna pass a next response dot JSON. We could just make that receive true. So that's the simple message we're gonna pass once everything is done. Now here we're gonna create all the fundamental things. First of all, we need to grab the structure, and then we will combine the value how we can set. Now first we need to go to just combine a couple of things. First, as you can see, we need to get the line items, right? So the items we are going to we need to pass with the product details. So that's where we can just set the value how we can define that and how we can just make the things done. So that const line items with product, it should be as equal to stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot I think it should be a list line items, because we need to get back our actual items. And from there we will, the session is running, we're gonna get the session dot id, and from there we need to expand, and from that expansion we will get an array here, and from that array we will go with that data dot of price dot product. So that will be our line items. Again, I'm saying you can console log that whatever you're receiving, whatever you are passing back here, that should be aligned right here. Okay, And after, whenever we are receiving that line with a products variable, after that we need to go to create a session products item, which we are, because that will be an individual products layer, so that's it will be an array, right? So the session products, it would be line items with product data, and from the data we're gonna map through it, and every single item we're gonna pass an ID, we're gonna pass a name, we're gonna pass the details, we're gonna pass the quantity and the price ratio. So that would be the combination. And why we are just dividing by 100? Because remember, once we are passing the amount to Stripe, we are making it, if you just foresee the value, especially in that checkout parameter here, so that you will understand it very simple and easy way. As you see, what we are doing, we are making into 100 cents. We are making every single dollar in a sense, right? Now we are dividing that value with 100 to make it back into dollar. Okay, that's all. So now also we can pass a total amount value. So total, let's say amount, and that should be is equal to line item with a product, and from there we're gonna make the data, we're gonna just reduce the value from there. First we're gonna take the total, and then we're gonna pass the item, and from there what we're gonna do, this total plus should be item dot amount total, so that's the one it will be, and should be divided by 100. So that's the value, that's the combination it should be arising here. And after that we need to pass the cross check variable just to put and 0 value. Now as you see, we are having our product data, we are having the item and order. Now we will create an order item. Okay, we're gonna, because that's the one we're gonna pass, right? And that should be a simple object. The amount should be, let's say amount should be our total amount, and then item should be our session products. If the session products is not available, it will be just go an empty array. And also the invoice, remember we create that invoice data right there at the top, which having all the invoices related things, invoice ID, invoice URL, and invoice PDF, to just getting an overview. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna set the orders to our database. And don't forget to just initialize your Firebase dataset here, because this is the place where we're gonna save all of our data. We're gonna store data here, and then also we're gonna fetch data from this place. So right now, as you see, nothing much here, but very soon our orders going to be just dropping by. And now first of all, we can just pass a message, like if we doesn't have the session, if only that will run if we have the session products.length, means we having the product. So that will pass that user orders ref. It should be is equal to admin db. Remember, we created one admin db here. As you see, that should be a Firebase admin, and initially we created that Firebase service account key, and then we are initializing our admin db. So that's the one we're calling right now. So the admin db dot, we're gonna go with the collection, and in the collection first we're gonna check through the users, right? And from that users we're gonna get the document, and from the document we're gonna mention that our session dot customer email. Okay, let's say session dot customer, okay, customer underscore email. So that's the email we want to get, and that email should be a value of a string. And after that we're going to create a collection, and the collection should be the orders. And after that we will pass the, we're going to set a document here, and the document should be session dot id. So now it's a pretty simple things we are doing. As you see right now, we have no structure here. What we are doing is creating an structure. Where it's gonna go, it's gonna first go back and create a table of that. What? Calculator? So we can now directly put the things right there. So what I'm gonna do, because right now if anyone has already one order, like a single user having a multiple orders, what we're gonna do, we're gonna just make that like error reunion, right? Because we're gonna save that one. If anyone doesn't have an order item, first of all it's gonna create a new order. If a user has item already there, that it's gonna just align with that. So to create that one, first of all, after this segment, we're gonna make that const user doc. So the user document should be await, and from there should be user orders ref dot get. Okay, so from there we're gonna get that. So that will be our user document. Now if any user doesn't have that user doc dot exist, means it doesn't have the user, like doesn't have an order yet, so await, and that should be user orders ref dot set. First of all, you're gonna set through that it could go with that email. That email should be session dot customer email. Okay, and now that would be our first value. So if only the user doc is not exist, otherwise should be await, and that should be user orders ref dot set, and we're gonna set the value within it. That value should be our order item, and then we can just combine and particular that yes, the mark should be true. Okay, so we're gonna merge every single things, whatever we are passing, that we're gonna merge through it. So that's the setup to create our entire segment. And also what I want to do is right now to create and open that one. I think it's closed, so I'm gonna go with that parameter again. I'm just going to run my webhook, and then it's gonna just giving that. And whenever you are running, just be ensure that the secret you are having now and the secret which we generate before, it should be matched together, otherwise you're gonna get a bumpy error, right? So I think it's match. Yeah, 2f. No, it's change. Okay, I'm also gonna change that one. So you need to make sure once every time it's just a changing, it should be like that. Okay, so now how it gonna combine? First of all, let's go back to and create a new checkout segment from here. So click some new product, let's go to our cart, and from there we're gonna create a checkout instances. As you see, if everything working fine, we should be able to see all the structure actions right here. So let's make that. Okay, so now hit pay, and now if our, as you see, customer created, charge succeed, payment intent succeed. Okay, there is a local there's some of that restriction here. Maybe we need to sign in again, but the things is running, right? So now if I just go back here to just recheck, I think it will not come because some of the request is just fallback. So means we need to just go through the login parameter again. Maybe we missed something to log in. Anyway, it's not done. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make that again stripe login, and it can just consume a multiple set of time because it just need to be having some convex authentication parameter. So you should not worry about it. If we just, as you see, okay, allow access. Okay, we granted the access. Now again, I'm gonna run that stripe listen forward to localhost 3000 API webhook, means we are right here. Okay, enter again. Let's see. Okay, that's the one. So I'm gonna try again one more time just to be popping up that method. Okay, in the cart and go to the checkout. Should be something similar. 4242. Hit pay. Again this time. Okay, there is some error which we are forecasting is happening from there. If we just open that, so we can now go and dig down with this parameter. I think, okay, invoice paid, invoice payment succeed. So that's the error. Okay, we can open that and see what's happening. So now we can see the error, webhook error, no signatures found matching the expected signature for payload. Are you passing the raw request body? You are okay. So the problem which is happening here is cannot match with our signature. So we can just go over at the top and we can just cross check that one. So everything we're getting up from the request and const body should be await rec. We are just passing that as the text. Then we're passing the header list from headers, and we're getting the signature from header list.get stripe signature, I think. Because that should be it could not be wrong on that process. Okay, I'll just go through one more time. Maybe that mistake can happen, you know. So Webhook secret, so this one is okay. So let's just try one more time. Okay, I think the error supposed not to, I check it's working. So I think sometimes it can be having some caching issue. So let's just try again one more time. I think this time it will give us a perfect message. Okay, we are trying with the 4 products and create the checkout, so which is the 50.95. So right now we should get something 4242 and the value is right here. Okay, if I hit pay, and now as you see it's working. So it just sometimes it just getting a minor error or maybe something in the cache. You just remove the caching and I think that will be working perfectly fine. Now as you see every instances is created. If we go back here, we should be seeing here too, because before I try one just to cross check and it was working because I removed all the caching properties and others. So right now as you see we have one user and that user is me, and we have the orders and should be multiple orders. So there is the order value. So as you see the value, we have our total amount, then the item. Also the next one, the same thing, we have the previous one, we have the invoice and we have our total amount. So right now what we are grabbing here, we are just getting our orders done. So means now dynamically we can store our order, we can just prefetch that, we can make the things to be done. So this is our orders data here. So here we can combine all together and then we can showcase all of our order products, right? And how we can do that? So first of all, as we are having the orders, we need to showcase the orders. And that, if you just go and check our previous build in the orders, we are having a pretty much good scenario here where we can see the order data and others. So the same thing also we can delete from here, the same instances we are going to create right here. So to implement that, first of all, I'm going to create a new folder which I should be passing that as, let's say, orders. And in that orders parameter, I'm going to create a page.tsx. .tsx should be our orders page. Okay, so we should be able to get back the order page. So right now here we need to write a simple conditioning parameter which is going to be similar like that. We need to get our auth from our auth. We need to get the redirect from next navigation. So the things we are here doing, if we doesn't have the session.user, we are redirecting back to the home page. And if you just go and null check, you can see the same instances it gonna happen and it gonna throw us to in our home page. But as we have the user, we want it to directly go to our orders. Okay, so right now we don't want our orders to be in the client side segment, so I'm gonna make that class name padding y as 10, and right here I'm gonna pass our container, and in the container I'm gonna create a separate component here. I'm gonna just pass the simple name which will be as orders.tsx or okay. So that orders component, I'm gonna just pass it here. Orders, done. So now you're gonna see that orders component right here. So what we're gonna do, we need to just align our orders component. So right now what is just going to happen, we need to grab one package here. So I'm gonna go in npm and here we're gonna search for our React Firebase hooks. So that's the hooks which we are calling to grab our properties and grab the value. So I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna just close this one right now because I'm not gonna check this webhook right now because no payment is done. So I think that will be good. It's a very good package, and you see it's also have a good user here, and we will just go and grab the hook. I will just get the real-time database hook, so we can just grab the properties right from there. So how we can combine that? I'm going to close others. First of all, to implement that one or to grab the value, that's a very simple and fast forward parameter. First of all, we will go to set that 3 separate value, and we're going to make that as use client. So first we will get our session data, and then also we're gonna make our user state parameter. So first of all, as you see, we have data, we have expanded order ID, we have our order loading parameter. How it gonna happen? As you see, that's how that things, whenever we're gonna close that loading instances will work here also. Now first of all, before taking that, we need to grab the orders, right? And to implement that order parameter is pretty simple and straightforward. First, here we need to create one, like we need to get that use collection, and that collection and other properties also need to be coming up from that. This entire use collection, that's the hook which we're gonna use to implement that, and the query should be a Firestore query. And you can see for that query parameter, we can just simply use our own query, which I think it will be pretty good. So use the Firestore Firebase. I think Firebase Firestore. And for DB, remember we created I think the DB, which DB should be our Firebase DB. Did we pass the DB? Not yet, I think so. Yeah, we passed the DB, so that will be the DB should be our own database which we created in our Firebase. So Firebase lib, and as you see, we are also passing the DB from there. So that's the DB which we are going to use. Now see how we are combining that. First of all, we are getting that our order snapshot and the loading parameter, and we're using the use collection method from our hook. And then if we have the only, we are tending to get that even if there is no session use, we cannot come here, right? But we're checking also if we have the session.user, then we can run the query which is going to go with the collection, and then within our database it will search with the users, and user should be the session user email as a string, and then it will fetch all the orders. Means it will go to particularly that segment for that users. So if I go this users, and it will fetch all the orders because it's an array of product, so it will grab all the single orders from there. So right now it should be appended to get our orders. Now after that, as we are getting that snapshot, we can also get back our orders. It's also pretty simple and straightforward, and I'll take from the type. You can just go and see the type here, how we just set the value. We are passing the value for invoice ID and other parameter. Every single thing is written there. So the order should be the order snapshot docs map, and we are mapping through ID, and then we're getting the doc.data, and from that doc we are passing that order. So now we are going to have our orders. Okay, fine. Now first of all, we need to set some of the parameter which are going to be that like if we have that loading, or we are having that order loading in both instances, we're gonna pass that our order loader. Now this order loader, we need to create that order loader. Is pretty straightforward parameter which we're gonna create. So take a new component here, should be order loader.tsx rfce, or instead of rfc you can just simply pass that method. What we are doing, we're using a motion effect, and then we're using an motion round which just going to be circled back because we are passing that value as rotate 360 degree. Now order loader, okay, so whenever it's loading it gonna pass that, and if it's not loading then it gonna pass the other value. Now what you're gonna do, you're gonna just pass a div here. So let's say in the first bracket we're gonna pass a div, and also if we have that orders dot length, okay, if bigger than 0 and then we're gonna pass our orders, otherwise will not pass. So and we're gonna pass the title. The title will combine that my orders list. Hit save. So now we have the orders, so we are seeing that my orders list. So now there will be a certain kind of scenario which is going to be just a certain set of data layer. I'm going to just copy paste, and no worries about that. The code I'm going to also provide to you so that you can just grab that one right now. So it will be a pretty simple, and I'm going to just focus to implement to you how we are accessing that, how we are passing that, and how incrementally we are dealing with that. So now we are using a card because we are mapping through that. So getting the UI card, and also in the card we are having the card content, all the components we are having that. We have our price format value, we have the badge here which we use that UI badge, and we also use the format. I think that format also we are using a package, I believe so. For the format we'll use that .fns. We can just roll back to our package. Let's go back to npm, and then you can just search for .fns. So that's the one which you're using to get our data format right there. So I'm going to copy this, and it's a pretty good download option. There is I think 21 million. And that's the simple parameter, not from the Redux, should be tooltip provider, from our, I think it should be from our UI, and then we are passing the tooltip. And okay, it's just taking a bit of time, I think so, because it's installing a lot of dependencies. And also for the trigger parameter, everything is just in that UI, so you know where we are just heading back to that. Okay, let's get to go. And tooltip content, I think this one is already there, right? So now we need to also make the toggle details one as a simple function which is going to be just expand the value, and like after the expand also it's gonna make the false value instead in that parameter. So I'm gonna just pass this. So that's the function it's gonna handle of that. So if I just complete all of those things like directly and properly, so we are going to just land it here where we can just expand the order and we can view the items. Then also we can do the same thing, just is expanding and then not expanding. So now this is the simple procedure which we are covering, that we are just mapping through the order and then we are calling a card, right? And that's the one which is like when I'm not gonna having the order, so the no orders found, and then passing the message and browse the products. Now what's happening here, as you see in the card, there is a method running that order expanded ID. So it's just making things possibly to be done here. What do you call that? It's just passing the value in the toggle details. As you see, we are just getting the initial state, so that's where we are actioning these purposes. So whenever we are clicking, we are just changing the icon and just expanding that items, and then we're just making it false. It's kind of like a toggle details. We are taking the previous action, and its previous is equal to order ID, then or is passing the null. So that's the simple method what we are passing through. And the various things is coming right here. So you can see that order ID, order data, order date, and the payment status all are at the top, and at the bottom we are also passing that tooltip and other scenario. And now what I want you to focus here, and don't worry, this code it will be with you, so you can just go through to have a more idea and then understand in a better way the way it can be reflected. Now that's the one which I want you to look forward, is that handle delete order. So that's the function here which is embedded in this function. Now here what we need to decipher is that, remember, we will call it as an asynchronous function, because now we're gonna go to our database, because as you see here we are having two particular orders, so we can remove each one of it using their ID. So how we can do that? First of all, if we just focused at the bottom here, we are passing the ID as the props, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna catch that ID, so the ID which going to be the value as a string. Okay, done. So what I'm gonna do, like accidentally you can click here, right? But we don't want any accident happen once you're going to delete the orders. So how we gonna do, we're gonna pass that message over here. We're gonna take a variable which is named the confirmed is equal to, it should be that window.confirm, then we're gonna take the value ru should to delete this order. Okay, so just asking a confirmation information. If I click here, you can see, okay, asking if I say yes, that will be confirmed. If I say no, that will be no action. So the same possible scenario, and all of these things, as you see, there's a tooltip right here. See, show details. So all the tooltips, both of that working perfectly. So now what we're gonna do, once we have the consent of confirmation, like if we have the confirmed, then we're gonna make a try catch block. Okay, try catch. And now what I'm gonna pass, I'm gonna make that set order loading, which should be true. And after the try catch block, I'm gonna make a finally resolving block where I'm gonna make that toast.success, and that's gonna pass the name order deleted successfully, and then it gonna just make that set order loading as a false value. Okay, done. Now in the try and also in the catch, in the for the catch variable, it will be just a simple error perspective which we want to provide. So we're gonna pass that value here, and that error, that the message which should be error can be unknown error. Okay, so if error is there, the toast.error should be the error messages, and if not error there but it's just function remaining there, the toast.error, which is an unexpected error occurred. Now we are going to have our try block, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna await, and then we're gonna make that delete doc. Okay, the delete doc. I think it's not giving us the auto importing method, so the both things need to be coming up from our collection and other parameter. So if we go at the top, did we have that any of the method we use? No. Firebase, yeah, we use the collection, we use the query, but why the delete doc and doc is not referring? Okay, we can just pass from there. We can just take that delete doc, and then also you'll just gonna fetch the query from there. So all of those things going to work. Okay, already query has been taken, so delete. Did I missing something here? Okay, should be, yeah, that's the one. Okay, so now as the considering the value we have here, so now we can just pass the same variable here. So we can just pass that delete doc, so that method can represent how we want the product to be deleted. Okay, delete delete doc, and on the delete doc we're gonna go in the documentation, and on there we're gonna go in our DB. Remember, we have our database, and on the database we'll go through our users. Remember how we enlighten over here. We have our users, then we have our email, then we have the other scenario. So we have our users, and the users should be is equal to on that session.user.email, and that email is coming should be as a string value, and then we're gonna go within the orders parameter, and the order should be the ID which we are passing. So that should be happening once we are going to click here. So now right now, as you see, we have that order here, which is the total value is 57.96. If I just try to delete that one, okay, delete, and auto deleted successfully. And also if we are just coming here, you see that is gone. So the same thing, if I do the same scenario right here, it will do within the same parameter. So I think you know what's happening right now. We can create the order and we can delete the order as much as the way we are referring and preferring for. Now as you see, independently each and everything is working closely perfect and fine. So the method is working simultaneously, so you can go and feel free to just touch a bit with that. So right now we'll go with the scenario one more time before we're deploying to the Vercel. So everything is working, right? So let's just go and explore a bit, and then we're gonna create the order. Also you can see the favorite and others, how those things can work. We can just add from here, then also we can just add from here. Okay, super cool. Now if we just roll back here, we have around 1 to 5. Let's add some more items. I want to go top than 5. I can just add, okay, 645 is our amount right now. So let's go and create the checkout, which is because the value which we are sending here, that's the preparation for you. You can start working on that. So right now, as you see, the subtotal is there, but we have the discount, right? So we need to be a bit of tricky right here. So I think that calculation is not aligned. Let's just go and focus to keep it aligned together. You can just come over here in the utils where we are writing that function. Feel free to toggle through all over it. Then you can just go in the card summary, and here you can see how this thing is combined. It's just a homework to you. I know how to resolve it, but in the live version also it's resolved. So I want you to try that if you can do it. Okay, so the amount should be 777.88. So okay, that's the value which we can go now. Okay, so let's just try with the cards to make a payment right here. 35 1 2 3 and a test name. Now if I pay, so as you see, my webhook is running, so everything we can note down right here, and after success we should be able to go and pass the value there. Okay, orders created, and now as you see, we have the payment done. So okay, cool. Now over here we are not receiving the order items, right? This is not good because we have 2 orders but we are not seeing anything. And to implement that one, we can just go directly in our header, and I think on the header we have that order btn, and on that order button we can just pass that what kind of value it can be concatenated. Now first of all, we need to provide the session right here because we need to grab the order. Either you can keep it in the state if you wanted to, but I want to do it in a live session. So let's just go as a session, and that should be, let's say, use session. And from that use session, and then we will just combine this all together. We can just, I think it's pretty simple. We did it before. So now what we are doing, we are using the use collection to fetch the order, and then we are using the query from our Firebase Firestore to grab the orders from the user collections and also from our DB. So right now we are grabbing the order. So as we are having the orders, we can just simply pass the order length. So if we have that orders dot length available, then we are passing that orders, let's say orders dot length. Otherwise it's just going to be as 0. Okay, what's wrong here? I think we messed up something. Okay, linked up. Okay, where's the wrong we calculated? I think I maybe, okay, over here. Now I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's just a simple typo error. I think I was just dragged something down there. Okay, right now if we just go and looked back, okay, attempted to use session, but we're using the server. Of course we need to make it as the use client flag, otherwise we'll be unable to use that. So if the reload thing is done, we should be able to see something. Yeah, we are having 2 orders. So means everything working perfectly aligned, and we are good to go to handle each and every segment. Now what I want to do, I wanted to deploy it in Vercel. So before going to deploy in Vercel, what I'm gonna do is to just check a checking a configuration. Like I want to run that npm or run build, just to check if the build functionality is working or not. You can get the error in the Vercel, but before passing through there, I think it's better to check individually right here, and that can be cutting a less production problem. So it's creating an optimized production build, the same segment which we're gonna see whenever we're going to deploy in Vercel. Okay, we are now finding the problem, so we can just go and resolve that. We are having the problem in our success page where we are using some value and it is not working in a proper way. So now we can just go back to our success screen. It's better to go and check before deploying that. I think we will try to recover all of this error before going to make that one there. So right now what is saying here, 23 and 6. So okay, I think that's supposed not to be an error. It's saying use effect has a missing dependency session.user. That's we are passing session.user. Yeah, that's the dependency here. Okay. So I think we no longer this needing that, because if we have no session means it's not there, right? So we can just simply go with the session ID. So, but yeah, we check it, we made that one as a double check, so that's why we also need to add that dependency array here. Now all products is a warning. You see that's the warning also, that's the warning also, components all products. So let's say all products, and what is there here on the 54 by 6 and 54, the current page is coming to be in that load more product. I think if we just go on that, all products, it should not be an error. As a missing load more products, either included or removed. I think we cannot include that. Okay, anyway, we can see if that bunch is okay. I think this one it will not making the problem, but this one gonna make the problem category products. So let's say in that category products, and in that category products we define something but we didn't use that. What does it mean? This is the ProductCard, so just remove. So I think our category product page is working, I believe so. There okay, let's run that, npm run dev, and while it's running I'll just go back to my GitHub account, and in the GitHub I think we have the starter plan here. So yeah, I can just pass that one to you. Okay, so we can go back to our repository. So right now we are adding a lot of things. So if we just go, okay, I'm gonna create a new library here. So this one is not required. I'm gonna close that, and git status. Okay, so it's not including there, so I'm gonna just pass that a command, git init, and git add dot to adding each and everything right here, and git commit, and that should be passing a message, production is ready. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a new repository here, which it should be, let's say Amazon clone, not starter but production. Okay, and I will choose my account from here, and then I'm gonna keep it still in private. Later on we're gonna make that in a public so you can access that one for so far. So I need to run that 3 command to interlink each and everything and just redirect and pass all of those things there. If I just reload, I should be able to see all of that code is right here, including that .env file, but I'm gonna just pass that one right now. Let's just go back to my Vercel dashboard, and from there we can deploy our application. If you doesn't have the Vercel account, you can just use your Gmail, or you can just go through it with your GitHub account. That's pretty simple to go do that. So now from here I need to choose my account, and before moving forward I want to do something is that, remember we have one .env file, so I will need to concat that, and from here I'm gonna just choose all of that value. I'm gonna copy this one and hit the project, and from there we're gonna choose the project which just now we built, import each and everything from there. And from there in the environment variable I'm gonna add all of those variables right here, and then hit deploy. So it's gonna deploy each and everything, and if you're passing any error the way we got the warning in our client like CLI, the same thing it will also be happen here. If we are passing through any error, any discrepancy, it's gonna pop up right here. So now you see that error is popping up, which is coming up from that property. Okay, now what is happening? Use search param should be wrapped. Okay, now this is the error which we need to configure. Let's see where we use the use search param. I think we used couple of places. In here, in there. Okay, what's the page is that we use in the success page? Okay, that should not be providing the error because we are having the search params. So now that should not make the issue here. Okay, we got the 15 error. Should not wrap in a suspense. Okay, Vercel path node. Okay, I think let's just go in the main menu here. So let's go in the Vercel here, so we can just dip down a bit. I'm gonna reload to just locate my project. So that's the project which I am having right now, and the problem which we are finding here is from the search param. So let's go in the deployment again, and let's see the expand that, and we can see what is actual thing is happening. Okay, success should be wrapped in a suspense boundary at page success. So that should be wrapped in a suspense boundary, and did we fail to provide that? Okay, we made that use client flag. So what's the wrong is here? So you're passing the session ID, you're passing the router receipt card, and okay, I think the session, I'm not going to considering it right now. I'm going to remove it for just to be go up on that error. Okay, so I think we are cool. So now we have our session ID, we are returning to the router push, and like that. So that's it. Dot and git commit Vercel error result and git push, just to pass the value. And I want to see if that thing is coming again, because that could be happening couple of problem like the initializing and also for the node modules. So let's see what is actually happening here. Okay, now we are getting a different error, which is acceptable because I forgot to remove this one, so this should not be happening here. I think now we are getting quite a different error. I think it can be acceptable right now. And then if we just writing back in the second time, we should be able to deploy one more. Okay, let's go here and choose again. It's just sometime taking a bit of okay, is it coming here? Yeah, we are just passing it. Then why? Yeah, it started. It just in the queue. Okay, building again. Okay, now again, I think use search params is should be wrapped. Okay, we can just do one simple problem is that, because the things can really annoying. So what I'm gonna do here, we can just we just make some tricky impromptu here. And the things I have been done here is pretty simple, because as you see, we are using the session, like the suspense, to just giving a fallback loading here, and then the success content. That's it. You just need to use the suspense, or otherwise you need to make that the use client flag, and then if it's use effect, if it's use client true, then loading, otherwise like keep the null or loading, and that is because it's the pages, it can be loading. We need to configure this motion. So right now I push that one and start deploying. Okay, I think yeah, it's done. Okay, if we just open that one, we should be able to see our application right here. Now there is a lot of things you need to configure here. One of those things is you need to add that one for, like, if I trying to go there, you need to go and configure the login authentication and others. So everything you can shoot it right here. So I think that's a bit of configuration by which you can understand how the things that can work. So I hope you learn a bit from this video, and you can just acquire all of those things by your own. And no worries about that, the repo which is having here, because there is that env file and others which I need to configure, then I'm gonna just publish that repo for you, and then also attach the link in the description. So all the best to completely do that one. If you successfully done that, let me know in the comments. If you're facing an error, let me also know in the comments. So all the best, and I'm gonna see you in another video.